Going live in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Build this audience up. 3 minutes. Y'all on the clock. Let's get it. Time clicking. Time. That's right. Get in here. 2 minutes left. And we going live. Can y'all hear me? How my mic sound? Am I clear? Yes. Okay. That's right. Come on in here, y'all. Come on in here and gather around. Gather around the campfire. I'm going to tell y'all a story today. So gather around. Boom. Gather around the campfire, children. Uncle Chef is going to tell y'all an evening story. 1 minute left. Anusha, let's get it. 1 minute left. We going hot. We going hot. Yes. Yes, we're killing pseudos today. We're making pseudos commit suicide. We call that pseudocide. 20 seconds left, y'all. Okay, let me send out this link. Damn, I should have been doing that while the countdown timer was on. What the fuck is wrong with me? Here we go, y'all. Boom. And we live. So check it out. I supposed to been, look, so what I want to do is, put the countdown time on, right? And then I should be sending out the links and everything while my countdown time on. Hold on. All right. Boom. Today's release includes bringing 2 new features. Boom. Create overlays for use in presentations. All right, remind me later. So you're going to remind me later on that. I know Unc and them probably working, but I'm going to send this out to them anyway because I'm disrespectful. I had a little break. I had a little break in my day. So I said, I'm going to hit that live button. This right here is one of the best drinks in the world. We call this, in Baltimore, we call this a half and half, right? I know in different places y'all might call it something else, but in Baltimore we call it a half and half. And what a half and half is lemonade and iced tea mix, right? So it's half lemonade, half iced tea mixed. We call it a half and half, right? But I don't get my half and half, a half and half. I get mine like, probably like, I get like 1/3 lemonade, right? I get like 1/3 lemonade and like a quarter of iced tea. That's like the right combination for me, and that shit be banging. All right, ain't nobody coming here yet. they playing with me. All right, so what's going on, peoples? All right, let me take these ugly ass glasses off. That's the issue. That's the issue. Okay, all right, let me see who's up in here. Centavo, what's going on? Adrian, Jeremy, Anusha, Danny, Per Black, Anusha, Teti, Yusa Ma'atra, Sineferu. Now that's a motherfucking tongue twister right there. So we say, hold on, how you say that? That says Teti, Yusa Ma'atra, Sineferu. Sineferu. Okay, representing for the Nubians. All right. Tika, my name is Tika, and I'm the best. All the DJs want to feel my breast. All right. I know Tika, the last show, goddamn Sabio, we gotta stop letting Sabio on the goddamn panel. That motherfucker a nut. That nigga is a nut, yo. That nigga done went crazy. He done read one book on Turkey, and he got turkey fever. Lord Turkey Hill. Who else we got in here? All right. Jabario. Okay. Dave B, what's up? All right. Jeremy, Centavo, boom. Infinite Minds, what's up, Infinite Minds? So yeah, we up in here. Rasta Man, what's up? Peace. Got my man Rasta Man. We got Bonton. That sounds Jamaican. We got Mathis in here. Everything is everything. We got the family up in here. Tamika 1, always love. Sutek, what it is. Sutek, I feel like Sabio beat y'all up last night, for real. Y'all couldn't get around Sabio. Yeah. Yeah, Sabio definitely beat y'all up last night. So I don't know how the Mossy is gonna redeem yourselves from that one. Sutek, but he definitely got y'all. Yeah, so the show last night. What's up, Jody? All right, the show last night it got crazy, right? But I think we have a new research topic for the next week. And I feel like we have a new topic because that Egyptian topic was getting stale. Like, I don't think we ever gonna agree on the particulars of that because of where Egypt is positioned at. It's an area of confluence. So what 3 different continents meet together, and plus the unique history of North Africa. So I think everybody has a valid point when it comes to Egypt, and nobody is trying to concede any ground to nobody else. So I think we at a standstill. For those who want Egypt to be black, it could be black because there were definitely people that we call black in Egypt. And then it was all those other types. Sometimes the ones that we call black was in power. Sometimes they wasn't. Sometimes the ones that we call Berber or Arab-like was on top. So it all depends on what period you're talking about. And then you had the invaders that came in at different periods of time. So I feel like the Egypt point, I think we done got I think we done exhausted all of the information from out of the Egypt topic. So it's is wherever you want to land at with that at this point. So, but something that actually has something to do with us, slavery, right? Now, this is a topic that I think speaks directly to us, right? And if we start studying slavery, we also can learn about the cultures and the peoples that we come from in Africa. See, that's a segue right into, you know what I mean, right there. So I think that's a nice topic that we can start to dive into for the next week. I know Brother Unc wanted to talk about slavery in the prison complex system. He tried to straw man me on that like all this morning. So, I mean, but I would love to hear his commentary on it. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm waiting for him to come in. He taking his time. I know he's still at work. But I can do this here. And I just want everything to work. This is just actually really a test show. It's actually really just a test show, right? Because I want to because last night y'all was saying my stuff wasn't working right. So I went in and I rebooted everything. All right, we got my man Adrian want to come in the building. So let's get my man Adrian up in here. Let's see how this works.
What's up, sir?
Adrian, what's going on?
Oh man, last night was just crazy, man. I can't even, man. Savior had me bugging up, man.
Yeah. See, he definitely a problem.
I wouldn't even say he was a problem. It's just that I was like laughing at his enthusiastic, uh, knowledge over the Ottoman Empire.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like he thinking these Turkish people was supermen. And he was like, "No, brother, you don't get it. Listen to me, man. I'm trying to build with you." I'm like, "Come on, man, calm down."
So let me ask you, Adrian. You did your
Yes, sir.
presentation on Sinetta, right?
He deleted it. Because I had technological problems. I didn't know how to do my put my
Presentation.
YouTube videos on my PowerPoint.
So you went over there and you ain't even know what the hell you was doing. Is that what you telling me?
Yeah, like I thought because I had put the link on the YouTube video on my PowerPoint, and then when I clicked it, it didn't show up on share screen. I didn't know how to do that.
So, okay.
But I'm gonna email him so I can get on there again because I talked to Nepal about it. So
All right, so look. What the hell was you talking about?
yesterday.
No, on your presentation.
Oh, I was talking about capoeira and how the Africans who were brought to Brazil used it as a dance to confuse the slave masters,
Mm-hmm.
and they would, they had disguised it as a dance. And they'd like kick, you know, the slave masters, and they'd run away and make, Columbos and stuff. And I went through the history, the three periods that the capoeira fighting style had went through. There was the slavery period, then there was the underground period, and then there was the academy period, the school period. And I
Mm.
just gave people a summary of the art.
Okay. Hey, Sosa, what's going on, bro?
Ain't much, man. Driving. I seen y'all cranked up a little early show. Hey,
Yeah.
but that was a little bill last night. Like, now I'm gonna go do my homework on it because it seemed like first first the argument was it wasn't there, and then they want to know who did it. You know what I'm saying? Once we show it's there, now they want to name everybody that was involved. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we gotta do the homework and just get all the different tribes that were involved. But it's undeniable from 1500 to 1800 that West Coast, Gold Coast line, right, coastal line right there, that whole economy was based on slavery. We know that because when the slave trade ended, Africa experienced that area of Africa, being specific, experienced a collapse, economic collapse. Like that's documented.
Yep. So what the areas that we're talking about is what the audience, y'all can go and research it. The areas that they called at that time, it was called bites. So you had the bite of Benin and you had the bite of Biafra, right? Now these were the coasts that they was taking the majority of the slaves from. I'm gonna say it again: the bite of Benin and the bite of Biafra. But you absolutely right, Sosa. The evidence is in the economic collapse of Western Central Africa when the Europeans ended the slave trade. So when they say it wasn't no slave economies, like that's nuts. Like, I mean, I was trying to figure out what history is, are we actually reading if we're saying that? Like, that's so blatant. Like, that's like elementary to the conversation, right? That Africans participated. Like, they was the ones that when the European, basically they dealt in cowrie shells, right? Far as wise their money, their monetary system in a lot of those places was cowrie shells, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Right. So when the Europeans showed up and wanted to trade with them, the European didn't accept the cowrie shells, right? So now you need, hold on, Sean, about this. I put the link in the chat, Sean, but I'll put it in the back chat too. Sean about to come on here and go crazy on this watch, yo.
Too early for that.
Sean about to go crazy.
Yeah, you gotta. I'm gonna greet him when he first come in. Like,
yeah.
Relax.
Greet him, yo. He gonna come in. He gonna come in hot. Watch. Hold on. Here comes Sean. That nigga sick. He African sick. Yo, he do not play about that motherfucking Africa. I bet you he spelled Africa with a K and a. So hold on.
I know he want to get. He wasn't working last night. Or he would have been jumped on that last night.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I enjoy the conversation, and I know that's their lane too. So like I enjoy it.
That's why when Kofi said start up a new show, I said yeah, let's do that. Boom, because I was like, I know they gonna come over here. That's their shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fun. You know what I mean? It's fun to me. Everybody learn what we. You know what I mean? When we get in there and exchange information like that, everybody learn. We learn what we right at. We learn what we wrong at. You know what I mean? So I enjoy it.
That's Sean. Who else came in here? Sean, let's go. What it is?
Wasn't a slave economy until the arrival of the Europeans.
But it was a slave economy, right?
I'm gonna say it again. There was no slave economy until the arrival of the Europeans. The Europeans reshaped what would be introduced as a trade into an economy that was profitable for them. And then once they created the mess that they created, they tried to go against the slave trade, creating an illegal slave trade era, because now they have changed the economic situation for West Africa. West Africa was good at trading, all the essential things that they actually had. But the Europeans made it so that all the things that West Africans had, they try to bring them from other places like India, China, other European nations, and import those goods and services, and devaluing the West Africans trade market. So now
everything that was outside of Africa was better than what's inside of Africa and was made more flamboyant. They was already beating people out of the gold. So it was a European hustle from the gate. To say that there was a slave economy before the arrival of the European would be very disingenuous. Now, I said this yesterday, and I didn't want to like elaborate too much, but when I say caste systems, people aren't understanding what a caste system is. Yeah, they had slave castes, they had all kinds of castes, but inside of those caste systems, there was no trading slaves for X, Y, and Z, or the belittling of chattel slavery in the cusp of African traditions and customs, because you lived amongst, and you can elevate yourself out of a slave caste. Most people were born into certain slave castes, and then other people were indentured servants and captured war captives. But this is what's going on when we have this topic, is that we're merging all of these different centuries or all these different time periods into one lump sum, and we're saying there was a slave economy. Look, there's slavery there. No, that's not even productive in the conversation, because it's taken away from what actually happened. These people knew nothing about a economic trade because of people. With the earlier onset of slavery coming off the west coast of Africa, there were Europeans, or there were, let's just put it like this, Moors that were capturing and sending people through the Iberian slave trade. There was no benefit for African nations, West African countries or other African countries for what happened for the Iberian Peninsula, yet it still took place. Who benefited from that? There was no kings and queens and chiefdoms of West Africa and other parts of Central or South Africa, etc., that benefited from the Iberian slave trade. But it happened before the coming of the European, sending us everywhere else. There was no benefit for African kings and nations reluctantly that was taking place when North Africans was enslaving people below the Sahara. There was no economy around that. There was no, when the Arabs first came in and stuff started moving and jiving, there was nothing that actually benefited the West Africans. Nothing benefited the West Africans. They saw what those Arabs saw, what they saw, and they tried to wiggle their way in. They kept them away. They kept them at a distance. So through years of research, we uncovered the actual, when we talk about the first Europeans that come into there, then we begin to see an economy that's set up, because they started with goods and services. It started small, then it scaled back. Then it was all about trade, back and forth. Before the introduction of the actual gun and all these other things, people just want to label and stamp, oh, Africans was in a slave economy. Prove it. Show us. We don't need actual, we don't need actual written sources from Arabs to determine this, because those are external sources, and external sources are always going to write themselves into history as the favor. So we don't have to actually use oral traditions. We need physical evidence. So therefore we can use every other element that we know. So we have to go into the caste systems. We have to go in how things were actually set up from tribe to tribe, country to country, place to place. And we don't see an economy based around slavery until the European.
And let me jump in, because I agree with you.
Hold on, American Dream had his hand raised, Wally. Go ahead, American Dream.
Yeah, peace, Sabio. Can you hear me?
Sabio?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to ask Sean real quickly, because all along I thought the Muslims going into Africa and taking slaves, I thought that was a slave trade as well, that they were trading for slaves as well. But it sounds as if
Sabio.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me, Sabio?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So just real quick, it looks like I have a bad connection. I just wanted to be clear on whether Sean is saying that what happened with the Muslims was not a slave trade. It sounds like he's saying the Muslims just went in and just took what they wanted, and there was nothing in it for the African kings. They weren't giving them anything to get slaves. And I'm wondering if that's really what he's saying, that it wasn't a slave trade with the Muslims, and that slave trading only came into play when the Europeans came. That's the only time the Africans got anything out of it. Like there was that's the only time there was trading. So I'm just hoping he can be a little clearer on that.
Go ahead, Sean. Hold on, Wiley. Go ahead, Sean. He asked Sean a question. Sean, did you hear him?
Nope. No, I'm not even paying attention to Buddy.
Sean got
Just
beef.
gonna tell you the truth, bro.
Sean got beef with American Dream.
Okay.
No, I'm
That
just
man's
gonna
the
tell you.
American
I'm
dream.
going to tell you the truth, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna go any other direction. I'm just gonna tell you straight up.
But I'm just trying to be clear. Are you saying it was not a slave trade? They just went in there and just took people, and the Africans got nothing out of it. I'm just asking if that's what you're saying.
I said what I said. Now, if you don't understand what I said, rewind it and listen to it
All
again.
right, so that's what I understand you to saying. You're saying the Muslims did not engage in
You
a
didn't
slave
understand.
trade.
No, that is what you understand, and that's your problem. You don't listen good. Maybe you have a comprehension problem.
I'm not understanding why you're all upset
Okay.
about this.
So, Sheffrin, I'm not upset. I'm not upset with you at all. I'm just not entertaining you.
All right, peace. Thanks for having me, Sabio. I'm out.
All right, bro. Go ahead, Sean.
His name is Sheffrin, not Sabio. Get his goddamn name right.
I thought you wasn't entertaining me, bro.
You said his name wrong. Get his name right. His name is Sheffrin.
Man, whatever, man.
And put an L on that. I think like when we had the conversation though, like we wasn't I get everything you're saying, Sean, and like we were just trying to like what we said. That's what we said from 15 to 1800, right? We know we know the Europeans are there, and it's a slave economy.
Yeah, we had put a time period on it.
Yeah, I be trying to figure out like, okay, let's get everything that we can agree on out the way first. You know what I'm saying? But it's like they didn't even agree to that.
Well, no. Hold on, Sosa, hold on, because you said something, and I wanna narrow it down because I'm gonna say why I agree with you. You said when the Europeans were there, we now know that we have a slave economy. That is accurate. So now what we have to do is we have to say, okay, so who took part in that slave economy? Because that is where it gets interesting, because the first place we're going to start is Ghana among the Akan, right? Where we had those converts, or what they call Razis, where we had the earliest onset of influence by Europeans, because they were dealing with Islam, they were dealing with traditionalism, they were dealing with Christianity. Those sect of particular Akan tribe, they were moving around, right? Members of the Ashanti, let's be specific, right? You had a certain group that knew what a traditionalist practiced. They knew all these different influences. So when they were influenced to go get captives, they knew who to go get, when, where, and why. So they committed what? Slave raids, right? So we have that documented. We know that. We know that because we have those cocky European writers writing those memoirs, right? So I'm with you. I'm with you right there. But I'm not. When we say Africans participated, it makes it broad. Now instead of us being more specific.
That's why I said at the beginning. That's why I said at the beginning. Though I was like, when we first started this show, I said now we got to go and get the actual people involved, so it don't be murky. Now we can pinpoint everything. That way, when we're talking about a particular tribe or group, we know exactly. At least all the individuals that are involved as far as we know. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Coach.
Now, I was just saying, like you were saying, we didn't agree. Like, I agree with some things that you said last night. I agree with some things that Sheffrin said last night. And I said, look at the time periods that y'all are giving us. The only thing, and then I think, before I jumped off, y'all was saying, well, every time, y'all say it and we say that there was an influence there, y'all want to disqualify those people, those African people. All I was saying was last night was we have to look at the time period. That's why I was asking Sheriffin last night when he was talking about that state before it came an Islamic state. There was influence of Islam that was there before they became an Islamic state. So can he provide evidence prior to the presence of those Arabs that came in? Were they actually participating in a slave trade? And that's where the problem come in at. That again, it's the time periods that y'all are talking about. That's why we keep asking for context, because if you don't give the context behind it, then people are gonna be confused about. And I know they was confused because we was kind of all over the place, and that's why I'm saying we got to stick to the time periods. We got to give, because we kind of know what we talking about, but we have to understand we got people listening in. They listening in because they trying to learn. So we have to give the context, and and not just leave them out there. And when we talking about those specific time periods, we had to think about the influence. Those people came in and influenced these Africans or these ethnic groups to do certain things, and they influenced them by so many different ways that I kind of explained last night. So I'm saying we just got to put things in context, and then we have to and narrow it down to what time period we talking about. All I'm saying, I want to see evidence of y'all saying, but prior to, because y'all talking about the 1500s all the way up to the 1600s, y'all talking about the 1400s. So I'm saying I want to see something prior to the invaders coming into Africa, the Arabs, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the Dutch, the French, and etc. Were the Africans, prior to them being encountered by foreigners, were they actually have a slave trade market? Was they actually participating in slavery? So, and nobody has showed or demonstrated that before the invaders, this system of slavery, what y'all trying to project on these people in 2021, was the same thing that they was doing back in those days.
Right. So I'm not So I'm not necessarily arguing prior to European, because my knowledge of prior to European is limited. I think Chef may know a little more. I think the nation he spoke about. But let me ask you this: so we don't see the slave market in Africa until the Portuguese? That's the question.
You said we don't see the slave market until the Portuguese.
Yeah, I'm asking when do we see the when do we pinpoint the beginning of the actual slave markets in just African countries in general? We know not all over Africa, but just in general, when do we historically start seeing the first slave market in Africa?
I'll be honest, and I'll say I really don't know. I'm gonna say I'm assuming. I don't know, and I'm saying around that same period of around the 15th century or the late 14th century with the Portuguese. And I'm assuming that, but that's what I'm assuming, that's when we start to see those things of the slave markets, when they actually came in the first time in the late 14th century, and then they left. They actually came in. They left. Can you hear me?
1300. Yeah, you talking about 1300, the late 1300s?
Was it the 1300 or was it the late 1400s? Because I think
you said late 14th century. That's like 13.
Okay, my bad.
That's why I was trying to forget.
Okay, yeah. So you start to see their presence. They came in, they left out. Then they come back later on. They began to set up shop. They started to create these different governments into Central Africa. They come back. After they left, they come back, they started trading. After they started trading with those people in the Central Africa. Like I said, after they started trading with them, later on, they come back to try to renegotiate the deal. They didn't want to trade. They didn't want the material. They didn't want the natural resources. They wanted the bodies. So,
and why did they want the bodies, though? So we can have the context of why.
Right. And like I'm saying, again, like I said last night, I'm not 100% sure. I'm thinking, that's what I'm saying. This is my opinion. And my research, what I come across is that maybe they was looking at, again, individuals, brethren fighting against each other, right? Because we fight against each other. Like I'm saying, I don't sensationalize Africa. They was fighting amongst each other. So another nation fighting against another nation, or another ethnic group fighting against another ethnic group, or another community is fighting against another community, or clan against another clan. So again, during that process, they had prisoners of war. And in that process of the prisoners of war had a debt that they had to fulfill. But even with that, there was no harsh treatment against those people that was prisoners of war. So maybe when they was looking at, okay, well, and I'm looking, the Europeans looking and saying, like I'm saying, I'm assuming this, I'm not 100% sure that they were saying that, hey, look, these individuals, I see y'all got people that's not even a part of y'all community that's in here working. So maybe they took that as, okay, they got slaves. So, and these guys are working off of debt. So let's try to trade bodies. We don't want the natural resources. We want the bodies. We can do a whole lot more with free labor. We can do a whole lot more with these bodies. So they was probably thinking that they was utilizing those bodies in the same fashion that they was finna take the bodies and utilize those bodies for. So now, okay, we don't want the natural resources. We want the bodies. And like I said, they did agree. They did agree to give bodies. But then later on, you come back and you see that they thought that the prisoners of war were going to be treated, because they found that later on, but they wasn't being treated the same way as they was being treated when they was prisoners of war. These guys was being beaten.
Some tribes. You're saying not some tribes disagree, right? I think we do have record of that. Some tribes
right. And then you start to see, they going back into the interior of Central Africa, and they started getting the common folks. They started getting the common folks and started telling them, hey, they started showing them all these things, right? And in return, we'll give you all that. In return, all you got to do is go get me this body. So now you starting to see Africans in Central Africa. I'm just speaking of Central Africa, you talk about Central Africa. And Central Africa now being entice those who don't have, being enticed with all these things from these Europeans coming back into the interior and dangling all these nice things in front of the people that doesn't have anything. And man, all you have to do is get me this body or get me these people, and we can give you all that. So now you start to see some of the people that the have-nots started to get, because we always talk about the people that's in power that was in control. You did have in Central Africa, you did have some common folks that was actually doing the same thing, because I'm telling you, they come back into the interior and started dangling all of these goods in front of these people that didn't have nothing. All you have to do is do X, Y, and Z to get certain things out. But you have to look at some things too. They starved some of those people out. There was different tactics that was taking place also in order for where their hands were tied. It was either, so they had to do what they had to do. The same thing with us. We get disenfranchised from certain things and being alienated from certain things. So we tend to do illegal things in order to survive. So you see those things in Central Africa. So again, I'm saying that the Europeans might have took what they was actually doing with their prisoner of war and thought they was actually utilizing them in the same fashion that they was going to get those individuals and utilize those bodies for as well.
I know, but at some point, right? try to get back to, because at some point we can pinpoint the increase of bodies in relationship to the discovery of the New World, right? That's right. We know that with the discovery of the New World, it opens them up to different resources that they would have once got from Africa that they would have no longer needed, right? So then we got the virus breaking out, right? The pathogen wiping out the Native Americans. This forced the need for an increase of bodies, right? So we know at some period, I don't know the exact time frame, but it's going to be early 15, close to mid 15, where now they're returning and they want bodies because they're starting to have other resources that they no longer need from Africa. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you're doing business, it's like, the thing you offer me, I don't need anymore. I need bodies. I need people to go back. So so we can definitely pinpoint it from that perspective, right? And I know that at one point, certain countries they didn't want to deal with because they knew a lot of Muslims were there, and they wanted to keep it Christian. You know what I'm saying? But eventually they went back on that.
So when did Europeans need bodies?
This would be starting around 15.
When they discovered the New World, right?
Yeah, but of course not immediately, because they don't just die when they first get there. Yeah, so
right. They enslaved the Indians first.
Yeah, about early 15, somewhere close to early 15, by the mid 15, it's clear that they definitely need African bodies.
Right. Once they didn't killed off damn near half a population and enslaved the Indians, and they didn't serve a purpose, and then they start carrying those Indians back to Europe, and they found out how frail and lazy that they were and wasn't able to sustain or do any of the jobs. So when they signed into law, you know, when they got the Pope to sign in, and Uncle always talk about these demarcations and all these other things that go on when he go through his
the Papal Bulls, yeah.
Right. So when that happens, now we know that it's okay. But they had to have a test run, and in that test run, they had to determine certain things. But earlier on, and I'm just keeping it a buck, and we have to attest to this. Earlier on, bro, these people had no freaking idea. No idea what was happening to the people that they were actually sending them, because their understanding of slavery and their caste systems and their worldview was different from the Europeans.
Yeah, I can accept that. The argument would be, would they care? And I guess some did care, because we do see them protesting when some, it's always gonna be, it ain't gonna be 100%. Some did, some did.
Right.
But we know that.
Right.
We know for a fact.
Let's just say a high probability. Let's say a high probability.
We know for a fact some of them did. We do know that some of them did.
Right.
Protest.
So now let's say this then. So let's say this. Now we know there's a high probability that had no idea, that was clueless, and then there was a couple of people that may have found out what was going on and they kept it to themselves. And then you had all these other intricate pieces, because now that the economy was about bodies and no longer their natural resources, and they pretty much diminished the natural resource, they start to lose control over what was an economy for them. So now someone, and I'm saying it like this, so someone else now has control over African economics.
Yeah,
of course. And they wanted to partake in that economic advancement, similar to the way that they did with the Arab invasions and the Arab coming into the country. Let's just be more specific. Coming into West Africa, they were trying to buddy up with the Arab so that they can stay connected, right? Because all of this was about expanding their empires and controlling trades and things of that nature. So now they got a whole new economy reshaped. With the Arab, it was pretty much trade routes. It was trade routes with the Arabs. But this was no longer about trade routes. This was something else. And it was moving at a faster pace. So when I look at it and I say, and we narrow it down, that's why you got Ghana apologizing, you got Nigeria apologizing, because we can be specific. So we know we have certain members of the Ashanti that was slave trading. We go down to Nigeria and we look, Benin. We go down to Nigeria. Yep. We go to Nigeria and we look at the Igbo people. The Igbo, when they were down there dealing with the cross rivers and all of those things, right there where those boats can lay off the coast into the Atlantic, and then you have to wiggle your way in and deal with some cross. They were enslaving northern Nigerians and selling them down there at the cross rivers. We know of all of that, right? We can go and look at a Cameroon set, which they were heavily invaded by other people. And then you got people running the bushes and all of that stuff. So we know that these countries were certain members or certain people were actually involved, but their involvement got more serious. And I'm saying this like this: when the gun became more prevalent.
Yeah, because like I said, the early gun wasn't really shit. But somewhere about the 1600s, they got rid of that matchstick, called a matchstick, and they got better with the because actually they had a better gun, but it was too expensive to produce, mass produce. But once they got around and worked around, and they were able to mass produce it, then the gun became a problem. Yeah, so I do agree with that. Hey, but know what else I also found out though? The Masi was involved in it. They dealt with it.
The Masi earlier on rejected the incoming of Islam. The Masi also rejected the incoming of slavery, but they did partake. People began to partake in it because of the bodies. And then when you go through and you look at every part of, that's why I said Ghana is the most apologetic is Ghana, because right, if you go look at Ghana, where the hell the Masi tribe at? They're in that northern area up there.
Yeah, because the way the history tell it, like I got to go back and look at it some more. But there was like the Masi wanted in, right, and they couldn't get in, so they was like, all right, if we can't get in, we finna wreck this. You know what I'm saying? So they wreak havoc on it. So eventually, they allowed them to get involved. You know what I'm saying? Like I got to go back and get the all the sources on that, but that's what I came across. Not too long ago.
You have to. There's 3 books. People really actually have to dive into. One is the Slave Trade book by Hugh Thomas. Then you have 2-volume set of the history of West Africa, written by Crowder and Jay Ajayi. And then you got to get into 1,000 Years of West African History, which is written by Jay Ajayi and Ian Espy. Then when you have those are essential in a lot of research, because it uncovers some stuff. You got some stuff. Basil Davidson, he mentioned some stuff. You got
that's Adrian Guy. You know, he loved that.
Yeah, you got Ajayi and Smith when they talk about the Yoruba wars. So you have, you got internal conflict and beef between the Yoruba, and then you have some enslavement going on. You have enslavement going on in there. Then you have the history of Africa. Another text, like there's tons of information on involvement, but people aren't being really too specific. And I think that's where some of the objections come right around that realm of like, all right, so who was doing what? But then we also have to turn around and look at the turn of coming into the 19th century. When we come into the 19th century, there's rejection. There was rejection before that, but there was more rejection to a slave trade in the 19th century, because they began to understand what the European was doing. Like, this whole thing was about maneuvering. And when it got out of control, then that's when the Europeans wanted to get it back under control. So that's when we get the illegal slave trade era. And there wasn't as many bodies moved in the illegal slave trade era, but there was still bodies moved in the illegal slave trade era. And there was people that could only survive as far as their kinship and their prowess in these areas based off of slave raiding, because they had no means of creating any economic gain outside of being able to capture these people that were traditionalists and slave, you know what I mean, and selling them off to people here and there and going through there. So
yeah, we can attest. I know that can be attested for, because like I said, I'm in my car now. I'm gonna get the guy's name, but there's an African slave trader who he had got a permit to bring his slaves to South Carolina, but his family didn't want to leave, and he spoke about the dangers of being in Africa and the Africans finding out that he was a slave trader. This is before they had abolished it, and we noticed because he had got the agreement to come over, and by the time he got his family to come over, when he arrived in America, they had already abolished it. So now he's in a boat with these illegal slaves, right? Because the new law had passed. But since he had got the agreement made before the new law had passed, they allowed him to come into South Carolina and start his plantation with those slaves. I'm gonna get that guy's name, but but we do have documents from him talking about how it was dangerous to be a slave trader at that point in time, and if they got caught, you know what I mean, like probably off with their head or something like that. Yeah, but I'm gonna get that dude's that guy's name. Yeah, but I'm with that. Kofi done dropped off. I see Unc in the chat.
Unc ain't coming on the what's the name though?
Yeah, he just popped up in the chat. Yeah,
Sean came in saying the same shit that we said last night, and nobody said nothing. Sean is the GOAT. I give it to him.
Nah, because we had a clear. Y'all denied everything.
Nah, you a lie. So so
every time we brought something up, you go, well, not the common folk. I'm like, Sutek, I'm not talking about the damn common folk, bro.
Okay, but he also gave context the same way I did too.
Yeah, and he also said, okay, yeah, you're right on that. This is why. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but as long as we can, that's why I was like, yo, let's come to what we can agree on. You know what I mean? That way we don't got to argue about what we can agree on. Once we find
okay, so I don't know if we agree on that. You might want to jump out the window. Shit, I don't know.
No, that's why I was pinpointing. I said we could definitely pinpoint a slave economy from 1500 to 1800. And they said, yeah.
Who disagreed with that?
Y'all didn't disagree with that? Yeah, who was I arguing with, man? You know what?
Yeah, we were talking about Islam at the time of Islam and shit. Nah, we ain't disagree with 1500 to 1800.
Yeah, I guess with other people in the town that did. That's why I was like, come on, man. That's why we was like, come on. I mean, maybe we have some other people on the panel. But at least we got some straightening. But I like the conversation.
It definitely give us a break from that Egypt madness.
Yeah, please don't go back to Egypt, bro.
Egypt was gonna be the death of us. I was like, I'm hoping they blow the pyramids up. That shit's gonna
I'm OD.
It's gonna divide us. Dang.
It became mad Egypt. I'm like, this is sick.
Hey, look, Unc in the chat, right, saying slavery occurred relatively rarely among hunter-gatherer populations because it developed under conditions of social.
Ain't nobody talking about those hunter-gatherers. We talking about complex societies in Ghana, and like you're talking about hunter-gatherers. He gonna always take you back 350,000 years ago on the Nile. That's my man.
Hey, I'll be wildin', man. I'll be wildin'.
He gonna definitely take y'all to 350,000 years ago. Yeah, man. That's his time period right there. I don't care what you talking about. But it's some overlap going on too because hold on, my phone right here. Yeah, it's some overlap going on because we know when you talk about the 1500s to the 1800s or the 1900s rather, you still have time periods before that. We know that Africa was looked at 1,000 years before then as a place to get slaves from. So somebody was dealing in slavery in Africa for a long time. Whether we have the name of the tribes or the kings, you feel me? Somebody was dealing in Africa with slavery, you know what I mean, for a long time, and there had to be middlemen also in the middle, right? Because we know the Arabs had a slave trade, right? That went out into the Indian Ocean from East Africa. We know that they left out and went up the Red Sea and went into places like Palestine and Iraq, all the way up into Iraq. You was having black slaves in the Indian Ocean that made it all the way to places like Iraq and even India, right? So what that ain't have nothing to do with the Europeans. The Arabs was already dealing in slavery in Africa. Just because we don't have those specific African group names that was going, but somebody was broker in that trade. Do y'all agree with that?
Yeah, that definitely. Because we do know because when the Europeans took the Native Americans back to I think it was, I can't remember the name in Spain. I think it's Lisbon or something. There was
Lisbon is Portugal.
Yeah, not Lisbon. Where was it at? There's I can't start with an L, but there was a slave market, not necessarily slave market, but there were an area where they had Native American slaves and African slaves. This is their saying where, the Africans were the first probably came in contact with Native Americans. And in those areas, the Africans could they could engage, they could do their work, and they can sell water on the side. This was in a particular part of Spain, or it starts with an L. I can't remember right now, but I'm gonna get the name.
Lisbon.
Think it's Lisbon?
I thought Lisbon was Portugal.
What time period you talking about? Because it just depends.
This is when this is going to be early 1500s. The Europeans are bringing the Native Americans back to Spain.
Yeah, it wasn't no Portugal then.
Yeah, it was Portugal then.
What was it?
Yeah. The Portuguese Columbus coming back.
Yeah, but I'm talking about. It was Portuguese. Okay.
You feel me?
I'm corrected then. I don't have no problem being correct.
Yeah, the Portuguese, they was one of the earliest European settlers in the New World.
Yeah. I know that. I don't know what's going on with my fucking head, bro. I'm half paying attention.
Yeah, but so I'm saying before the Europeans got to Africa, there was already some type of slave trade going on. Africans, certain parts of Africa was known as slaves. The Arabs even called.
You saying when
they was in Seville, my bad, not Lucas, Seville, Spain, where they had the area Seville, Spain.
So you saying when the Arabs came in, it had to be some type of system in place?
Yeah, for them to be able to move that many people, right? There had to be some type of system in place. It couldn't have just been one-sided like that. I don't think we give Africans enough credit. We was just sitting down, letting people just. It was some Africans that had agency over their territory. I don't think the Arabs could just walk in. You dig what I'm saying? And just do what they wanted to do. That. That's just crazy. You know what I mean? For us to believe that Africans was just that fucking weak, yo. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
So what can we prove?
I mean, what can you prove? They didn't say they went in fight. The Arabs didn't say they went in fighting and took all of them slaves. You feel me? So it had to be, some type of trading going on. It had to be a market. Like that. That's basically what I'm saying. It had to be a market.
We would have to deal with it case by case and not on a general basis, because it was different in different situations, in different time periods, different kingdoms and empires. So we have to deal with it on a case by case basis and see where we can go from there.
Yeah, but like Sean was saying, like, without the written record, like how far can we, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
But,
so it's a lot of speculation at the end of it.
Yeah, but then we also have herb sources, right? So I mean, I know most of us wouldn't like herb sources, but like if that's all exists because they was literate and they was the ones involved in the trade, then we gotta look at it at some point. The word that they used for Black people became synonymous with slave. Like, so, like it's damn near evident that, it was an ongoing practice of enslaving Black people. Like if they was known for that in the Arab world, like they was known for that.
It was that before. So what region at least are we talking about? East Africa, West Africa?
Yeah, it would have to be the East African slave trade.
Okay. So
I mean,
they was already let me not even get into East Africa. Sean more astute on that. I'm West Africa. So, but by the time they got to West Africa, like you said, they already denoted Black people as slaves.
Mm-hmm. And it would be crazy for us to believe that a land as big as Africa, especially even when you get in Central Africa going west, they encountered well put together societies. They just wasn't taking people from and then we know these well put together societies also were selling slaves and other goods into North Africa, right? So because we felt when we pick up on history, we find that it was slave markets in North Africa at the time. So somebody was these Arabs and Berbers just wasn't, just going into, not saying that they didn't at some periods pick off small tribes, right? But for the amount of people that they were moving, there had to be some type of African copacy in that. You know what I mean? That's just common sense for me. You know what I mean? Like you had kings like I said, I mentioned the kingdom of Canaan, right?
But that ain't East Africa.
Yeah, but it's central. Their kingdom was central. It went up into southeastern Libya. Right. So, I'm saying like it was central and they traded, and a lot of their goods and the people that they were selling made it into North African markets. So these people wasn't sitting on their hands. They wasn't sitting on their hands waiting for Arabs to come pick them up. They were selling slaves and shit to, to those Arabs. So, I mean.
So what is the conversation? Is it slave markets or slave economies or just slavery or what?
I don't know. It goes back and forth. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm confused.
It goes back and forth, but we know that a lot of their economy was built off of slavery. Like when we pick up on these, when we pick up on these people, when Europeans start writing about Canaan, they're talking about them as slavers.
Yeah, that's Europeans though. They don't get to Africa to 16th century or 15th century.
Yeah, but they wasn't talking about them as being slavers with them. They were saying that the Arabs and the North Africans was using them as slavers. You see what I'm saying? So it existed before the European, right? And then when you look at the Arab sources, and I got a couple books on it, when you look at the Arab sources, when they first mentioned those people, they had mentioned the slavery aspect. And this was before they converted to Islam. So it goes back to my point when last night when y'all was saying that, that only the Muslims was doing it. Well, Canaan Banu was dealing in slavery before they converted to Islam. Right? Because they in the 8th century.
Our conversation though was slave economies though. Was it an economy based on slavery?
Yeah, by the time Europeans got there, it was well popping.
But that don't show that it was that their economy was based on slavery.
No, by the time but by the 16th century, it was. That's what I'm saying. By the 16th century, they was. The main thing that they was exporting was human bodies. So what do you call that? What they was doing it for fun? They had to be making money off of it.
Of course, they was doing it for economic reasons.
Right.
But that's not saying that their economy was based on that.
All
see what I'm saying?
Right. We would have to see what else were they doing to bolster their national income, other than the slaves. That's how they was getting guns, especially Canaan Banu. They the guns and the horses. They were selling slaves, raiding and selling slaves for horses and guns. Like that was the main thing.
To do what? Why they need horses and guns?
Because they was a war people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They was a war people.
Exactly.
They could take over more territory, right? They had an empire. An empire got to expand. You know what I mean? They got to take over more territory. They was in direct conflict with Songhai, I think, for a period of time. So they needed guns and horses. They even compete, right? Because they was vying for a lot of the same territory. So, I mean, you need guns and horses to protect yourself, especially at that time. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know.
Exactly. We need to get more into these Arab sources and understand the economy of Canaan Bornu before we just jump out the window. That's
and
all.
Say that they were slaves. I mean, look, it would be crazy. It would be crazy. I feel like this conversation is way better for us than the Egypt conversation, because it definitely has something to do with us directly. You know what I mean? So I think people will definitely be way more engaged if our platforms dealt with this, you know what I mean, a little bit more seriously, give it the same attention that we gave Egypt for all these goddamn months. And I know y'all directly deal with West African history, so it'd definitely be a good ass conversation. You know what I mean? It definitely would be a good ass conversation.
I ain't got into Canaan Bornu like that. Sean got a Islamic book coming up, so I mean, I don't think he want to really drop too many jewels on that.
Right.
But yeah, we definitely need to get into that though.
Yeah, because we
That's a
didn't
much better conversation.
Yeah, we didn't Egypt our people out of the every time I see a goddamn unk, I want to go crazy. I don't even like saying unk name no more. Like, yo, come on, yo. So where you at? I'm working, yo. I done started working. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I done started working, man. So, Sean's still here. Sosa's still here. Oh, hit the button. And stop playing. Unc was trying to tie the conversation up into what was he saying? The prison industrial complex. I don't know. He started with me early this morning. They texted me some old crazy stuff about what did he say? The prison industrial system. It's the same thing as the slave. I said, oh, I'm not fussing with you. Oh. I'm not fussing with you over that. He talking about hit the button. We can debate that. I'm like, I'm not debating over no prison and that. We ain't even talking about that. We talking about slavery and motherfucking West Africa. And did the Africans participate in that shit? And now you want to talk about the prison industrial system. Like I think we should be able to talk about slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without talking about the white man. You know what I mean? Like at some point we gotta have a conversation when we directly deal with what Africa's role in it, right? Like we didn't exhaust it what the white man and did, and you know what I mean? But at some point we're gonna have to pick up on, especially like you said, when you have African nations apologizing and stuff like that, like, all right, so what did y'all really do? Let's dive into this. You know what I mean? let's dive into this. We know the white man, the devil, and he did this, that, and the third, but y'all up here apologizing and shit. So what did y'all really do? How big was y'all involvement for real? You know what I mean? So we definitely need to take the kid gloves off with these Africans.
Who attacked you, Sabio?
What happened? Sabio in the chat?
Yeah, he said that.
Oh,
he said we attacked
you. Hey, click the link, Sabio. Hit us with that Turkish shit again.
Sabio said Catholics is not Christian. That's crazy.
Hey, Mika, one of y'all put the link back in the chat for me. I'm working now. Hold on, let me see. I might have to put the link back in the chat. Can I do it from my phone? Hold on, I think I can do it from my phone. Yeah. I think I can do it from my phone. Hold on, Sabio. Sabio won't come in here and light us up. Sabio will come in here and light us the fuck up early. All right, hold on. All right, here we go, Sabio. All right, there you go. Oh, he said he got to run an errand. You too old to be running errands, Sabio. Just say you got some business to handle. Yeah, man. Rasta, man, you need to click the link for real, because you be talking top trash. You always coming at me. I need you to click the link. Oh, that was Sabio. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I apologize if I attacked you, Sabio. Hey, Sabio, I apologize if you feel attacked. Now go ahead.
Say what?
I said I apologize if you feel attacked. Now go ahead and hit us with that turkey shit again.
I ain't gonna even go into it. Y'all not ready for it.
What you said? You feel like you was attacked? Yo, what happened?
Yeah. Nah, it ain't y'all. It's just the way that it's not y'all. I understand that I was coming with a lot of information and it was coming out fast. So y'all was trying to understand where I was coming from with some of the shit. So I understand. It's not no big deal. Y'all was just trying to critique and make sure I was lining shit up and y'all was trying to make sure shit was falling in place and y'all don't know where I'm coming up with all this information from. Y'all think I'm just making this shit up. But
No. Yeah, you right. We ain't know where it was coming from. You just kept bringing up Turkey when we was talking about West Africa.
yeah, but at that time you got to understand Turkey. Them Turks is all involved in West Africa. See, that's it right there. That's the one thing that people don't realize.
You saying in the 15th century, it was the Turks in West Africa.
Yep.
Not the 19th century.
Who defeated the Mamluks in 1516, 1517?
That's East. That's Northeast Africa.
Yeah, that's East Northeast.
Okay, Northeast Africa. Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
Right. We were saying where we come from, West Africa. Yeah, the Mamluks, that's in Egypt and Libya. I mean, that's Egypt and Libya right there, bro. You on the other side of the world. That's what we saying. That's what we saying.
Well, they did. Well, hold up, because when I got to look at a map, and that's the other thing, I got to be looking at a map when I'm talking about Africa. I get confused on.
Hey, American Dream. What's the issue, bro?
He got an issue with everybody.
He said Sean book probably gonna be plagiarized because he got a feeling.
He said everybody book is plagiarized.
Everybody booked himself for his book, right?
He said Garfield book is plagiarized. He said everybody book is plagiarized.
Hey, to be honest, I don't care what he say. He can say whatever he want. Until he got the book and go through it, he can't make any claim. What he don't know is I know how to source. And I don't speak from too far away from the source. You know what I mean? I try to give a comprehensive breakdown or an explanation of what the source is saying. If I feel like it needs some, I can explain it a little bit better. But generally, from all the feedback that I've gotten from the book, you're gonna be hard pressed to even try to prove anything. And this ain't just from people just been buying a book, getting a book, and reading a book. This is from qualified people in the field who think that this is actually a good piece of literature for the common folk to actually gain an understanding of what's going on in the middle of a freaking pandemic. You don't even know what the book is about, but you're making a claim or an assertion. Now, I understand that you're a little bit emotional because I didn't want to engage in a conversation with you, but I felt like you were just a little bit too disrespectful and disingenuous the other day. And you know what I'm saying? Although I didn't snap on you when I actually could have, I just refused to just even engage in a conversation. You've been tuned in that whole entire show with Unc them on there. Dr. Ma'at, who is a doctor, comes on there. A doctor, she comes on there and before you even ask me the dumb question that you asked me, she comes on there and clears the air all the way up about your whole question before you even asked it. And you still asked it even after Dr. Mayat gave you the breakdown of that whole little scenario. If the experts in the field don't have a problem with it, but you do, it says a lot about you.
Right.
But that's people looking for an excuse or a reason why not to to actually support a Black brother that actually did something, or to contribute a piece of work to the community that would be benefiting to them, that's too much like right? So it's too much, oh man, you actually put together a piece of work that can save people's lives, that could actually help educate people, which can refer people to actual expert information or the experts, or you actually did something right, Sean. Instead of that, it's the, you know what I mean? I get it. Some people hate.
The nigga obviously don't know what plagiarism is.
No, because he keep going over that he proved Garfield book was plagiarism, and actually you did it. It's like, it's crazy. He has a problem with it. With people.
It was plagiarism. He plagiarized the Bible.
He said just because you source where you stole it from, just because you source where you stole it from, don't mean it ain't plagiarism, bro. That literally means that it's not plagiarism. He sourced where he got it from. He didn't steal it. If he stole it, it wouldn't be sourced.
Right.
That's called plagiarism.
You dummy. You don't source where you plagiarizing from. I read it. I broke it down for him. I literally broke it down for him on the whole show. We did a whole show on Garfield's book. And I literally killed him.
Yeah, Sean hurt his feelings. He got emotional and ran off and back into the chat.
An American Dream.
American Nightmare.
Go buy the book American Dream. You know what I mean? Just copy it, read it, and critique it if you can.
Yeah, scrutinize the hell out of it.
Yeah, he ain't saying don't. You know what I mean? If he's saying if you can find fault with it, you know what I mean? Find fault with it the right way. Just don't get online bashing it and you ain't even really critiqued the book yet. You know what I mean? That's when it become hate. You know what I mean? That's when it's hate. But go ahead and cop the book. You know what I mean? And if you find fault with it, tear his ass up.
Man, right. I deserve it. I deserve it. Sure. Right. I ain't finna sit here and say don't. If you find fault with it, hey, correct it. And I'm gonna sit here and say, well, brother, you absolutely was correct about this. I ain't gonna be like Shaka. I ain't gonna call you a B. I ain't gonna do none of that and then have to apologize to you. I'm gonna apologize to you right there on air. I'm gonna be like, look, he found fault. Let me go ahead and pull this source up that he got, and let's read this source and see if it substantiates the position, and then goes from there.
That boy Shaka got mad because niggas said there wasn't no page numbers in his book. Like, like how you forget the book page numbers in your book? Like, I can't even tell you what page to go to.
Yeah, and see, that's I've actually been critiqued before, and I'll tell you, a lady hit me up on the side and was like, "Look, don't write your book like this no more." You know what I mean? And I said, okay, and she was like, "Listen, we're trying to get books in the libraries." She says it's imperative, even by your favorite authors. She said, when you read your favorite authors' books, do they look like this book look? I was like, nah. She was like, I don't care how you just trying to attract, who you trying to attract, right? She said, this will attract your cousins, your friends, your mother, your grandmother, things like that. She said, but we're trying to go beyond that. We're not trying to give Europeans no reason to turn their nose up at your work. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like that was and she listening to the show. She tuned into all of these shows. She's probably listening right now. And I'll tell you who it was. It was Sister LaDosha.
Oh yeah, LaDosha always on. She
came directly to me about that, and in regards to my children's book. You know what I'm saying? Because she says, you know, we're doing too much work to not get our stuff recognized. And she says one way to not get it recognized is if it doesn't have a certain look. So we want to match the look. We don't want to get them nothing. You feel what I'm saying? And I took that. And then I gave that same advice that she gave me to other people. And I said, hey, yo, look. She says, yo, we got to tighten up right here, yo.
So it's like y'all got all of the good information, but it looked
Right.
like a York, book.
Man, come on now. And she was really just talking about my the children's book, the format of it. She's like, change the format of it, deliver it different. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is, because she says, look, the information in it, I love it. It needs to be in the library, but we got to change the format of the way it actually look. We need to make it look a different way so they can't make no excuse. You see what I'm saying? And that's
was it your font and your line spacing or something?
Nah. It wasn't nothing. It wasn't nothing but pretty much, you know what I'm saying. If I wanted to do chapters or something like that, then I need to line it up the way that we did the Spears books. You feel me? Like the way we did the Spears books was pretty much, the organization of it needs to be around that. Even with my Cocaine to Consciousness, she said I should have, you know what I mean, did certain things a different way with just a couple things, which I am, because I think I want to elaborate on the Cocaine to Consciousness one day, and then I'm gonna revise that Joker and line it up like that. Her whole thing is about just getting a book in the library. No matter which books it is, we're trying to get them all in the library. So we have to meet not only our expectations, but unfortunately European expectation as well, because all that's gonna do is help us.
And help get y'all work out there to a wider audience. Yeah? And that's what you want.
Yeah. So people always think that that they're actually critiquing certain things. Like if your critique is, nigga, you misspelled a word, nigga, that ain't fucking critique.
Yeah, that's editorial.
Right. That's editorial work. You know what I'm saying? Or people be like, well, they don't know what's what. And so you need to make sure you do this or do that. Like, nah, I mean, what's wrong with the work? Like, tell me what's wrong with the work. Like, all right, in this book you said, in this book you said on page number 57, blah, 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 in this paragraph. All right, now, I have this source right here. Did you consider this source right here that I have? Boom, 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 boom. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's critiquing the work. Like, I gave an example of that. Like when Chavis read Volume 1, Spears of the Mossy, Volume 1, there's a chapter in there that's calling the dude a mulatto and saying that he's not a mulatto. There's a chapter in there calling the dude an African, and he wasn't an African or had any ties to Africa whatsoever. However, Chavis knew this, and Black Panther knew this. And the first thing that they did was like, hey, I got a question. Both of them was like, yo, so on page blah, 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 we got this dude, being an African. Well, when we go back and we pull that work out and we look at this and we analyze what they're actually saying here, they're not making that assertion right there. So we may want to clean this up or whatever. So
did y'all revise it?
I took that information, I provided it to the person who wrote the chapter, and I said, hey, we either need to make revisions right here, or we need you to do a presentation and elaborate it and extend to educate these people on why you did what you did right here and brought this out and positioned it the way that you did. It was ignored by that person.
Hold on. And Volume 1, the white book.
Yeah, the white book.
Is that person still with us?
Nah.
No.
Oh, he ain't want to do the work.
I figured.
Yeah, okay.
It's not necessarily, but I just felt like that would have been a good teaching moment. Like, let's go live, let's build on it a little bit. You know what I mean? Let's see why we went in the direction that we did on that. You can elaborate a little bit further. It'll be, everybody can actually pull something out of it and everybody can move forward. However, but it assumptively didn't want to do it.
Nobody checking his work.
Right. Right.
What the hell you mean? That's wrong. The hell you mean is wrong? Yeah, we're a
So
team. Even if I'm
yeah,
wrong, you're supposed to stand with me. That's how some people feel.
well, I don't have no problem with that. You feel me? Because it's all in the family, and they weren't coming at they weren't coming at his neck or nothing like that. It wasn't no disrespect in it. It was a lot of
Yeah,
integrity in what
it
was
was other
saying.
people. It was other people in y'all clique who had
Right.
pulled it up and said, right.
Exactly.
It wasn't no outsider doing it to him, right?
Hell no, I wasn't.
It was a family situation.
Yeah. So it just goes to show, like, when they're reading our works and things, and when people are reading our work, they're getting critiqued. Don't think that by any means motherfuckers are just reading it and patting you on the back. Like if you drop some bombs somewhere in a particular source or whatever, they the first one saying like, hey, yo, on page, what's the name of man? You killed it right here, bro. You know what I mean? Like they upping it. They upping it, I just don't have no problem with critique. But if you just talking mess, you know what I mean? Just talking mess. That's fine. I understand it as that. I don't care how you perceive it to be. But that's gonna be an internal issue because it's gonna burn you up more. Cause I ain't gonna stop writing just because you feel some kind of way. I'm gonna keep on working, yo.
So American Dream, that's the situation. You buy the book, and then you critique it.
Hey, and I got corrected on that too. I got corrected on that too because it was a book that I ain't even want to read. I was like, man, I ain't reading that bull crap, man. It's gonna be all kind of pseudo information in there. First person to say something to me, Satep and Rock. Nah, Sean, that ain't even TEPESA, that ain't even scholarship, bro. We don't know what's in it to determine that. He said we got to go and do the work. And then I was like, you absolutely correct. I said I can't scrutinize until I got it. Like I can't talk about Van Sertima if I ain't. You didn't even get Van Sertima a book. Bull crap. Here you go. Boom.
That's what
American Dream is you paying attention. You can't criticize some shit you ain't got or read yet. That's crazy. Nigga said paraphrase plagiarism. Nigga ain't even got the goddamn book yet.
He just on Sean Head, Joe.
Nah, yeah, he real mad. He real mad.
You done plagiarized. You fucked up on chapter 2. Your sources in the wrong place. All that shit. I'll get the book later.
Spell Martin Luther King name wrong. You just did. Fucking up.
Your indentation is off. Right?
You ain't double space. Nothing.
Right.
This looks like a run-on sentence, Sean. Yo, listen. So straight up. So I'm going through my the coming of Islam in the land of the blacks, right? I'm going through my book, right? And this Grammarly, I'm using Grammarly, right? So I'm going through the book and I'm editing.
How much Grammarly cost?
I paid like $100 and something for a year.
Oh, my daughter needs that shit bad. All right.
So I put it
for like 3 months.
Yeah, or you can pay like a certain amount for 3 months or whatever. But I put it through Grammarly. Grammarly was trying to critique the source, yo. It's like the source that I used in a particular spot. It was trying to fix the whole paragraph of the source. My point in saying that is that even these authors, these scholastic authors, where many people cite and use their information and source, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Grammarly said that this paragraph is off.
Like a motherfucker. Like, bruh, they were taking Hunwick, like John Hunwick, right? You know who he is, right? Like, people respect Hunwick's work.
That's the man.
And man, they respect his work. So I'm sitting over here in Grammarly over here checking this nigga. That's how you know he a historian. You know what I mean? Because he ain't into this other field, right?
Right. He ain't no serious right. He just got the information.
Right.
Yeah, so
And
yeah,
so
there ain't no damn novelist.
nah, man, come on, man. American Dream, I'm sorry, bro. I apologize. What you want me to do? You want me to answer your question? What did you ask? I forgot.
Nigga bought 2 copies of Garfield book over here talking about Sean book, and he ain't got 1 copy. Crazy, bro. Go to Same Tree Different Brands, man. SameTreeDifferentBrands.com. Go ahead and pick you up a book. Scrutinize it. Tear that
You fuck
motherfucker up.
You fuck around and like it.
Yep. He ain't gonna let us know now.
Like that shit was some bullshit.
Right, yeah, he is not gonna let us know, yo. He is not gonna know.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think he asked about when you was talking about the slave trade. He was asking, well, when did the Africans participate? He was saying because we know they did. You know what I mean? So when did they participate? That's kind of paraphrasing what he was trying to ask.
Yeah. Well, when they actually participated, once the economy shifted and the demand for bodies transpired. So once they had a need for bodies and they start rejecting certain resources, and they was like, well, man, we're gonna need some people from you to do some, I'm just, paraphrasing, but we're gonna need some people from you in order to do some stuff that we're trying to get going. It was like, well, I don't know if I can give you, I don't have anyone that can actually do this, but I can send these people with you that can help you, that can pay off a debt or do whatever work you need done. And then boom, that happened. Boom, now you orchestrated something. So, hey, I'm gonna need about 100 more of those people. These are war captives. So to the people that they're getting them from, they ain't seeing it like that. They're just seeing it as, all right, you owe me, we captured you in war, we just gonna send your ass off. But what's more specific is when we get into the 19th century and we go among the Talassi. And let me be specific. I wanna say this real slowly because I did this in a presentation on the Masi. When we go to the Talassi, this uncle sold his nephew to his neighbor because he couldn't feed the rest of the family. So the uncle made a business decision for the better sake of the rest of the family. He needed a goat and some other things that he got from the neighbor, right? So that they can provide food, milk, and all of that stuff for the rest of the family. So he gave him up, gave up the nephew. The dude worked his riches back, bounced back off of what he got off dude, went back to go get his damn nephew. His damn nephew got sold into the slave trade.
Dang.
Now the man, now think about that. Initially, this dude was just, doing business the way they normally did business, this 19th century. Now the source on that is Rattray, right? The source on that is Rattray. And if anybody familiar with Rattray, he shows up in a lot of West African information. Now, this dude literally goes back to pay his debt off to the dude, but the dude that sold the nephew. Just think about that, yo. Like, what
that
the
was a fuck ass nigga. He should have definitely he should have stabbed them up right there on the spot.
Where the hell my nephew at? Oh man, sorry, I sold him. What? I got your money right here, man. I apologize. Right. You took too long paying me back. Dang. But that ain't just one instance. Imagine how many times that actually happens. Throughout that whole thing, yo. You get stupid incidences like that happening all the time. My point is that people illegitimately and irresponsibly were involved in something that they didn't know the magnitude of it, because we have to admit, and I don't think that people want to admit this because of the romanticism But a lot of our people in West Africa, in those countries, were stupid. They were stupid.
I ain't gonna let you do that one, John.
Man, listen.
It's stupid people everywhere, bro.
No, we ain't gonna do that.
But listen to me. Hold on, Chef. Listen to me. Let me rephrase it. We're ignorant. Let me not say stupid. Let me say ignorant, because they just didn't know who they were dealing with. From the first Portuguese mofo, we didn't know who we was dealing with, bro. We didn't know their mindset. We didn't know who they were, what they was got going on, and none of that. But when the Arab came, we were more resistant to the Arab than we was with the European in instances earlier on. Because remember, just like we kept the European in the Atlantic and they had to come on the shore to do trade. But we let the damn Arab come live in outside villages away from everybody else and set up fucking shop.
They had their own part of town in Timbuktu.
That's what I'm saying. So we were more reluctant with the Arab. Now we try to keep the white boy at the bay. And then the white boy come in a little bit. We'd be like, oh, okay, nobody ever seen the white dude before. Okay, so now everybody googly eyed about this white dude. You know what I'm saying? And there's still people on the continent today that still ain't never seen a white person. We just don't, you know what I mean? We don't hear about it, anything like that, but there's places in Africa that they haven't been to yet. That sometimes it's the first time them people seeing them. Like you seen YouTube videos where these filmers come in and they're filming something and these people touching these white people's face in amazement. And it's crazy, but it happens. But we just don't know our enemy. We didn't know our enemy. We befriended everybody. And that lowering the guard got you manipulated. Except for the people who just didn't want to deal with the white man at all anyway.
Yeah, them Europeans came in more passive aggressive.
Yep, they came in and they had Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
not
but
that
it wasn't on no get down or lay down type shit initially. Like they kind of swindled their way in there.
Yeah, and when the people that you're dealing with like your little trinkets and the shit that you got more than they do human beings, then you creating a situation, you know what I mean? Like they have a whole old records of how much they were selling their goods for, right? These Africans, and when you look at old pictures, right? They used to take pictures with the goods and stuff that they used to get from the Europeans, like those little kings and stuff, right? So you always see the picture, they have a gun, right? They be sitting on a stool, they have a gun, a hat, and a goddamn umbrella. Now they priced the umbrellas that they were selling in some places. They were selling those umbrellas, right, to protect you from the sun. Europeans was producing them and selling them to Africans. 40 slaves for one umbrella. That's crazy.
Yep.
That is crazy when you see stuff like that. Like, so calling them stupid, I don't know, you might just be a wild nigga, and we still got wild niggas around. like we still got wild niggas. If you sell a person, who next? Come on. If you sell a person for goddamn, you sell 40 people for one motherfucking umbrella, and it ain't raining, you fucking crazy. You don't give a shit about people. So, I mean, that's how I look at it for the most part. I don't think them Africans really cared about the people that they were selling. You know what I mean? Especially when you look at the contraptions that they was creating to move those people across, when they show the damn, the shackles and the chains, right? They ain't care shit about them people, man. like at all.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me see.
Oh. I just
ran up a flight of steps. All right, here we go. All right, we got who in the chat? Let's see.
I'm
putting the link back in the chat.
I'm putting the link
back in the chat. Oh, where you at?
Let me see.
Gathering all his motherfucking Omo Valley sources so he can hit your ass with it.
You already know he coming with 350,000 years ago. You already know.
Boy, gonna take it back to Homo erectus, Homo heidelbergensis.
Hell yeah. Hey, Sean, what happened with the dude on Joe Rogan? What's his name? Gupta?
Sanjay Gupta?
Yeah. Joe Rogan, everybody saying Joe Rogan whooped his ass on the show about the information.
Nah, I don't watch Joe Rogan, but I wouldn't agree with Joe Rogan by any stretch, form, or the fashion, because Joe Rogan is the same person who's hey, spray him up,
taking ivermectin and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? When he did that, that was over for me. You took ivermectin. So how you gonna wipe up anybody? You took damn horse wormer. Yeah. Like literally, nigga, you just sit here and took some horse dewormer, and then go sit here with a doctor, an infectious disease doctor, and tell that man that he don't know what he's talking about.
Joe crazy.
Yeah, so to the layman, they might think that that's, you know what I'm saying, that's what actually transpired. But nah. But Gupta, he ain't no debater though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were saying he was on there being buddy. They said he was on there being buddy with Joe Rogan.
Exactly.
Joe Rogan was said Joe Rogan was in his butt.
Yeah.
They said Joe Rogan was in his butt. So I don't know. I ain't watched it yet, but everybody been talking. I was looking at the dude Kwame Brown, and he was on there talking about Joe Rogan that destroyed the dude Gupta.
He gonna say that though. He's pseudo himself.
He's pseudo as hell.
Mm-hmm.
He's pseudo as hell. My man Kwame done lost it. His first couple shows was good when he was talking about Stephen A. and them. Now
you gotta keep it on the basketball, man. Keep that shit on the basketball, bro.
He talking about he
ain't African and all that shit. That shit was quick. I had a couple episodes.
Wasn't African.
Yeah.
He said he wasn't African, but then he turned around and said he was Geechee. Almost fell out the bed. I said, boy, you about stupid.
Shit don't make no goddamn sense.
He said, I'm Geechee. I said, boy, you stupid. You is stupid. Oh, my man Vance coming in. Whew. Vance, what's up?
What's good with it? What's good with it? I'm just not getting off. I'll be right on here. What y'all talking about?
We trying to see if you ordered that new MacBook yet.
Shit, nah, hell nah. Not yet.
They only want 3,500.
Shit.
They only want 3,500.
I gotta save up for 12 months to get that motherfucker, yo.
Yeah, they tripping.
Yeah, of course. Of
They
course.
tripping when they put those prices up. I said, "Jeez,
Yeah, I ain't no pro. I'm a
Teach."
motherfucking. I'm just a regular. I don't need that 3,500. Damn, y'all with it's 6 people on here. It's mighty quiet.
Yeah, we've been going for a minute.
Yeah, I know. Y'all was on this motherfucker at 3 something. Everybody done shut it down. Y'all done warm out. You need to get Unc in here. Start a fight up in this bitch.
See, yeah, I'm scared to come on. He know what's up.
Hey, we live?
Yeah, we live.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Damn.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
no, we beat him up early this morning about the shit.
Facts.
Which I'll be Unc up on.
Him being suited, he tried to bait us into a debate about what the hell did he say, man? The prison industrial complex and slave. We like,
Right,
oh,
right.
we was talking about West African slavery. How you gonna get us to talk about the prison? I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, I'm lost. He wanted us to talk about the prison industrial system complex or some shit. Africans didn't have a prison industrial system or some shit. He was saying. He lost me. He lost me. Uncle pick an argument. Wherever he thinks he can win at, he gonna take you to his. He gonna drag you to his fighting ground because he just want to win.
Yeah.
He don't care how he get it. That boy don't care how he get it, boy. Like I said, conversation ain't going his way. He gonna take you back to 350,000 years. Like, boy. Oh, click that link. I know you're in the chat.
He don't want no smoke.
He ain't got no job. Oh, you know you ain't got no job.
Hey, so check this out.
Go ahead, John.
John King, CNN analyst, right? He reveals that he's immunocompromised. He says live on the air, I am thankful for my colleagues. I'm grateful for my colleagues who got vaccinated because I'm immunocompromised. He wouldn't be able to work in the environment where he works at if the people around him wasn't vaccinated.
Well, let me ask you this though, Sean.
Go ahead.
I think you and Cedric was having a conversation, and y'all was saying that even if you vaccinated, you still can spread the viruses. So, what do we mean? Go ahead.
I figured Cedric kind of confused it.
Okay.
What we're saying is immunocompromised people have trouble gaining immunity. No matter what, they struggle with the immune problem. They may have you know, some people might have it for a month, some people might have it for 2 months. But because they have other diseases and they're, you know, seeking treatment for those diseases like chemotherapy and so forth, it ruins it for them. And hold on, let me get this. And therefore, immunocompromised people are a problem. So when I put that quote in there from Dr. Jetlina, exposing the fact
Colin Powell.
Yeah, about Colin Powell, exposing the fact that it's 5.5 million Americans, even children are included in this, that are immunocompromised. And they need us to be vaccinated in order for them to gain some type of a protection, because it creates a shield around them. That's why Cedric was like, why Colin Powell wasn't in a bubble. He's a public figure. He's still trying to go in these certain places, but he doesn't know the severity of myeloma like that, because he's thinking that he'll have some type of protection, right? Rather that he's struggling to gain immunity. But I also think that he knew that he knew all he had to be around was the wrong crowd, and he would be susceptible of something because he wasn't afraid. Even on his deathbed, he was like, "Don't feel sorry for me. What are y'all feeling sorry for me for?" On his deathbed. So he, you know, inside, man, he knew, and I think that was an indicator that, you know, ultimately he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape something like this. Everything else he could succumb to, but this novel virus would be something that would literally take him out. And that probably was conversations that he's had with his doctors before.
Right.
But he's not the only one to think like that, though. There's other people who think exactly like that are immunocompromised, like any slip of the crack and I'm out of here. That's why when I put that post up on Facebook, I said, just like the brother just like the father of the son, his son wasn't vaccinated. The father was fully vaccinated and just got his third shot. The problem is he's immunocompromised. His son was infected with COVID, with SARS-CoV-2, and he developed the disease COVID-19. And he infected his father, took himself out and his father out.
Dang.
I don't even know what you're asking.
That's fucking crazy. And you said the other son found out that him and his brother died. And
yes.
Because the dang. That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And found out that the son actually gave it to the father.
Yep. That was the reason for his father's death. So, and guess what? That dude was vaccinated. So how would you feel, Sheffrin? You, your brother, and your father, and your mother. Three of y'all vaccinated, but your brother not. But your brother come in and take himself out and your father out. How would you feel? What is your mental makeup at that point?
I want to kill that dumb motherfucker. Even though
you want to revive him and kill him again.
I don't want to kill that motherfucker, man. I fuck around when he go to his funeral.
Man.
I fuck around and skip his funeral, yo.
It's crazy, yo.
Man, I'd be mad because I know they had the conversation with him.
Right.
Just like we had a conversation with our family members, and they just being hard-headed for no good reason.
Yep.
You feel me? So, like, if you being hard-headed and you end up killing one of our elderly in our family, we fuck around hurt you, yo. We fuck around hurt you, man.
Facts.
You know what I mean? And that's what Kyrie don't realize. Like, yo, ain't nobody trying to get their whole billion-dollar industry shut down because you don't want to take the vaccine. You feel me?
Yeah, so look, I look at it this way too. Like, what if there's underlying conditions of people in the facility and people in these different arenas, and he just so happens to contract COVID, right? Mm-hmm. He just so happens to contract it. He has now brought in an infectious disease into a crowd of people who could potentially die. And if you're a millionaire, just think about all these millionaires, and I'm gonna give you a good example after this, but all these millionaires who are trying to keep themselves alive and they're spending all their money on treatment to keep them from dying, where you having bone marrow transplants, blood infusion work done,
Yep.
and all of that stuff. And you got the money to do that, and the average person doesn't, and it's keeping you alive because you're making millions of dollars and you're able to sustain that treatment. I worked for a dude like that. His name was Bill Tanner. He owned 76% of the land and the interstate signs that said Lamar on it, Lamar Industries on it, in the southeastern part of the country. He was well off. He's from Memphis, and he owned three Kias. He owned 3 Tanner Kias. That was the name of his Kia dealerships. This dude was making money, bro, but he would come to Nashville for treatment every Wednesday. He would be here and they would do the blood transfusion and all of that stuff for him. And it was like crazy for me. And he was literally keeping himself alive. He looked pale as hell, but he was keeping himself alive, yo. Evil dude too.
Man,
But
I heard about that infusion. I didn't know that was really being done at this time. They take a younger person's blood and run it through an older person, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they pay for that
Damn.
stuff. But it's something,
Damn.
it's a disease like this that'll come and say, I don't care nothing about that infusion, bro. You infected, you out of here. Next.
Right. Of course.
And it's stuff like that people are trying to prevent. Like, think about it. An epidemiologist tells you that we could have prevented some of these deaths because they're tracking the virus, they know how the virus acts, and they're multidisciplinary in their actions. They're telling you this was preventable. We could have saved him had our vaccination rates been X, Y, and Z. Had we been able to create a viable force field around the immunocompromised, we don't lose the immunocompromised. Something else, they would have to succumb to something else in order to transition. But think about a 7-year-old kid who can't get vaccinated right now, that's highly susceptible to being taken out at any time, or a 5-year-old kid, or even a 2-year-old kid. They're very young in age, these immunocompromised children. And imagine if that was your kid. You being, and your kid having protection is viable. You being in that position, this is your kid. To hell with, this kid actually exists. I'm telling everybody listening to me, if this was your kid, are you going to get vaccinated or not to protect your kid? A 2-year-old who knows no better but can't get any protection against a novel virus, even if vaccinated. Are you going to protect your child, or you're going to say, it's my choice not to get vaccinated, and you kill your kid? Can you live with yourself? No, I ain't trying to fearmonger. Nope. I'm just telling
That's
you
a
the
good point.
damn truth.
That's the reality, though.
That's a great point, yo.
Are
Who
you willing
thinks
to
about
play
that?
that damn game with your child's life? The whole my choice game. You gonna play that game with your child?
You know
How
what?
many of y'all gonna play that game though?
You know what, Sean? That's what made me get vaccinated. I could have played that choice with my mom. I could have played that game with my mom.
Me too, Sabio. It's
That's
same
dope.
shit.
That's dope.
Same
That's
shit
a
I
good
said.
choice, yo.
I ain't even get the shit for me and mine. I ain't even get the shit for me and mine first. I got the shit for when I go back to Tennessee and I want to visit mom. I want to visit my sisters, my niece, and my nephew. I don't want to get nobody sick. I can't live with that shit on my conscience.
Fuck
I
no.
hate seeing my mom sick. My mom got all types of ailments. She's 65 years old. She got rheumatoid arthritis, heart problems. She can't get vaccinated, so I got vaccinated for her.
Ain't nowhere in the world, Savior, yo. You can keep going on for years with the Spade and Mike syndrome, yo.
Yeah, you faded out.
There's no way possible. There's no way possible.
I said I got faded for her. I got vaccinated for her.
We can't hear you, yo. You got the Spade and Mike syndrome.
Yeah, it's like when you try to talk, it's like it restricts your voice. The shit
Is
crazy,
that
like
better?
when you get louder, like bar, like lower. Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. All I said was she's 65 years old, and I had to get vaccinated for her. She got rheumatoid arthritis, heart problems, so much shit. She on so many different medications. She couldn't get vaccinated. She already tried. They told her no, she's too old. She's too at risk. So I had to go do it for her. That was my reason to get vaccinated.
Damn.
Can't hear that nigga. Everybody put up
We
$5.
we got the point. We got the point.
Damn. Y'all still didn't hear me?
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
it's like when you
Jesus.
talk.
That was Jesus.
If
Because
you
you
got
said
two
they weren't
sentences,
Catholics.
you only gonna get 5 words out.
Yeah, we figured it out. You don't worry about it. We pretty much
Said,
figured
what?
it out.
Them niggas said them niggas ain't my people.
Hold on, what's wrong with this mic?
Don't worry about it, yo. We figured it out. We guessed through it. You got it.
What's good, huh?
Y'all get on the Yeti.
Shit, I got it. Because my black ass want to be protected. You got to look out for yourself first. Shit, if I'm gone, motherfucker, who the fuck gonna take care of the family? I got it for my goddamn self first. Fuck all that. Common sense, yo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you hear what Sean was talking about earlier about the age ranges from people who are immunocompromised from the older to the younger, and how many people are really considering them amongst the population, and they can't get any protection because they were off of how they were born, and we have the ability to choose to help give them a chance to not be affected by this virus in any lethal way, and we play the "it's my choice" game. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like we're not looking at it in a as broad as we need to. A lot of us.
Yeah, motherfuckers ain't looking at it. They trying to overthrow immunology and virology on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
God gonna do it.
You're right. Right.
And it's outright selfish. Because them people know goddamn well they don't even understand the immune system. They don't understand what a fucking virus is, right? But yet they stick their chest out. That's some bullshit. Them niggas know damn well I don't know what the hell they talking about. So I'm not even engaging in a conversation with an anti-vaxxer. So the only way I'm gonna talk to you is if you come with a motherfucking solution. So we can talk about the damn solution. I'm not all that other shit, the whole Colin Powell shit. I don't want to hear about that. Don't talk to me about Colin Powell because you don't understand. And I know you don't understand because 1 minute you crying about motherfuckers get 3 shots. To the next minute you talking about, look, Colin Powell was vaccinated and he died. Shut the hell up. Like it's too much shit in between for me to try to explain to you why he needs to get 3 shots. You're not even going to understand that. So I want to hear your solution for people like Colin Powell. The solution for the 700,000 people that died. What is it that you got that will stop them from dying from coronavirus? That's what I want to talk about. Simple as that. Simple. The rest of that shit, shut the fuck up. Not talking to you about that. Not unless you done read the book that Sean produced, what coronavirus taught me. If you read that book, then we can have a discussion. Yo, I ain't doing all that. Mike, I know you fucking listening, Mike. You gonna get your chance at the big leagues, bro. Just come on with that motherfucking solution that you got for your family, your wife, and your kids. Have that ready, bro. Have that shit tight with sources.
Who's Mike?
Huh? Mike. Crazy Mike.
Crazy Mike. And he's crazy like that super glue. All the way. Mike. Yeah, we done had him on here, me and my uncle. Had him on there.
The carpenter.
You remember Mike? Yeah, you remember Mike with the suit, always had his suit and shit on.
Yeah, the carpenter, the one who said he ran for office or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's my man. Yeah,
he a flat earth. He a flat earth.
Yeah, he a flat earther. Yeah.
Flat earther, yo. Here, all kind of whatever the hell. Anything that don't make no sense, that's where he at. I'm gonna try to get him on Jones here package right now. He talking shit. Yeah, he got the
yeah.
He got Alex Jones beat.
Oh man,
He's definitely
I
the black
remember.
Alex Jones.
My man
5.0.
Mike, you.
crazy Mike.
That's my
Crazy
man.
Chevron like this type of cats. He like to stir the pot.
Mike gonna stir the pot. Mike can't understand how we could take a shot that was made so fast. Mike can't understand how Israel got 90% of the population vaccinated, but got a higher breakthrough infection rate. What the hell is going on? There's a simple answer to that. I swear it is. Go ahead, what's going to say?
Hey, did y'all see that Cam Newton vaccination video? It was bananas. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
I don't even like how
was.
he looked, what he had on. I couldn't even put on a video. He might as well give himself patches like Kanye.
Now we gotta play that. We gotta play that. We got to play that shit. I ain't telling y'all. We just got to watch it. Basically, we got to watch it. He was just saying, he didn't really understand why we had to get it, but he got it because he felt like he had to, basically. And he was saying how they put they put a little bit of the virus in you and this, that. And he was trying to break it down. mRNA vaccines don't use the virus, dog. Like, it was crazy. He's rattling this shit off. Yeah, yo, I'm like, Cam, you missed the whole point. So you got the vaccine just to denounce it, basically. Just to be like, listen, I got it, but I ain't want to get it, basically. And they keep doing that shit. Cam, and I don't even understand. This man that had 50 surgeries. He's always on the operating table. Ain't no telling what the hell they shooting in.
His broke up ass.
Yeah, yo. He been injured for 4 years. He done had surgeries for 4 years. He done got all kind of sedatives to put him to sleep, to get him back to 100% health and all this. But the vaccine is you hesitant, dog? Like, you're crazy. You're crazy. I doubt it get picked up.
Cam's still talking about Neesmith. Cam's still talking about Neesmith when they used to put the whole back.
Yeah, yo.
The pus on you. He trying to explain
that. Yeah, man, I'm sitting here like, Cam, stop. You don't even need to speak on the vaccine. You should just said, I got it. And that was it. I'm on the market to play. That's it. You shouldn't have went on giving your explanation about what's going on, because you can clearly tell he was winging it. I was like, man, this is crazy, boy. This is crazy.
You know what, yo? We underestimate a nigga with 100 million, yo. Like, I'm thinking if you had 100 million, yo, you could just go say, yo, I'm gonna go to Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, I'm gonna get somebody on the motherfucking line.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit down for a day at Johns Hopkins or Harvard or Yale or Morgan State University, whoever got a biology and a virology and an immunology department, and I'm gonna talk to those professors. I'm just, you know what I mean? I could work in the field. Yo, can I get a meet with Fauci?
Right.
Talk to you. Right. 100 million, yo, you can talk to him. Look, yo, check this out, man. I'm just trying to figure this out. Yeah.
Right.
And then go talk to one of the crazy motherfuckers while you at it and see how they living. And it's easy. You're going to say, oh, these niggas, dang.
Yeah.
Go see what an electron microscope looks like, yo. Like, they take you in there, yo, with that kind of bread. You got access that don't nobody else got. So it's crazy for people like Nick Cannon and them niggas to just be this fucking ignorant, yo.
Yeah, it is.
I want to know how much. I want to know how much sea moss you got to eat.
Right.
I want to know that too. To keep you protected. I want to know, like, how many pounds of that. You gotta weigh it out.
Gotta be half your body weight.
You gotta have your body
Sean,
weight.
how many pounds of that shit, Sean? Gotta eat half your body weight. So if you weigh 180, you gotta eat about 100 and you gotta eat about 90 pounds.
Yeah, yo, that shit crazy. You gotta get that motherfucking bulk. You gotta buy it in bulk, yo.
See, they won't tell you how much you gonna have to eat to protect yourself.
Said you gotta buy it in bulk, nigga. You gotta buy a couple pounds from Sean.
Sean, if you selling too much though, how many licks does it take to get to the middle, nigga? How much do they need?
Oh shit.
The amount of elderberries you gonna have, that's gonna take. That's gonna.
Do I gotta
That's
crush
gonna
them and
protect
snort it?
you.
Do I gotta go intravenously? Like, what the fuck I gotta do?
You can do it both ways. You can actually. They say the best way to do it is to do it through the IV.
Oh, okay. Niggas
Yeah,
gotta get IV.
it gets there fast.
Talking with
It gets
Joe.
to your immune system faster.
He
Right.
fucking with Joe.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
Joe
he got
Rogan.
that.
Joe got 100 million. He can fly nigga in with the motherfucking with the package, Joe. Niggas like us, yo, we sitting around, yo, gotta crush that shit up and put in some water. Like, get out
Yeah,
of
we
here,
gotta eat it.
Joe.
We gotta eat it. We gotta eat our
Joe.
elderberries.
Yeah, that nigga say, yeah.
Coronavirus.
They sent me this, they sent me that, and they put the interveners. I was like, damn, Joe, we don't got that, Joe. Who the hell did you call, Joe?
Right.
The coronavirus, nigga.
Oh,
I'm in
man.
tears, man. This is crazy.
Joe
So
had a-
what
I got
y'all
the
think
coronavirus.
You said what? Yeah, you just yelling, yo. Who the fuck is that just yelling like you ain't got no damn sense, yo? You yelling, yo.
Killer, what's up, nigga? This Kenny. What's up, nigga? This Kenny.
Oh, Kenya, you crazy as shit. Kenya is crazy, yo. You know what? Kenya is my man, right?
Yeah.
All jokes aside. But for the life of Kenya, he can't get this one right. So Kenya, I'ma shut up, right? And I'm gonna let you explain why we shouldn't get the vaccine. No, know what, Kenya? No. You know what I'm gonna do for you? If we don't use a vaccine, yo, what you think we should use? Just kidding. I'm just based off your common sense. What would you suggest? Because we can't run around this bitch naked, yo. We done seen niggas get blasted. We want to know what do you think a good change of pace item should we use to protect us against that, yo? If it's
Vitamin
just a
C and
mask,
vitamin D. Vitamin C and vitamin D.
Oh, what? Sunlight?
Hold on, let us go ahead. What about the vitamin C and vitamin D? What you?
Hey,
how
look,
you think that's gonna help?
look at here. Look at here. In my
go ahead.
immediate family, look at here. In my immediate family, okay, I'll let y'all finish.
No, go ahead, brother.
In my immediate family, and my friends, and my coworkers, nobody has got sick from that shit. Nobody has died from that shit. None of that.
Okay.
So I don't know what you niggas gonna goddamn do. I know
I say you lying. I say you lying.
I know one thing.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Shut the fuck up,
No,
nigga.
man,
Shut
let
the
him
fuck
talk.
up, nigga. These
Oh,
niggas don't
yo,
fuck tell these
man.
niggas shut the fuck up. These niggas don't know me,
Hey,
bro.
Kenya,
Tell these
hold
niggas
on.
to shut up, huh?
All right, but hold on. I can't
Tell
tell
these
him to
niggas
shut
to
up when
shut
you
up.
tell him
You
to shut
got
the
these
fuck up.
beta ass niggas in, bro. Tell these
Man,
niggas to
Man,
shut
yo,
up.
you gone, yo. You
Whoa,
gone. You
yo,
gone.
get the fuck out of here, dude.
No.
Yeah, you
No.
gone.
Nigga, fuck you,
Get the
nigga.
fuck
him
out
Fuck
of
your
here,
mama,
dude.
hoe ass nigga.
Hey,
Oh,
Ken,
Bitch
man.
ass nigga. Who is this
Man,
bitch
Tell me,
nigga
tell
I
me
know
talking?
who
you.
you are, bro.
Who is
I know
this
who
nigga
you
talking?
are.
Who
I know
are
who
you?
you are, Ken. So
Who
for
is
you to
this
sit here
nigga
and
yourself,
talking,
say
brother.
huh?
don't nobody know who you
Dismiss
are, I know
yourself
who you are,
talking.
Ken.
You ain't even.
Nigga,
Go ahead,
dismiss
Sean.
your mama. Dismiss your
Whoa,
mama,
whoa,
bitch.
whoa,
Fuck
whoa,
you,
Kenya.
nigga.
Oh man, how
You
we
out
get
of here,
Kenya out
dog.
of here?
Hey,
We gotta
nigga,
get
check
out of
your
here.
Yeah,
goddamn
chef,
people,
chef.
nigga. I'm
You
talking,
gotta
Man,
nigga.
get.
Check
You
your
gotta get
goddamn
this
people.
wild
Man, ain't
ass nigga
nobody
out of
talking
here.
about nobody mother Kenya. God damn, yo.
Why he
He
still
gone.
here
He
though?
gone.
Why you
No, he
young black
gone.
He
men
gone.
need
He
father
gone. He
figures?
gone. We had a
I kicked him
retard on
out.
for a second.
Yeah, I'm cutting
If
heads
they
for
don't
him. I
have
had to
father
put down.
figures, they act like the mama.
Yeah,
Oh,
He need a
man.
father figure, yo. He said that his
He
friends, his
need a
family.
boyfriend.
Yeah. He got
He
issues.
sound like he need a young man to calm him
Yeah.
down.
Damn,
He gotta get
chef.
his. He gotta get his mind
So yeah,
right.
man.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say this.
He's sexually
Excuse Kenya.
frustrated.
I'm gonna say excuse. I'm saying Kenya, my man, yo, he always fight for us all the time. But this issue right here, yo, he just on the wrong side. So I wanted to hear him. I wanted him to get it all the way out with no interruptions. Let him get it out, right? Then he just went to the wrong place. So when y'all calling, man, y'all can't be talking about people. Come on, yo. That shit's wrong,
Crazy.
yo. Yeah, but y'all let these people, let them talk, yo. Let them get it all out. Like Chef
Hey,
say, yo,
no,
let them get it out. So he
hey,
got us at the vitamin C and vitamin D, right? Hey, Sean, what's
but
Sean
no,
on here, right?
yeah, Sean on here.
Hey,
Nobody even
Sean,
cut him
what?
off
Vitamin
though.
C and D.
Who was talking?
No,
Somebody, Sean dove in there, though, didn't he?
yeah,
Yeah, Sean
he
was
said
trying to
two
school him.
words.
Right, Sean. Yeah, Sean. See, you shouldn't have dove in there, Sean. No, don't dive in, Sean. Sean, so go to your book. Where in your book talks about vitamin C and vitamin D, yo?
Where in my book?
Which, do you got anything that talks about the inability of that
Yeah,
shit
I
to
mentioned
work?
the vitamin C,
Where?
D, and all of that, and zinc in the pseudo chapter.
Which? Okay, that's in the pseudo. Can you pull it up real quick?
Nope. I'm
You
working.
don't got it. Okay, who got the book? I ain't got the
They gonna
book.
tell
Who
me I
got the
ain't
book?
got it.
He
I'm
ain't
Huh?
send
working
me.
right now. What do you want to know about vitamin D, vitamin C, and zinc?
We want to hear from you. Want to hear from the damn book, my nigga. We want to hear the book. Yeah, we
I
want to
can
I'm
hear.
get
telling you
vitamin
right now,
C.
refers to the
So you
studies
get.
that all said it failed. So what's the point?
All right, yeah. All right, what chap? No, come on, man. We're
Savio
using the
got the
book as
book.
a guide.
Savio about to get it.
Chapter 5.
Yeah,
Nah, I ain't
it's in
got it
chapter
yet.
5.
I haven't got it yet.
Yeah, we're gonna
I
take
mean,
forever,
my bad.
Savior.
Chapter 6. You
All
open
right,
up
chapter 6.
you open the chapter up, and then you have to go back to the claims. Now, a lot of y'all on Facebook, they've been making claims. You're gonna see your claims in the book. Some of y'all regurgitating claims. You're gonna find the root of your claims in the book. And you're gonna find those studies that refer to certain things because it needed to be drawn out for some people who couldn't understand that. So in the book, we deal with the clinical trials regarding vitamin D3, vitamin C, and zinc. Because we had people say they loaded up with those three things and some other stuff, and that they actually helped them treat their illnesses. And the scientific data regarding that does not yield that type of a conclusion. So how could you conclude that stuff worked when the data says that it did not work in clinical studies? Double-blind, placebo clinical studies. Why am I saying that? Because those are the ones that we need right there. Because people don't know if something works or not. So on page 146 of the book, 145, 146 of the book, that's where you're dealing with vitamin C and all of that. Really, you go back a little bit further than that, and you go back to 140. Damn, my bad. I'm gonna give you all of it. So you go to, I think we're dealing with McCullough in the book, and we go past autism, and then we get to 140. Understanding measles, skip that. Revisiting the impact of vitamin D. That's on page 143. And we deal with it right there. And behind vitamin D, of course, vitamin C. And behind vitamin C, you get zinc. Or you can go directly to 146, where I say, published in JAMA Network, a study of zinc, vitamin D, and vitamin C provided testing results. But the root of that issue comes from McCullough, which is a nut job. And it talks about that, and it even talk about hydroxychloroquine shows up. All of that, like all of that stuff shows up on your boy McCullough, and so forth. But that's how we rocking with that. So ain't no stone unturned. You want me to read it?
Cass done fell out. He done fell out here, Sean. You
Fell
know.
out. Yeah, he out of there.
Kent, what's goody?
What up? What up? Ain't nothing, man. I heard y'all getting crazy in here, man. What's going on?
Yeah, we had some dumbass on here. We had to get him up out of here real quick.
Man,
Yeah,
happens.
but yo, Kenya been around Unc for a while, yo, and rub elbows with like people. So, you know, like earlier on when Unc used to go live and stuff like that, Kenya used to be a part of that and some other stuff that they always in. So when he came on and he started all that, you don't know me and blah 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 blah. I guess he didn't know who he was talking to, because I remember being on panels and all kind of things with him 5 years ago, and even a part of discussions that he had. So I knew exactly who he was.
Damn. Yeah, but you cut him off though, Sean. Let that man.
So what?
Come on, yo.
He lying.
So what, yo?
He
came
with the wild.
He's
lying.
Oh, listen with him. I agree that he came with the extraordinarily slick mouth shit, which was unnecessary.
Yeah.
He knows nobody who's called. He knows.
Let me finish.
Nobody
Sean,
who's called COVID.
Sean, listen, but you let the nigga finish, yo. I'm famous for doing it. I'm trying to get better at it. Yo, worse than me triple time, Sean. That's what chefs say. Let them cook themselves up. Don't nobody want to come in this motherfucker, yo, if you don't let them talk. No, I'm not listening.
We losing 1,500 people a day. We finna listen to another motherfucker come on here with the same lie.
Yes, we was to sell your book. You damn right. And go to the chapter and the verse like they do with the Bible. Read. You goddamn right, Sean. Damn right, nigga. We selling books with real, legitimate information. Kenya will be one of the niggas you buy your book. Go defeat the fucking book is the point. Don't talk me to death. I'm expecting niggas to come up with some shit that's going to defeat the conversation. Shit. Nigga, we have vitamin D right now. What the fuck? That's what we at. Zinc and vitamin D. So you finished reading that, right? Because I fell off. I got knocked off.
Nah, he didn't read it. He was just explaining that he asked you, did you want him to read it? And when you was nowhere to be found. Huh?
Yeah, I want you to go because I can't. I felt because fucking Kenya called me mad at me. Kenya, you can't have the smart mouth, my nigga.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And no nigga should cut him off.
Right,
come on,
correct.
Sean. You know how Sean do. He come in, cut niggas off. Nah,
don't even
Sean.
matter if you get cut off though. Ain't why people got to be bitches, hoes, and your mama.
Yeah.
When you call him a liar, that was a trigger for him, and it might be something
right, yo,
emotional.
right. A real nigga gonna cuss you off when you do that. I know.
Nah, he been called a liar more than that.
Man, yo, that's how Kenya get down though, yo. All the time. My favorite person to have with me when we cussing niggas out. It's my favorite person to have with me.
I done been around him and on the panel with Kenya.
Right, you know, Kenya just
chat.
Right, Kenya know you. Y'all just ain't realize y'all knew each other. Y'all don't be cussing each other.
No, I knew who he was. I knew who he was. He didn't recognize who I was.
Right, that's Kenya, right? Because you dove out of nowhere like you dive out of nowhere, kicking a nigga through the wall and shit.
Oh, dude, trying to hear nobody talk about they don't know nobody who died from COVID or had caught COVID. Come on,
yeah, that's
it's
nuts.
Possible right now.
I mean, even if he didn't know, that's still not speaking for the entire world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, you can not know somebody that had it personally or around him or whatever, but like he don't know everybody, so that don't even make sense still.
And, he will get his opportunity. This is what we all know on this panel. You might not know a nigga today, but tomorrow is coming, my nigga. Just make sure
where the hell could you live at to not know nobody who died or contracted COVID?
Right.
Like
you got your man, you got Wishman comment, right? He keeps saying from California. How long we arguing with him about?
Sonny.
Remember that, yo, Sonny. Sonny don't know nobody. Sonny know you talking now.
Sonny, come on here, yo. What's son? I know you listening.
Yep. Sonny will tell you, yo.
Yeah,
now he only know
Sonny.
2 people now. Now Sonny know 2 people.
Niggas live in Atlantis.
Right. In a remote.
Yeah.
No humans ever go there.
Nobody.
Sonny don't know nobody, yo. And he got the source from the CDC. And he got the source from the CDC. I say, Sonny, yo, you not. And then you know, Wishman always fuck it up. Black Socrates will fuck it up. He'll fuck it. Let him talk. Man, he don't got it.
Oh, yeah. You see, yo.
Trying to tell you, Black Socrates. Nah, let him talk. Nah, let him get it out. Come on, man. Sonny fucked it. So this for everybody listening, whenever somebody try to use the CDC on you, you let them know that they have reading comprehension problem. And anything from the CDC supports your stance on vaccines. So whenever they use that, they did the wrong, they wrong as a motherfucker, and it's crazy. You're just wrong, my nigga. You don't know what the hell you talking about.
I was gonna ask you a question in the panel. What do y'all think athletes mean when they say they need to do more research and they need more time? What does that mean? Because it's confusing to me.
They bullshit it and they not trying to get the vaccine.
Yeah, that's exactly what they mean.
Because it's like at this point, how many people done got the vaccine? How many doctors and y'all have regular physicians y'all can go talk to? Like all the information is there. Why not? Why is it? I need 3 years to see what happens to everybody. Like it's crazy.
Right, and
the nigga signing $100 million check, yo. This nigga is not gonna get niggas. He paying hundreds of millions of dollars to fucked up so they can't at least get that money back to him, my nigga. Trust me, if somebody paying you $100 million, they want you as healthy as possible, bro.
Yeah.
You can believe that. They're not just giving black people $100 million. We're not just giving white people $100 million to give them a shot and they fall out and don't recoup my fucking money, nigga. If you get $100 million, the fans are coming to see you play, nigga. So get the fuck out of here, nigga. Take the fucking shot. That's the point. So Cam Newton is a crazy nigga. And he lost money for that. You lost millions playing this stupid game, only to get vaccinated. I'm saying you should have stood on your motherfucking sword, Cam Newton. Kyrie Irving, don't budge, my nigga. So you can be the joke. Don't budge, my nigga. Don't budge. Stay right there, nigga. Be for the voiceless, my nigga. Be for the broke niggas who following protocol of brokenness. Yeah, be that voice, nigga.
Hey, you heard Cam got a shot though to try to get back in the league, right? Try to get
yeah, Sosa. That's what I was. Hey,
Sosa.
Did you watch that video he posted? Did you watch that shit?
What? Which one?
That Cam posted? Did you watch that shit?
Nah, I ain't watching.
Oh man, he fucked it all up, man. Fucked it all up. He got it to get back in the league, basically. That's all.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, you see, the Washington State football coach got fired last night because he had to watch him and like 4 of his staff because he's like, yo, the people had to come on. He's like, listen, man. It was like the Washington State. It was like the director was like, man, look, we got a medical school here, man. We got like one of the best medical schools in the country. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Everybody knew the situation. They had that deadline for the mandate. And one of the dudes tried to use a religious exemption. So he went ahead and lost his job behind that shit. They fired the head coach.
Wow.
That's right.
Damn.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about me? What's crazy to me is Carl Anthony Towns. Carl Anthony Towns lost his whole family damn near.
He did what?
Carl Anthony Towns, his whole family damn near died from the COVID-19.
Yeah, he lost he lost like 2, 3 close.
Horrible.
His mama. I think
his grandmama. It's like he lost a lot of people. That's why he was mad about the Kyrie joint.
Yeah, that's why he pissed about the Kyrie shit.
Yeah, he was upset by Kyrie talking about, personal choice.
What did he say? What did he say about that? I didn't.
Kyrie on that bullshit.
Okay. Damn.
In other words, he didn't say it like that, but in other words, to sum it up, paraphrase, he said it in a nice way.
That man lost.
He said, it's okay to have a choice. Everyone should have a choice to decide to do whatever it is what they want with their bodies. However, he was politically correct in his assessment. He said, however, my choice was to get vaccinated because I've actually seen what this actually does to a person up close.
Yeah, well, I mean, when do you have a choice to get everybody else fucked up, though? When does that choice make sense? I choose to shoot in a room full of people. That's my choice, really. How is that your choice?
Yeah, my question still stands, though. Your daughter or vaccine? Which one is more? If it requires you to have a vaccine to protect your daughter, do you get the vaccine, or you still have the choice to not get the vaccine?
You know what's crazy? I bet you every last one of Kyrie's children is vaccinated. Not from the COVID, but just to go to school.
Oh, I didn't know he had kids.
Nigga probably ain't got no kids, yo.
If he don't have anything, if he got children, I'm pretty sure they're vaccinated.
No, he literally just had a kid before the season started.
Yeah, right.
And they got all them shots. And they got all them shots. He let them get all them shots.
Of course.
So what is he talking about?
Hey, but they not mandating the kids get it yet, right? For in order to go to school.
Yeah, but his mama, that baby mama, probably ain't playing with Kyrie like that.
Letting kids get vaccinated. They haven't opened the floodgates yet, but you know what I mean. They got kids getting in line to get vaccinated because they opening up the doors for the kids under 12.
Yeah, my son got his. He 13, but I don't think they mandating all of the kids to get it. You know, so they should though. You know what I'm saying? The kids and the teachers.
I think that's the problem, is that the word mandate. See, again, so let's throw this out there. So they say mandate, right? That word is triggering people. You had an ESPN analyst, white lady, says she's not going to get the vaccine because it's mandated. You had you had the Washington coach refuse to get the vaccine.
Which one said that?
Hold on. I don't know. I don't know her name. I don't know her name. She's an ESPN analyst. She refused to get it because they mandated it. The Washington football coach, Washington State head football coach, refused to get it because it's mandated. These are white people that are speaking the loudest because it's being mandated. So they feel like you're forcing them to get it. Again, it goes back to privilege. This whole thing is about white privilege. We don't want you messing with our privilege. If I don't want to get it, I don't want to get it. I don't give a damn. And then it comes back to the word, it's my decision, my body, my choice. But you're just in a public health crisis. It's come down to people's personal feelings about something over their own family members and friends.
Yeah, that's just fluff, though. That's just fluff, because they in this day and age, they don't want to say they're anti-vax. So none of the anti-vaxxers are saying they're anti-vax anymore. They're now just saying, I don't want to do it because of the mandate. But the vaccine been out long before the mandate, before there was a mandate. So if you was going to get vaccinated, you would have already got vaccinated. But everybody now, nobody wants to say they're anti-vax. They always say, well, I ain't anti-vax. I'm just doing my research. I'm saying, like, they all say that. Because there's a stigma now on representing being anti-vax. So they won't claim it.
That dude feelings hurt. American Dream, what's your question, yo? What was your
On
question?
you? He's still banging
He's still crying. He's still crying.
You should have asked that man question, Sean. Like, he would have never even went in on you like that.
What's your question? No. He ain't winning on anything. He hadn't went in on anything. He's making himself look exactly what he is.
Hold on. He back on the panel.
Yeah,
American Nightmare.
Hold on, man. Stop yelling. Hold on for a minute. Let me make this point. It's just based off my experience after last year and a half. I just realized I heard people say a lot of things, but one of the most profound thing I heard, and it's no joke, when we had this conversation on the pseudo killers, and we just talked about the educational gap, right? Like, I think we need to really slow the fuck down, because most people read on the 5th grade level and comprehend on the 1st grade level, and then you expect them to read some shit from Harvard and Yale. You're like, that's not gonna happen. You're gonna end up getting cussed out and end up fighting. So we need to really pump our brakes a little bit, because like when I get a person in a one-on-one, right, and say it's 10 people I got in a one-on-one conversation, right, it's gonna be one that's gonna be super challenging. They just stupid as a motherfucker and they just not gonna do it. But most people yo, when you give it to them and answer all their questions, yo, they bail the fuck out and they get the vaccine, yo. So we just need to, you know what I'm saying? Like for real. So like the word mandate, the crazy white people made mandate mean I'm making you do it. That's not what a mandate is. So we start defining words and terms. What is a mandate? It's not making you do nothing. If your job mandates it, you simply say, I no longer want to work here and I'm gonna get another job. It's not the full, because you do have the forced vaccine campaign that happened in the 1900s. That's different from mandated. All shots are mandated to go to school. We've been under that. That's nothing new. So we need to really let people know that basically your kids are in school, they're mandated to get shots to be in the school. You got your shot record for your kids. And so this is nothing new. Don't listen to the crazy white people. So we just need to be able to do that. That's my point. Need to slow down. You know, that's why I want to have conversations. So like the show ain't shit if we don't got the people that need the most calling in, yo. Because then we just talking to our motherfucking self. So I ain't doing that no more, yo. I wanted to get it all the way out, yo. Like Chef don't gotta keep telling me, yo, listen to him. So, you know, I'm gonna work on that. Sean, you got to work on that. We're gonna work on that. We want people to call in and express themselves. And then they realize that they're okay, all right, Sean, well, get the fuck off. Well, Sean, well, you can get the fuck off then, yo, because we ain't doing that. We'll do that on y'all.
No, you can't tell me what I gotta do.
I can tell you what you gotta do because I'm telling myself. No, I'm saying I'm wronger than everybody, Sean.
You are.
How you not want to sell your book, Sean? How you not
want
people
I'm not
going to
sell my? I'm gonna sell my book regardless.
All right, man, you gonna argue with me? I'm not gonna do it right now, Sean. You're not making no sense, Sean.
No,
you is. You trying to tell me that
you don't listen to stupid people. Okay, I don't have to listen to stupid people.
All right, let me do this. Well, when stupid people come on the line, mute yourself out.
And I do.
But you can't. No, you don't. You dive in.
No, I
don't.
You
dive in like I dive in.
So your uncle stupid? Your uncle stupid? Is your uncle stupid?
No, the nigga ain't stupid. He's stupid
exactly.
when it comes to this
situation.
Why I dove
in. That's why I dove in, because your uncle ain't stupid.
Nah, he's stupid when it comes to this, though, dog. Simple as that, yo. Yeah, yo, he confused, yo. Absolutely.
What was the question, though?
Yeah.
What was the confusion? I want to know American Dream.
No,
yeah, because I didn't hear it. I didn't know what was.
No. We don't get. I just wanted to make a point of what a mandate was, and it's because they did have the forced vaccine, so people are acting like they're forcing you to get the vaccine. No, motherfucker, just can't read. You're not listening. You're being confused because they did the vaccine campaign, right? They shit. They say no, you can't do that. Well, the word mandate, and they roll up and say, yo, forces, they not. It's a different show. Go ahead, American Dream.
Thanks, bro. You were breaking up. Is the breaking up coming from my end? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We hear you, Nightmare.
All right, that's what's up. It's Dream, by the way. It's Dream, not a nightmare. But check it out. So, you know, I just heard someone say that the reason that white people are against mandates is because of their white privilege, and that's why white people aren't taking the vaccine is because of white privilege. And what I'm thinking to myself, you know, Black people are the least vaccinated in terms of by percentage, right? Black people are the most unvaccinated by percentage-wise, I mean. So I'm wondering if Sean is intimating that the reason Black people are not vaccinated is because of white privilege.
Yep. Go ahead, Sean. I'm saying yep.
And that's not pseudo at all.
It is
really?
True.
So you think the Black people, hold on, you think the Black people who choose not to take the vaccine have white privilege?
You breaking up, Unc.
Unc, you're breaking up big time. I can't hear you, man.
That's because you're going through one of them bad spots.
Hear me now?
Yahweh got
Yeah, you
it.
good.
No, I'm simply saying, yo, y'all, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm simply saying
clear. You're clear.
All right. I'm simply saying that Black people are listening to white people. I'm telling you this. I heard it firsthand. And they suck you in. Don't let white people tell you what to do. They did it on the civil rights. Fight for your right. Like they told me this in the vaccine debate. And all them people there felt like they was privileged. That's their right as white Americans not to fucking listen to the government no matter what. They feel privileged to do that. Black people listening to these nuts are not getting vaccinated because they're listening to white people with health insurance. These white people be having, some of them be having health insurance and good fucking jobs. Some of them.
So let me
Whereas
ask you
though
this,
our community, hold on, yo. I'm saying in our community, we at times are afraid to go to the doctors. We're not doing certain things, or we're not doing none of this shit. So we trying to do everything. You can't do everything, yo.
Is that because of white privilege too? Do we choose to not go to the doctor because of white privilege as well?
Miseducation, yo.
So let me ask you this question though before I forget. The black people who do choose to get the vaccine, do they choose to take it because they're listening to white people that took it?
No.
Hey, yo, your
They
joint
choose to
doubling
take
up.
it. Who's that? Mine?
It's like it's an echo or something on that.
You saying with my phone?
I don't know who it is. I just heard the echo. It's off
Let
now.
me mute myself.
All right, hold on. That ain't you. Is it me? Am I echoing?
No, I think it was him.
All right, so
Go ahead, you
I'm
got it.
saying that black people
No,
that
it was
choose
It was just make sure you don't go on your car speaker because we can hear the car inside the car. That was what was the echo.
Oh, okay. All right, can you hear me? Y'all can hear me now, right?
Yeah. Put your headphones in if you got them, and you'll be A1.
It wasn't on echo on.
It keep clicking back and forth, yo. All right, hold on. So what I'm saying is, people that choose to get it, right? Black people that choose to get it, of those who realize that they're not educated enough on the subject matter, and they are sophisticated enough to admit it. Black people that don't get it think they can close the educational gap on a virologist and an immunologist and a biologist and a person that clearly understands how anatomy works. They think they can defeat that. They're arrogant. They're very unsophisticated in their approach. Simple as that. Listening to white people get you fucked up. And I'm talking about unqualified white people. It's what I'm trying to say. Those who put privilege over their damn health. Ain't no millionaire playing around with it, yo. For the most part. They're not doing it. They already been had the shot. They doctors had it for them already. And any fake medicine they thought they could get, they was getting it. And when they doctors say, no, this ain't working, they stop doing it, yo. Because they have a understanding. Black people, we ain't been here long enough, right, to have levels of education that we need to be scientifically literate. Bad enough, 90% of the United States ain't fucking scientifically literate anyway. So that's why I'm just trying to let everybody know this ain't the conversation of religion, yo. This ain't that. That a person believing in a God or Jesus, you know what I'm saying, that might not cost them their life, yo. But go ahead, American Dream.
I want you, I'm listening to what you're saying, and what you said was the black people that took the vaccine, they took it because they're not smart enough, they're not educated enough, and then the black people that didn't take the vaccine.
You know I didn't say that.
That is what you, okay, that's what I heard you say. You said the black people that took it aren't educated enough.
I didn't say that,
and the
yo.
black people that didn't take it.
What's wrong with you, yo?
What did you say, Why
I
said
that
black people that
they're
took
not
it
educated enough to overturn what a virologist knows. Like they cannot.
Yeah,
they can't jump
they're not
over
educated
a virologist.
enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so the black people that took it.
That's what
the black people that took it are not smart enough.
Nope. I said they know. No, nigga, you putting it real simple. Like, let me put it exactly where it's supposed to be. I said that the black people that took it realized that they wasn't smart enough to overthrow a goddamn virologist, bro. That they were sophisticated to know that they wasn't. You damn right, nigga. You cannot overthrow a virologist, bro. You can't do it. You can't make that gap up. You can't do it. So go ahead. Now you heard me clear. So go ahead.
Man, it
finish
sounds
your
like
point.
so black people are either are either suffering from white privilege or they're not smart. Like that's your calculation of black people as it comes to COVID. The ones that take it are not educated, and the ones that choosing not to take it are just listening to white people. Like, what impression of black people do you have? Like, why do you think black people?
Well, it's not just
So
it's
you
not
gonna
just
leave
white
that
people.
out?
It's not just black people. It's white people
Listen,
too.
hold on. If you keep leaving out the goddamn word virologist, immunologist, bro, I'm gonna cut your ass off. Because you're
It ain't
making me mad
connected,
right
bro.
now.
He's
You're making me mad.
attacking us.
You fucking up the context, bro. See, this
Don't
is the
let him
problem.
take it there.
You
That's just what he does. He's
fucking
attacking us,
up
bro.
the context, bro. You fucking up the
So
context.
And
the
American,
white people,
American
the
dream.
white people
Hold
that
on,
take
bro.
the vaccine.
Hold on, bro. Brother Unc is sophisticated enough to know that I can't teach my people enough to allow them to overturn biology, nigga. I'm telling you, I don't understand enough to overturn them motherfuckers, whether they white or black, bro. Now, I'm speaking for myself. Now, do you think you smart enough to overturn a biologist or immunologist, bro? Let me ask you that question. Are you? Yes or no, bro? Give me a yes or no, then an explanation of why you said
smart
yes
enough
or
to
no.
think. I'm smart enough to think for myself, which is what you don't think
Nah,
black people
nigga,
do.
I'm
No,
asking you,
that's
no,
different.
You
Are
think
you
that
smart
white
enough?
no,
Nah,
no,
bro, you ain't answering
no,
the
bro.
question.
No,
We
bro,
not gonna
answer
let
the
you dance
question, yo.
away. I'm not. Yeah, answer his question straight the fuck out.
Answer the question, American Dream. Come on, bro. Give me a
What's the
yes or no.
question?
Then
What's the
the
question?
question
Are you
again
Am I
is,
smarter
smarter
than a
than a virologist?
Are you
Yes.
smarter than a virologist at
are
virology?
you smarter than a virologist to overthrow them and an immunologist to overthrow them? Yes or no? Then you can explain why your answer. Yes or no, bro?
It depends on the virologist. If the virologist is like Sean,
Nick,
hell yes,
no.
because Sean is a pseudo.
Sean's not a virologist,
Sean is
bro.
not a
Like now you
virologist,
just
man.
now you
Like,
just
come
I said
on,
disrespect
man.
if.
Sean.
I said if.
Now you just
Do
taking
you
it
know
there.
what the
Need a
word
father
Do
if
you know what a
figure in
means?
his
virologist
life.
is?
Do you know
Do you
what
know
the
what a
word if
virologist
means?
is?
Do you know what
No,
if
nigga, we
means?
not American Dream.
Hey,
Now check
he
this
just want
out,
to
yo.
argue. Don't let him do that to
I
you, bro.
know.
That's
You're right.
no
You're right.
point
Why
in
you
his life.
doing that,
That's
Right,
American
I'm
Dream,
about to
man?
snap on him for you.
I'm
Don't
not
worry.
doing anything. You said
Yo,
black
what?
people are either too
No,
stupid
hold on.
or
That's what he
they're
said.
white privilegists.
Hold
If that's
on
what
for a
he
minute,
gets
bro.
from it, bro. If that's what he gets from it, bro. He's no matter what you tell him, he's not going to accept correction. He's going
Okay,
to curve it to that angle, bro. Let him have
Let
it.
me ask you this question.
No, you're
Why
not
do
going. No,
white people get
This
vaccinated?
is what you're not
Why
going
do
to do.
white people get
You're
vaccinated?
not going
Do
to
white
answer
people
me.
get
You're not going to.
vaccinated for the
It's
same
the
reason?
same answer.
Hey, bro. You're fucking not going to. It's the same reason, nigga. And I'm calling you nigga because you're being ignorant as fuck right now. And
Now
we
you're
want to have
calling
an
me nigga
intelligent
because how you
dialogue.
feel about black people? You think
No,
black
I'm
people
not.
are
No, I'm
stupid?
not.
That's
I'm
why you
calling
calling
you
me
Yo,
nigga.
hold up.
He trying to say you
You
racist,
calling
yo?
me nigga.
Yeah,
My
that's
man
what he's
trying to say you
doing.
racist.
That's what he's doing. He's trying to call you a reverse racist now.
That's
See, that's how
nah,
you
All right,
yo.
play these
hey,
word
hold on.
games.
Listen,
Everybody be
all of
quiet.
y'all that
Everybody be
use
quiet.
all of y'all that
American
say
Dream.
nigga don't
You're a
like
American
black
nigga.
Dream.
You're
people. That's
acting
why
like
you
a
Hold on,
call
nigga,
them
hold
niggas.
on,
nigga.
man. Hold on
You
for a
don't
minute.
like
Don't
black
nobody say
people.
nothing.
That's why
One
you
second.
use the word nigga so much.
American Dream. When I'm talking to you, I
What's
will
up?
not use the word nigga. I do not want you to escape this ass whipping you're getting right now. So I asked
Listen,
you a
man.
question. Hold on, bro.
This is light
I
work.
asked you a question. Answer the question, then I'll answer your question. The question is again, are you smart enough, right, to overthrow a virologist and an immunologist on said subject? Yes or no, bro? And you can explain your yes or no answer. Go ahead. What are you saying
First
right now?
question. What's an immunologist? I don't know what
This
that is. What's
nigga's
an
dumb.
immunologist?
Oh, fuck it, nigga.
Nah,
So
he
That's
ain't
good
dumb,
to
man.
know.
No,
Dumb.
hold on.
Them
At least
feminine
be honest.
What's an
Immunologist deals with the
immunologist? I've never
immune
heard that word
system.
Hold up.
before.
An immunologist deals with the immune system, all functions of the immune system. This is what they specialize
Feminine.
in,
So
the
he don't
immune
know that.
system.
Oh,
He
so
don't
am I
know
It's
that.
smarter
cool.
than
No,
them when it
it's
comes
cool.
to
Nah,
that?
it's
It
cool.
And
depends
Be
he
on
up
what
honest.
here,
it is.
he up here
Yo, hold
arguing.
on, man. Hold on.
He's
Y'all
dumb.
can't call the man dumb, yo. Like maybe he don't know. So you know what I'm saying? Son just told him what it is. Now he know. That's all he got to do.
Yeah.
He ain't got to call the man stupid
So
or
your
nothing.
But
question
we
is,
all heard him say yeah, though. We all heard him say yeah, he can
Right.
overthrow him. He don't even know the definitions. We heard that shit.
He dumb.
All right, I got
No, he just be like he just be
Uncle, you
trolling
left
for a
one out.
reaction.
No, hold on. No,
Hey, but
no.
Uncle
Oh, you
left one
call
out
that
though.
trolling?
Epidemiologists,
So now
epidemiologists, immunologists,
bro,
and virologists.
I'm saying
I'm
he
trying to
always
bring. I'm trying to
Am
bring
I
it to
smarter
a
than them?
connection. No, I'm trying to bring a connection though. If my man don't know what it is, he don't know what it is. Fuck it.
Yo,
You know what I'm
kid,
saying?
all right,
stop
man.
trying to say the dude dumb.
Man, now you must not be familiar with Fanny, bro. Like when he
Nah, I
comes
don't
on,
know.
that's
I
what he
don't know.
does, bro.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Yeah, I
now,
don't know about
That's what he
American
does.
Dream. Go ahead, Merc. So now you got the definition of it. Now, answer the question, bro.
Still gonna
Am I
say, yeah,
smarter? Am I smarter than an immunologist at immunology?
Yes, of course. That's what we talk. That's the only thing we talking about, nigga. I'm not saying in some other shit. We saying in that field. Come on, bro. Because we talking about viruses.
Probably not. Most likely
Okay.
not.
Okay.
So
So
that
then,
means
okay. So then,
FTFE.
if you come on, Sabian, mute yourself out. So if that's the case, bro, then you know what I'm saying when I say that most black people, 90 who are not out, can't overthrow that subject matter, and they're sophisticated to realize that they need to rely on an expert for that type of decision, bro. That's not calling black people stupid at all. I never used that word. I'm saying you're not smarter than a virologist or immunologist. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
That
so
don't
so
mean
black
that
people
in
that
something
take
else, you know.
so black people that take the vaccine did not take it from an educated point of view. They just took it because white people said take it.
No, I didn't say that. I said they took it because they realized that they relied on the experts, yo. And they took
Which
recommendations
experts?
from
What
experts. The
What
CDC, the
experts?
NIH, the scientific community,
Okay.
the virologists.
Okay.
They took it, which have all different colored people in it, bro. That's the point I'm making right now.
And but a large portion of these people, they listen to their doctors.
That's the
You
same,
can't.
right?
Yeah, you can't
That's
leave
the
that out.
point.
They listen to infectious disease specialists.
Being intelligent is knowing your limitations, man, and when to
Right.
seek advice to somebody that's more of an expert than you are, and said whatever subject matter you're dealing with. That's part of being intelligent, bro.
It's part of being sophisticated to know the difference.
Hey
That's what I'm
man,
saying,
if you think no one is taking it based on their own intelligence, right, and their own knowledge of viruses.
He never said no one in the world, bro. Like, how you gonna
Listen,
talk about
I asked him
every
why
single
black
person?
people are taking it. He said because they're not educated. That's what he said.
We're talking about in general, family, not in general, bro. We don't never talk in absolute.
No, nigga, I bet you. No, I'm gonna go absolute. I bet you none of y'all niggas can overthrow a virologist right now. None of y'all niggas. Not a nigga listening to it. Not nobody who picked up the textbooks. Nigga, you gotta take that motherfucking class. You gotta get that 10-year degree. I'm saying
Nah, he's gonna pigeonhole you for
listening to virologists.
Find me a nigga to do that. Now,
People not listening. People don't take it because virologists say to take it.
Go find me a black person that can do that. Now, how about that?
That can do what?
That can do
You're
that.
making an argument that's easy for him to get into. I mean,
we're not saying that.
We're not saying that anybody's gonna overturn virology. What he's saying is some people make informed decisions based on the history of vaccines. Like I don't need goddamn
from the experts,
Vincent Rackenjello.
bro. It's coming from the expert. The history of virology is told by the experts.
Of course, and that's why we agree. And we agree. That's what I'm saying. Don't even go down the rabbit hole or argue a lot. We agree with that. Don't let them take it someplace else, man. I'm just trying to stop from going someplace we already know what it is. We ain't even got to go down that. You ain't got to go down that path with it. Like, I understand exactly what you mean.
I'm saying the information is still coming from the experts. A nigga not sitting home producing his own data, yo. That's the point.
Of course.
So we relying on experts.
That's not true. Most people that are vaccinated, are vaccinated because they heard it on CNN, not because of experts. Because CNN has been telling them, yo, go get vaccinated. CNN ain't experts.
Wild out, nigga. You wild out, man. I see what you're saying, yo. Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead, bro.
All right, so television shows like CNN, MSNBC, Fox, and the whole 9 yards, they usually have experts on to talk about the said subject. These experts are in the field of infectious disease, immunology, epidemiology, and virology. And usually when they have these specialists on, they're having segments regarding COVID and SARS-CoV-2 and specifically the spread of COVID-19, the disease. So when these experts are on, they're doing a valuable job for most of the people in the community that watch those shows are more so, like elderly people, not saying that people around our age don't watch it, but I'm just saying most of them are news watchers. So that audience is always going to pay attention to that and see what's going on because that's where they get their news from. They're not reading scientific journals, articles, and publications of that nature because they don't have the complexity to digest that type of information, or they don't have the time to go through and learn how to understand a scientific article. They don't. So they rely on experts and they rely on expert information and opinion regarding the subjects. That has to take into account. Now, if we want to be honest here and say what people are doing, Unc is very on point about what people are actually doing. There's a certain section, and since you're saying the majority of Black people, you can't give us a specific number of how many or if we are even leading, but we can say more than the majority. We can say the majority of Black people that have not been vaccinated, specifically, have not been vaccinated, have been misled by misinformation propagated by certain people in a certain community that's using a particular privilege, and they are preying, and I'm gonna say this very slowly, they are preying on the ignorant to push their agenda, to cause mass confusion and to create hesitation. They say this, they've been on panelists saying this, and the perfect place for them to employ their strategy is upon Black people. Why?
Why? Because you think Black people are the most ignorant? You said they're preying on ignorant people, and that's why they go to Black people. Do you think Black people are ignorant?
They marginalized, yo.
No, I just want to know if I can finish. I want to know if I can finish. All right, so
I'm saying, like, since the vaccine started, people were waiting for. Since the virus came, from day one, people were praying for a vaccine. You didn't have to convince people to take a vaccine. When this virus first started, people were dying for the vaccine.
I'm just trying to finish.
American Dream, let that man finish his point, yo.
Go ahead,
All
sir.
right. So again, they prey on the people who have the most rejection toward boom, 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 being anti-government, being anti-receptive, being rejective of something because the stereotypes are there. So the most people that are going to be rejective towards something are going to be us. Are they trying to kill us? Oh, they trying to experiment on us. Look at the history. Look at how they treated us. They enslaved us. They did all of these things. This whole narrative has been used to play on our ignorance.
And that's what you're calling white privilege?
Like that did not.
That's what you're calling white privilege? That fear that they have? That's white privilege?
If this dude don't stop interrupting.
You just keep interrupting, though, yo. We trying not to do that, yo. No matter how crazy.
Because you're contradicting yourself. First you're saying it's white privilege, now you're saying it's fear.
No, you switching it up, yo. You let him finish his point of what he's making, yo. Like, let him finish. Then we come back to my
what he's saying, though. Is it white privilege or are they just afraid?
Can we speak to what he's saying when he finished saying what he's saying? Is that possible?
Had mentioned white
this dude is
privilege.
long-winded, though. This dude is long-winded. I know he wrote a book, but every time he talks, he don't gotta talk like he's writing a book. Homeboy is long-winded as hell.
That's what females do, bro. They try to interject in your points.
American Dream. Sean is teaching. Yo, Sean is teaching right now. Let the nigga teach, yo.
Hold on.
I know a teacher can take questions. A teacher should be able to take questions. What type of teacher what type of teacher gets mad at questions?
Have to wait to the end of but you usually have to wait until the end to answer.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You stop the teacher and say, "Excuse me, sir."
You
Can
raise
you
your
repeat
hand.
that?
We didn't say excuse me, sir.
Man,
You cut the man off. Shut the fuck up.
Go ahead, teacher.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead,
gotta shut
teacher.
the fuck
Just
up.
go ahead and ramble on.
American Dream. You feeling too comfortable right now. Matter of fact, all y'all niggas listening, when y'all get on here, y'all too motherfucking comfortable, yo. Niggas is starting to get the black eyes, yo. I'm a black eyes niggas out the atmosphere, yo. Y'all way too fucking comfortable, yo. We trying to have a conversation. American Dream, you gonna get your shot at it, yo.
Hold on.
Hey, point. Yeah.
Hey, let me say this. Hey, Can y'all hear me? We can hear you. All right.
You good? You good?
Yeah, American Dream. I hear what you're saying, but you mixing Unc's statement up with what Sean's saying now. Sean's speaking to his point, and you're mixing Unc's statement up about what you just interjected about, and you're not letting Sean finish his point. You can go back and address Unc about that.
I get that, but Sean agreed that it was white privilege, but he agreed with Unc that it was white privilege.
But he's making about it. Okay, but he's making his own point.
He's making now. He's saying something different than white privilege. Now he's saying black people ain't doing it because they're scared and because of their history of slavery and they don't trust people. That's not white privilege.
I haven't said that. I haven't said that.
Come on, bro. You just said all that.
I haven't said anything because
all right, then
I haven't finished.
Then finish. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. Now this portion of a community, which are the leading anti-vax community, are using their privilege to prey on black people because they know black people would be more rejective and unreceptive of any information coming from a people based on history. So this is what they do. If you've ever watched the debate between Unc, Del Bigtree, and the whole anti-vaccine movement, this is solely about privilege. They came to New York with an agenda. That agenda was to reject the small Jewish Brooklyn community from being forced to get MMR vaccines because an outbreak had taken place in Brooklyn. Now, if you know anything about the outbreak, this is the same time, well, later on in the year, Samoa would have a MMR outbreak. This is solely a privilege based. This is like the Second Amendment. Don't take my gun. Their behavior, their demeanor, their decorum, their whole thing is about that. And they need help. So who did they solicit help from? Black people. The same way they did in the 60s and 70s. Who did they solicit help from? Black people. Who is they? The white people. This is not being made up. This is a privilege argument all day long. We've been vaccinated. We ain't never questioned vaccines. We ain't never questioned vaccine ingredients or nothing else this hard in our lives. We got our shots. We moved on. We didn't die. We kept pushing. We talk ingredients, we talk all this other stuff, but we don't even do that with our milk. We don't do that with our cheese. We don't do that with half the food, with 99% of the foods we eat. That bowl of cereal you ate, it's got more crazy stuff in it than a vaccine. But you ain't saying that and you still pulling up. That's all I'm saying, man. It's been all about privilege.
So can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right, so let me tell you like what I find very interesting, right? Earlier when we were talking about slavery.
Are you vaccinated though, yo? Are you vaccinated?
We already spoke about that, we already spoke
what
about
you say?
that. Yes, I
know,
am.
I want to say
yes.
Right, so
yes, I am.
Right, so you just, well, so you just mad because you lost.
I'm not fully vaccinated yet, but I will be soon.
So you mad because you just succumb. You succumb.
I'm not mad about the No.
You said it was a mandate at a job.
I'm not mad about the vaccine. I'm mad about pseudos talking like.
Hold on,
you know
but
what I mean?
Did you say there was a mandate at your job though? You had to either.
Yes, sir. It was a mandate at my job. Yes, but I never said I was anti-vax.
All right.
So did they make
Let me say what I have to say before I forget, please.
Yeah, I was trying to make your ass forget because you vaccinated. I want the world to know that. Like you talk shit.
I'm saying you could just ask me and I'll tell them that I'm vaccinated, and you know what I mean. It is what it is.
Just tell people the truth, bro.
It is what it is.
Yeah, tell them the truth.
Right now,
let them get it out. Let them get it out.
Your feelings hurt.
Let them get it out. Let them get it out. Let them get it out, y'all. Let them get it out. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna let them get it out. We're gonna make them struggle to get it out.
I couldn't. Let me tell y'all something. I couldn't go to the KRS-One versus battle because I wasn't fully vaccinated, and I was pissed off. I was mad I wasn't fully vaccinated.
What your
For real.
So
please don't put words in my mouth. But let me just say what I have to say. Let me just say what I wanted to say, please, before I forget.
All right, I'm just saying, yo, it wasn't easy to let Sean let this shit out, so why should we make it easy for you? We're gonna let you talk. my brother. But it ain't
Come
gonna
on,
be easy.
Unc, let me just say what I had to say. I just asked if I could say something.
He raised his hand and asked to speak.
You should have got vaccinated.
Should have got your ass vaccinated. You want to take your
Wouldn't have missed it.
unvaccinated ass,
To a
unfully
concert.
vaccinated ass up in there and get
Like
them
you
people
could go.
sick.
Right.
I get that, but that's not what we're talking about. I wanted to say something about what Sean said, if I could.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
But like I said, it ain't gonna be easy because you made it hard for that man to get it out.
Right. So let me just get this out.
Come on,
let me just get this point out. Let me just say what I have to say, and you know what I mean. I'll leave y'all be. I won't mess with y'all no more. But what is really interesting to me is, come on, Unc. What's really interesting to me is whenever we speak about slavery and the slave trade, we really don't hold Africans responsible at all, right? We kind of give them a pass and say, you know, slavery just happened to them. They didn't have much to do with it, right? And it's the same thing that's happening here with this vaccine and people choosing not to take it. For some reason, we're not saying the black people that choose not to take it are responsible for that decision themselves. We're saying, oh no, it's the white people that made them not do it. Like, we're always not holding black people responsible for the decisions that they make. And that's a major problem with this community. We do not hold each other responsible for the nonsense that we do. And that's a major problem.
That's a good point, though.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's a
thank
good
you
point because
very
it follows
much.
your
That is a
narrative.
good point, yo.
It's a good
That's
point
a
because
good
it follows
point,
your
yo.
narrative.
These
And let me
niggas
tell
who
you
not
why that's not a good point.
They not getting vaccinated, yo. We gotta start holding them to that, yo. Can't keep
That's
blaming
right.
white
You
people.
cannot tell. You can't.
Like
When
we
you
getting
say
our
it's
own
white
community sick,
privilege,
yo.
when you say it's white privilege, you're giving them a pass and you're telling them
Well,
that
you
you know
just
what I mean. It's not
first
their
of all,
fault.
nah. See, you know, you're a trickster, bro. So let me clear
I'm
it
not
up for
a trickster,
everybody.
man. Come on,
Yeah,
cut
let
it
me
out.
watch this. Hold on for a minute. First of all,
Go ahead.
nobody said that black people weren't responsible for them not taking a fucking vaccine. You just made that up. Go back and rewind the tape.
Bro,
Which
Sean
is
said
totally
they
different.
were ignorant.
Hold on for
Sean said they were ignorant. He said they preyed on the ignorant.
You got one more time to cut me off, yo, and I'm getting you out of here, yo. You got one more chance. You done. Because I'm at a real good point right now. The whole slavery piece of certain people in the community not holding those Africans responsible, those nations responsible, that's wrong. Hold them bitches responsible. I hate them just as much as the white people that did. But that's different from making a statement saying that you're listening to white people. That's the point, nigga. Listening to white people, then you still have the ability to make a choice. So we're not saying that white people are making a choice. You know what I'm saying? That black people are making a choice other than themselves. We're saying they're being miseducated for listening to white people. It's a white person's movement. The anti-vax movement is a white person movement, bro. No matter what you say, it's the thing that white people was doing, bro, not black people. That's my point. So everybody that decides not to take a vaccine, white, green, purple, or gray, that's them making that choice. But those people that are making that choice are listening to bad information from white people that will make millions of dollars off of your bad choice. How do I know? Look at all the websites, bro. It's dedicated to selling you fake-ass products that will help you in your coronavirus saga. The frontline doctors have made millions and millions of dollars off of your ignorance, bro. It's a money grab for white people. All them people sell you crazy products, bro. They making millions of dollars off of it, bro. So all that, it's the same, not holding them accountable. Nigga, we holding you accountable for your own decisions. I'm just saying you're listening to privileged white people. I know what I'm saying. And you try to change that up, bro. That I don't appreciate. Go ahead, American Dream.
I think he tapped out, man.
You're not
See how he tried to mix that in? See how he tried to mix that?
You ran him
Ain't
out
nobody
of
That's
here.
what he
Huh?
does. That's what he do.
No,
That's what he
that
do.
shit real
He's been
slick.
doing that.
Nah,
He does
I'm
that shit all the time. He
No,
does that shit all the time.
He got Chevin with that. She was like, yeah, that's a good point. Chevin, that ain't what we said, bro. Like, we agree that people need to take accountability.
No, I was
for
just
mistakes.
saying he
Who the fuck
made a
don't
good
agree to
point.
that?
No, hold on. I said
Yeah,
he
that's
made
a good point. If that's what
I
right, but that
agree
wasn't
with him on that point.
I know, but
And
that
if you
wasn't
agree with
nobody
him
point
too,
to hit.
then just say you agree with him on that point. But you cleared it up. You feel me?
No, but right, all right. Yep.
Right.
All right. You know I'm a stickler for that type shit. I'm a
Yeah,
stickler for that type shit. Nigga, I want
you
to
cleared it. You cleared it up, but he made a. You always make points too that don't be having nothing to do with what we be talking about. But if you make a point, you make a point, yo.
No, I
You know what
try to.
I mean? Like-
I'm thinking they do though, but I'm thinking they do though. I'm not gonna lie about something you ain't say though. How about that? I don't think I do that. If I do that, I need to look in the mirror. If I'm doing that, I'm thinking I'm making points to the conversation. This nigga made it
My
seem
nigga,
like
you do a
that's what
little.
we're saying.
Look, hey, you do a little bit of anything to win a conversation.
Oh damn.
He don't play fair, do he, sir?
Hey,
He don't play fair at all, yo. That nigga
Yo.
back me in the corner with everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Facts, yo. That nigga do not play fair. Yeah, that's facts.
Hey, what dude that's mad and emotional? Where he at?
For American Nightmare.
Yeah, where he at?
He's somewhere trying to figure out. He's trying to figure stuff out.
I want him to
I think he done woke up.
Yeah,
Sean
his brain done woke up.
Ready.
I want him to demonstrate what makes someone pseudo.
Yeah, he trying to call you pseudo. Ain't nobody even listen to that. That rolled over out here with that.
I know it did. I was laughing. I was driving and laughing. I was driving because he's emotional. Like, yo, how you get mad at yourself like that?
Yeah, why you take the
lower
vaccine,
yourself
yo?
to that? To succumb to that.
He succumbed to the pressure.
Yeah.
You bought those tickets to go to the Versus, and you couldn't go to the Versus because you wasn't fully vaccinated. Yo, that's your fault.
That's why he really mad though. That's why he really mad because he couldn't get that verse.
Y'all would know why I'm not giving it up, clowns.
Clown.
You know how much I make.
Emotional, man.
Wait, what you say?
I know one thing, Sean. I make more than you'll ever make on that book.
Oh,
so
man.
What? You make more than I'll ever make on the book?
Absolutely.
What are you saying in a year you made more than I will make on the book? Is that what you're saying?
In 1 year, listen, bro, in 1 month, I'll make more than you'll ever make on that book.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
So you'll sell out for money then. So you'll sell out on your principles for money.
You should.
You'll
You
sell out
should.
for your principles
So
for
you're
money.
supposed to be a diss?
Yeah, you should.
Good job,
You should make more. You should make more money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You want us to shoot?
You should bank on
Right.
no one.
You want us to shoot at you.
Understand.
You want us to shoot at you because you got a good job. Hold on, we not gonna shoot at you because you got a good job, yo. That ain't
Come on, bro. Come on, we proud of you, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, American Dream.
Yeah, that's crazy.
A round of applause for that, nigga.
Man,
That nigga making 7 figures.
No, listen real quick. Nah, hold on, just listen real quick. Based on what he just said, yo. Let's dissect what you just said. All right, if we look at this from just being regular guys, street guys, right? So we look at what you just said right now. That puts you in a very bad light. That you would sit here and even put yourself in a position to say that. Like you hating on your damn self. That's how bad you want to hate me, that you'll hate on your damn self to say, I bet you I make more in 1 month that you'll make off your book. Negro, you supposed to make more money. Motherfuckers ain't read like that. You're supposed to be getting paid.
Went and wrote a book.
You got a master's degree. You supposed to be getting paid.
You listen, maybe if you didn't drop out of college, you would have been getting paid.
It ain't even about how do you not know if I'm getting paid or not? How do you know if I'm not getting paid or
A lot
not?
of feminine energy.
How do you know if I'm not getting paid or not, bro? You don't know what kind of money I make at all. You don't know that.
You're right, Sean. Good luck with the book. You're right.
God, that's all. Golly. Listen, bro, I don't anticipate you
You
buying the
giving
book.
that
I
nigga
never
what he
did.
wants, Sean. That nigga over there wet right now.
Yeah, I know,
That
yo.
nigga, hold on.
I never anticipated you buying the book, yo. From your very first question, even after Dr. Ma'at just told you about the whole subject matter and how experts feel about people writing on subject matters that they have expertise in. They don't be caring about all of that. They care about the bibliography and if it's right. If the information is solid and your source is solid, they gonna rock with you on that.
Yeah.
If you have a command for it, they gonna rock with you on that. They ain't sitting here looking at your book like, yo, you ain't got no goddamn PhD. I ain't reading this shit.
Oh, so he mad. So he mad because he got a master's and he ain't wrote shit. That's what it is. Oh, so that's why you mad at Garfield and Sean. You weak.
That ain't why I'm mad, yo. Y'all missing the point. Y'all missing the point.
No, bro, I'm mad at him because the reason here's why I'm mad at Garfield. You want to know why?
Mad because he couldn't get in that verses, yo.
You want to know why I'm mad at Garfield?
Why?
The reason I'm mad at Garfield is because Garfield scammed me. Garfield.
What happened? What happened?
Oh shit!
What happened?
This
What
dude
hurt.
You will not slander Garfield on our channel, goddamn it.
Here's how Garfield scammed me. Garfield.
This dude hurt.
Let the man explain. Let the man explain at least. He ain't slandered yet.
Get him out of it. Get this nigga out of it.
What is he saying? What is he saying, man?
I don't want to hear what is he saying.
Get him out of here.
He finna say Garfield. He gonna say Garfield got away with paraphrasing plagiarism.
That's not what I'm gonna say. Here's how Garfield scammed me. Garfield
copied and pasted a book.
Let him say it, bro.
Yeah, let him talk.
So here's how Garfield scammed me. He told me that he wrote a book about misconceptions of Black Hebrews, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was interested in learning about that, especially from his view, because he's in the Black community. But and I bought the book, and I bought a book expecting to get information that Garfield has learned about misconceptions of the Black Hebrews. But what was in the book was nothing but Wikipedia articles, stuff he copied from other websites, and he just put them together, changed a few words to make it look like it's his. So he sourced it, right? But what he did was he tried to hide it. So you could go to the source, but you wouldn't know that's it because he just changed up a few words. So he tried to hide it. So all he did was he just put articles together and claimed that and none of the articles, that book had nothing to do with the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Can you demonstrate that? If you were able to write an article or a journal or if you did a presentation, would you be able to pull that apart and present that information?
No,
you would have to put anywhere.
Hold on, Sabio. Just relax.
You would have
American Dream. Would you be able, if I'm pissed, I'm just saying this from my perspective. If I'm pissed, and the people on the panel will tell you this, if I'm pissed, I'm going to pull apart the book. Every point of contention that I have, I'm going to highlight it and I'm going to deal with it.
Dude, I found the articles. I shared the articles with Sabio. I showed him the articles.
No. Was the article wrong or right?
Is the information wrong? You saying
right or wrong?
Yeah, are you saying the information wrong?
So
are you just saying it's not him?
Wrong?
What?
Is the information in the book wrong? Did he change Garfield's book? Is it wrong? Did he change what? You see.
He's saying he plagiarized.
Right.
He's saying he plagiarized.
No, he did not.
He said, listen. Hold on. Listen.
I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying, Chef. He came over to my panel and tried to break it down, and I killed him with it, bro.
He's saying he's saying if you change a couple words around, right, and then you don't give credit, you basically.
But he gave credit to the sources. He gave credit. That's how he knew where to get the source from. That's where he knew where to get the source. That's where he knew where to get it from.
Listen to me.
Is that true, American Dream?
if you think you can go into a book, copy and paste what it says, change half of the words,
Hey
and
Dream,
then source
but did he
that
get a
book,
source?
How
like
many
the
books
reason we
does
changed the
he
word was
read?
to make it
He
look
don't read
like
a
a
lot of
person
books.
writing it. You can't copy
Yeah,
and
y'all
paste and
bugged
change
out.
the word
This
sources.
dude crazy.
Say
This
it's not
dude crazy.
plagiarism.
God,
That's
hey,
plagiarism.
Sabio, nah, let him breathe, Sabio. Let him breathe. It don't matter. What he says doesn't matter. What he says doesn't matter. What does academia say about his book? Because he's
Bro,
got scholars. He's got all the
academia,
scholars that he's had on his platform. They got Garfield's book.
Hey, Chef, you
Thank
got
you.
people waiting in
Shots
the thing, yo.
fired.
Let them in. Chef, you got people waiting in the thing, yo. Let them in.
Ain't nobody waiting.
The point here is
Yeah, ain't
Garfield's
nobody
book.
waiting up.
Garfield's
Go ahead.
Garfield
Go, buddy.
has
You looking good.
Garfield's book has scholars in it, yo. Scholars. And it's referred to scholars, yo. His book is literally in those scholars' hands who actually have written work. If they grab his book and they sense the same thing that you sense, they throw his shit out, yo. They're not going to accept Garfield's work. Instead, they are fucking pushing his work. Why is the opposite happening? We're talking about these theologians.
Sounds like
we're talking about these
playbook. It sounds like you wrote your book the same way Garfield wrote it.
Hey, do you know how many books I have? Do you know how many books I have? Do you know how many books I have?
It sounds like that's how you write your book.
No. Don't sound shit. Do you know how many books I have?
This dude funny,
No. Don't sound anything. Do you know how many books I have? Do you know how many books I have?
No, I don't know how
American
many books
Dream.
you have.
Do you know how many books I have? Do you know how many books I have?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
All right.
Now,
Yeah,
Do you know how many
Sean
books
energy.
I've read?
write your books that way.
Do you know how many books I've read?
I
How you
don't
switch
know.
over to?
Do you
Okay.
write your books the way
Okay.
Garfield
Do
did?
you can't, if you don't know, you should be quiet so you can learn something. Okay.
So I'm asking you, is that
I am
how
a part
you
of
wrote your
10
book?
publications. 10 publications, bro. 10.
I'm just
I'm gonna say it
asking you,
again.
Sean, is that how you
10. 10
So,
publications.
I understand. Congratulations. But I'm asking you, is that the
No,
same technique that
you're
you
not
use?
asking. No, you don't know. Until you read my work, you don't know anything. So you can't ask me, is it the same thing? Do you know how to write a book? Do you know how to write a book?
Why won't you admit to doing it if there's nothing wrong with it?
Hey,
Sean.
do you know how to, if he sourced it, bro, then he sourced it. It's different if he didn't source it. We call him out on it. If
Copy somebody's. If you copy somebody's and source them,
if he's sourcing someone, he is quoting them. If he is sourcing, if he sourced them, he
didn't quotes, man. He changed words and tried to make it
because he didn't put the quotation marks.
I'm gonna say this one more. Listen.
American Dream. He told y'all where he got the information from.
Yes.
So he didn't plagiarize it.
Didn't he, sir?
Thank you, Sheffrin. Thank you, Sheffrin.
Listen. If it wasn't your original idea, right, but you put it in your own words, you still give credit for that source.
All right,
you can actually do that. That's not plagiarization.
Are you listening to the question?
Told you he don't know what the fuck
That's
it
called
is.
paraphrasing, and I broke it down to him on my. We went over it for like 4 hours on my show, bro. We went over it. Hold on, stop. Hold on, stop.
He didn't wrote papers
because now watch what he finna do. He finna say that he paraphrased, plagiarized. Watch, I guarantee you.
No, I'm not. I promise I will not mention paraphrasing. Wait, let me ask you this question, Sabio. Here's the question I'm asking you. Let's say I'm writing a book, right? And I go into Wikipedia and I copy and paste an article, right? And the sources that I use in my book are the same sources that the Wikipedia article used. It didn't source the Wikipedia article, it sourced the Wikipedia's sources. Is that plagiarism?
Nope, because you're sourcing the sources off the Wikipedia page.
He
So
copied
you're
and pasted the
so
Wikipedia article and put the same sources from the Wikipedia article. Is that plagiarism?
no.
No, because he sourced
He sourced the sources. Are
He
you
didn't
listening? He
do
don't
it
have
from
to
the
give.
That man, hey Garfield,
This dude did. This dude
say
that
he
fell
got it
off
from
the truck
Wikipedia.
and bumped his head.
He did not say he got it from Wikipedia.
He don't have to. He
What
sent
the
you
hell is wrong
directly
with
to the sources. What the hell is wrong with you? He
Yeah,
sent you
y'all,
You don't
directly
need
to
you
the
don't need
sources.
wiki.
So
You
all
don't
of
need
y'all
wiki if you got the source. You
Dumbass,
don't need wiki.
Right.
what are you
That's
missing?
where Wiki get it from.
You dumbass.
He didn't
If
source
Wiki got the source from
article.
somewhere else, yo, then you go to where Wiki got it from.
This dude is a dillwad. He's a
He
dunderpate,
copied
y'all.
and pasted the
He is a
Wikipedia article.
dunderpate. He is
copied
a
and pasted a
dunderpate. A
Wikipedia
dunderpate.
article and claimed he wrote it. What is wrong with y'all?
You're
Are
a
y'all slow?
dunderpate. You're a
They don't
dunderpate.
get it. They don't get it, American Dream. They don't
No,
get it.
you're very slow. Like, let me ask you this
You
question.
don't get it.
Let me ask you this
Dunderpate.
question, Sabio. Here's another question for you.
Don't ask me
You
no
guys
more
call
questions,
yourself-
you
let me ask you this
dunderpate.
question. When you call yourself pseudo killers, right? Do y'all mean you're killing pseudos, or do y'all mean that y'all are pseudos killing?
What the hell? Oh,
Hey,
boom.
nah,
Boom.
Sabio, relax,
That was
That's a
Sabio.
good point.
Hey,
That was
That's a good point.
that was kind of
hey,
sharp.
Yeah,
I like the way he
Sheffrin.
put
that's
it.
a good point.
Because I'm telling you,
Hey,
it's a
Sheffrin.
lot
That
of
shit
That
wasn't no
shit
bar.
was,
Oh, Sheffrin.
that shit was not no
Yeah.
bar. That
Hey,
shit
yo,
was
Sheffrin.
That was all right, American.
Yo.
That was all right, but that was a good shot right there. That was a good shot, bro.
Hey,
I respect it.
hey,
That's funny.
hey,
That
hey,
was
I've
smart.
realized this. I don't think that y'all realize this, but I realized this just being a part of this conversation. American Dream actually hates people. He has
Mhm.
this.
Mhm.
He has this contention. He has
You
this
Yo,
can
that's
speak
funny
that
as
on.
hell.
He has this
That's
false
why I call you a
equivalence and
pseudo.
contention.
And this is why I
Bro,
call you
like
a
really,
pseudo.
you have an issue. What's
That's why I call
what's
you
your
a
issue?
pseudo. For silly
What's your
shit like
issue?
that.
What's your issue? What's your
I just
issue?
told you. I got
What's your
scared.
issue? What's your
I
issue with
told
me?
you I
What's
got
your issue
scared.
with
Why
me?
is that not an issue?
What's your
Why
issue with
is
me?
me being scammed not an issue? Because you're scamming people? Only a
Come
scammer
on,
would
man.
not see an issue in scamming.
What's your?
Now
I
you
don't
calling him
scam. I
pseudo.
ain't never scammed nobody a day in my life. I
Then
ain't never
tell
had to
me
scam
you didn't
nobody.
write your book the way Garfield wrote his book. Do you?
He ain't read
I
Garfield
don't
book,
scam
so how do
How
you
nobody.
you
know?
write your
Buy the
book?
book.
He
Buy
ain't
the
read
book.
Garfield book.
I
By
do
the book.
research. I write my
I
book from
know
a
you do
researcher's
research,
perspective.
and then you copy and
I
paste
write my
what
book from a
makes
researcher's
your work.
perspective.
You
I
do
write my
But
research.
hey, have you ever
American
read a
Dream,
Saw?
buy the book.
Have you ever read a Saw Imhotep book? Have you ever read a Saw
Pseudo.
Imhotep book?
You
Have
know
you
what
ever
pseudo means? Pseudo
have
means
you
a
ever
faker. A
read
pseudo is someone
a
who
Saw
pretends.
Imhotep book?
A
I'm gonna
pseudo
Now
is
ask
y'all
you
talking at
again.
the same.
someone who
No, y'all
pretends
talking
to
at the
be
same
something
time though.
he's
We
not.
how the fuck could we possibly hear what
And
Oh,
y'all
y'all are
saying?
pseudo. Y'all are
he
faking.
keeps
Y'all are
We can't
talking.
even hear you.
Ain't no we talking at the same
y'all are
time. This
pseudo.
nigga won't shut the fuck up.
Go ahead, man. See, you calling me a nigga again. You hate black people or something? Why you calling
No,
me a nigga?
you won't shut the fuck up. You
Why you
Negro,
calling me
you
a nigga?
nigga, you
Why
the nigga that keep talking.
calling me a nigga?
Every time somebody
Is it
talk,
white
you gotta
privilege?
talk.
Is
I
it
Get him,
keep being
Sean.
quiet.
calling me
I
All right,
keep
Get him,
being
everybody.
Sean.
quiet and I
Is it
mute
All right,
my
everybody
mic
free.
out
privilege
and you
that
still
makes you
talking.
call me a nigga?
All right,
Because
I
you
man.
keep
acting
being
like the.
quiet.
It's white
I'm
Okay,
trying
I
to
privilege.
hear
mute
y'all
my mic out.
conversation. Who's speaking?
White privilege
okay.
makes black
Go
people
ahead.
not
All
get
right, hold on, Vet.
vaccinated.
I mean,
Is it
hold
white
on, American Dream. American
calling
Dream,
me a
freeze
nigga?
for a minute. Go ahead, Sean. You was trying to ask him a question. I wanted to hear why he thinks
Thank
you
you.
pseudo. I would like to
Right.
hear that. But go ahead, Sean, first, and then American
Yeah.
Dream, I want to hear why you
Okay.
keep calling Sean pseudo. Go ahead, Sean.
Right. So all right. So again, I want to know, why does he hate so much? What is his true contention with me?
I was scammed.
Because I don't even
I'm
know.
being
I
scammed.
know. I
Y'all
swear
are
I was
scammers.
talking.
Y'all are
I
Let
swear
us
I
scammers.
finish.
was
Let us
talking.
finish. Let us
That's my
finish, American.
issue.
Let him finish.
I'm
American
sorry.
Dream, let him
Go
finish,
ahead.
yo.
Let us finish, bro. Yes, you can.
God
Go
damn,
ahead,
you
Sean.
more emotional than a fucking kid who just got his foot ran over by a bicycle or something.
You get scammed and see how emotional you would be.
How did
All
you
right.
get scammed?
Come on, man.
Sean
No,
is
don't nobody else
yeah.
jump in.
Yeah, let him go, bro. Let him go. You throwing too much shots out there. Let Sean get something.
All right. So, all right. Now, you don't know me, but you have this hate for me because it's either something that I done that you couldn't do, or you just naturally, you just one of those type of niggas that just don't like other motherfuckers succeeding or exceeding you.
Call him a nigga.
So I want to know, American Dream, what the fuck is the real problem with you and your hate or your discomfort for what I've done?
All right, let him answer, Sean. Come on. All right, American Dream, let's get it in, bro. You up?
All right, I think that one of the major problems in the so-called Black community is the problem dealing with pseudos, right?
Okay.
Like there are pseudos everywhere in the Black community dealing with everything, and black people for some reason like they trust people that have no credentials, like. You know what I mean? Like they'll go to
I hear it now.
bush doctors, they go
I hear it
everywhere.
now.
They trust people with no credentials. And I think that's a bad thing. And there were people going around who are just claiming to be something they are not. And that is horrible for the Black community. That is horrible for the Black community.
So what's your issue with Sean, though, specifically?
What it got to do with Sean, American Dream?
If you notice, I came in and asked Sean the question, and he was like, I'm not dealing with that dude. So apparently, Sean has a problem with me.
I told you, you hurt his feelings.
So y'all
I
tell
can
me,
deal with you, Sean.
Every show Sean is on, I get on there
American
and ask
Dream.
American
Dream. So hold on, American Dream. Everybody listen, y'all go to Black Panther's website, man. He wrote a beautiful article on pseudo. All right, he gives you the full explanation of what it is, man. Go to type in Black Panther, right? Get you that website, man. Somebody put the link in there, Black Panther's website. He wrote a lovely article on that. All right. So back to you. So you're saying that Sean doesn't have credentials to write a book? Is that what you're basically saying on the subject? American Dream?
AD.
Yo, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I kind of had a phone call.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you, are you saying that the reason you're calling Sean a pseudo is because he has written a book and has no credentials? Because in your definition of a pseudo, you say we go to people who act like they something in that. I've never known Sean to act like a virologist or an immunologist. I've never known him to do that. Or a scientist. I've never known him to do none of that. Matter of fact, we won't allow that. We pseudo we don't allow that.
The reason I call Sean a pseudo is because if you notice, every time I come on, I don't think I ask ridiculous questions. I really don't think so. I think I ask decent questions. And the question I asked Sean today, I thought was a very valid question. Like,
what was it?
The Europeans, like that before the Europeans, he said before the Europeans, the Africans got nothing out of the slave trade. He said the Europeans are the first ones that I think that's what he said, that there was no slave trade.
Introduced the slave economy into Africa.
He said
your finger up.
The Wikipedia article tell you that, though.
I'd agree with that.
If y'all can pull up the Wikipedia article and say that. You know that, right?
Whether no economy. You see, that's the problem. You're trying to make it a slave economy. The economy of Africa did not thrive off of slavery.
Hold on before we get to the explanation. All right, go ahead.
He said the king out until the.
Is that me or is he breaking up?
That's him breaking up. Let me share the screen, Chef.
You breaking up?
Screen.
You breaking up?
I'm driving, so yeah.
Hey,
I'm
Chef,
driving, so I'm going to a crazy. I maybe just do a spot.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not the screen. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all something. Find this to be very. All right, thank you. Yeah, we just go through the history of slavery. It's right there in front of your face.
American Dream, he could just be wrong and then not be pseudo. Even if I'm gonna say, you could be wrong and then not be pseudo, though. You know what I'm saying? Like pseudo is like that's a label. Like you just.
But I didn't even finish answering the question, though. To be honest, I didn't even finish answering the question. Y'all kind of.
All right, watch this. Watch this. We heard you already.
Go ahead.
I know, but
we
I
heard you about the slavery.
I still can tell you why Sean is pseudo.
Let's finish answering.
We heard you.
Just
Well,
let
I
him finish.
want to give you a source on what,
Just
on
let
what
him finish.
Sean said.
Let
though.
him finish. Then hit across the head with a sword. That way he can be done. Go ahead.
Right. So I came and I asked what I thought was a valid question, and Sean just chose to ignore my question. He was just like, I'm not going to answer your question. And he did that. Like, that's like the second or third time he's done that. And these are questions that, when he came in speaking as if, he was an authority on it. But when you ask him a good question, he just chooses not to. When you ask a question he can't answer, he just ignores you and, say you're trying to attack him or something.
No,
So that's
I
why I
don't.
say he's
I
pseudo.
answer
because I
everybody.
think he's
I
a
answer
faker.
everybody's question.
Because I think he's
I
faking to
answer
be an
everybody's
authority.
question.
I'm not finished, bro. I'm not finished.
All right. Let
I don't give a damn if you finished or not. If you
So,
lied, motherfucker, I'm gonna call you out on your lie.
All right, hold on, Sean. Hold on. Everybody
Did you
stop.
mean to call
Everybody
me
breathe.
motherfucker or a nigga? Which one?
No, relax.
Hold on.
Both.
Hold
Nigga motherfucker.
retarded dude.
Nigga motherfucker.
Nigga
All right,
motherfucker.
let's do
A
this.
motherfucking nigga.
Nigga motherfucker.
Save me up.
You all above. Okay, let's read this. It's right here. Y'all can see the screen, right?
Hold on. Let me put it on your screen.
I see it.
Y'all see it, right?
Yeah, I had to do it for YouTube. Let me do it for YouTube.
Okay.
All right, I think
All right.
it's
So
right.
it says, so it's right here. It says the history of slavery spans many cultures, nationalities, religions, from ancient times to the present day. It say likewise, its victims have come from many different ethnicities and religious groups. It say the social, economic, and legal position of slaves have differed vastly in different systems of slavery in different times and places. So they saying there's different systems of slavery. And later on, the article is going to tell you what they're talking about. Now watch this. It says slavery occurs relatively rarely amongst hunter-gatherer populations, right? Because it develops under conditions of social stratification. Okay, so what's a hunter-gatherer? You're hunting and you're gathering. You have a heavy population of hunter and gatherers in Africa. Right or wrong? Am I wrong or am I tripping?
Tripping.
Nah, not now, modern day, but in the beginning of time, they were, but not now. Hell no.
How about that? No, I'm saying right now, does Africa have the largest numbers of
Oh,
hunter
do they have
gatherers?
the largest now?
Yes,
Probably
right
so.
now.
Probably so. I'm not sure about that, but I'll give you that. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So watch this. It says because it develops under conditions of social stratification. It says slavery operated in the first civilizations such as Sumer and Mesopotamia, which dates back far as 3,500 BCE. It says slavery features in the Mesopotamian Code of Hammurabi in 1860 BCE, which refers to it as an established institution. So watch this, y'all. I'm telling you, in Egypt that they practiced what? That some people that was in Egypt was messing with other people's wives. That some people in Egypt, must have practiced homosexuality because it's in their laws saying don't do it. What you don't have in the laws of Egypt is how to practice slavery, but you absolutely have it in the Code of Hammurabi. They give you the rules and the regulations. That's just a footnote for y'all ignorant amongst us. Watch this. It says slavery was widespread in the ancient world. It was found in almost every ancient civilization, including the Roman Empire. It became less common throughout Europe during the Middle Ages, although it continued to be practiced in some areas. Both Christians and Muslims captured each other as slaves during centuries of warfare in the Mediterranean. It said Islamic slavery encompassed many Western and Central Asia, North and East Africa, India, Europe, from about the 7th to the 20th century. It says the Dutch, French, Spanish, Portuguese, British, and a number of West African kingdoms played a prominent role in the Atlantic slave trade, especially after the 16th century. Okay, so if we stop right here, it's clear that they're not doing a whole lot of talking about Africa. Simple as that. Now, if you go down the article, it'll start talking about, Egypt this, and they'll talk about, but the prominent role of the origin and the history of slavery was not played out in Africa. No matter how we try to switch it, no matter how we try to act like that. So that statement that Sean made was correct. Nobody's on here saying that these niggas didn't participate in the slave trade, that these niggas didn't have to. No one's saying that. We're saying, at what point did they begin to play a prominent role? You got to wait till the Europeans come in before you talk about them playing a prominent role. A prominent, dominant role. They wasn't going to other places enslaving people outside of Africa. That wasn't happening. So we can argue about what slavery is and what slavery is not. The article talks about what different types of slavery. So at a certain point, we got to start defining terms and making it crystal clear. But Sean wasn't wrong when he talked about an economy. Because slavery is actually, you need an economy, right? To have a slave, you need a network. Your economy has to be based in slavery. That it depends on slavery. So I always ask, so give me the economy that in Africa it was based. And then people start naming stuff, but you can't name it without the interaction between outside people. Does that take the responsibility away from the crazy ass kings that enslaved other African kingdoms? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's just the point I wanted to make right there. And y'all can go on, say what you want to say, but I'll find the law in Egypt on how to do slavery. We can point to the Bible. I can show you.
Hold on. So you're saying there were no slaves in Egypt?
No, I'm saying, nigga, okay, go find the code. These niggas wrote about everything.
I'm not.
Hold on.
I'm
telling you, yes, I am telling you that you'd be hard pressed to get us to believe that people that had, I can pull up the deeds. They had deeds to houses. They had laws and rules and regulations. They had insurance. Let me get to my point, bro. Let me just teach. I'm trying to make a point here. Let me just make my point. I am telling you that who amongst you believe that are people that actually have written deeds, written love letters, insurance policies on animals, won't tell you how to treat a fucking slave in a document. Where's that document, bro? You cannot find an article to say, yo, they had slaves. They always try, well, we're not sure. Oh, I don't know. That's how it's going to be with the Egypt, bro. I've been through the whole 9 yards of that. That's the answer to your question. I'm saying they did not have slaves and they did not have a slave economy. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, so
I just wanted to get all that in there.
So when they went to war with these different societies and they captured their prisoners of war, what did they do with them? They kill them all?
They was prisoners of war, nigga.
You said Egypt didn't have slaves.
What did they do?
Yeah, I said that. I said that.
What did they do with the prisoners that they caught? Did they kill them?
No, we know what they did for them.
What
they
did
kept
they do?
them niggas captive and they integrated them back into the society over time. So they had a period. They had a period of training them back into society. And for you, hold on. Let me finish my point. I'm saying you have a debt to pay, brother, man, for going to war against me. You have a debt to pay. You've killed some of my people. You have a debt to pay. That's totally different from just snatching a nigga up out of nowhere, yo, kidnapping them and keeping them for generations, bro. I don't know how y'all keep getting.
Okay, but you have right. So you're saying they were indentured servants, right? Right.
I'm saying, can you please show me the document where they show you how to handle slaves?
I'm not even going there. I'm asking you. You just said that.
Y'all do know that's important.
What I said,
right?
he always does.
Your phone going in and out.
You're crazy. That's what I'm saying. You said they caught the prisoners. They held them captive.
They're prisoners of war. They're called prisoners of war.
Right. I'm just walking with you, bro. Right? They held them captive. They integrated them back into society. Right. So that's indentured servitude.
Slowly. Okay, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, slowly.
Where is the code? But where is the code, yo, on how to treat and maintain slaves? What? They tell you how they do the prisoners of war. So right, that's what I'm waiting for. Like you go to the code of Hammurabi.
So that's your proof that they didn't have
y'all
slaves.
Didn't hear me. Man, I said we know people in Egypt practice homosexuality. We know the people in Egypt stole people's shit. We know people in Egypt murdered motherfuckers. We know this from the written records, bro. They had laws and rules and regulations. Same with the biblical text. They had rules and regulations. The Code of Hammurabi
rules and regulations. So why is it that they don't have rules and regulations on how to maintain and keep slaves? Y'all not answering that question. This is vital because these people were literate and they wrote about everything. How am I tricking y'all or messing it up?
Egypt. But you're not gonna convince me that they didn't have slaves because you can't find it in their legal documents.
Okay, so what do you use?
So what do you say? He didn't say that they didn't have slaves.
Yes, he
didn't
did.
say that because he didn't because he just sit here and said that he integrated slaves back into their society. They were known for integrating slaves back into their society. He said that.
They were known for sacrificing their slaves.
The reason I ask questions to clarify is it's called stone manning an argument. That's why I clearly said, bro, are you saying that the Egyptians did not have slaves?
I'm saying that what you're calling slaves were prisoners of war. I'm not agreeing with Sean. And that word is not the same word. It's not the same word. I'm not arguing with y'all niggas on that. Y'all don't know what y'all talking. It's not the same word. Y'all bugging. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So I want to know at this point, we can move from Egypt. I'm just saying we can move from Egypt and go to some West African spot. But right now,
you didn't jump in quicksand.
Egypt didn't have that.
Right here in this quicksand, your ass didn't jump in.
We can just go to the wiki. Look at it. The same wiki.
You didn't jump your ass into some quicksand. And now
I'm right here.
Jump out of
I'm right
here.
Yep, I'm right here. Now go get that. Yeah, go get that.
No rope.
And now I don't need no rope. I don't need no help.
I'm reading from the wiki. It said this is one part of it. It says many slaves who worked for the temple estate lived under punitive conditions.
What's up?
Right? No punitive. But on average, the
freeze, my nigga. Where you at? Where you at?
In the
article. I know where. I know where at.
I'm at slave life.
You at slave what?
You can't remember
slave life in ancient Egypt.
Damn.
Slave life. That's on the article I just pulled up.
No, I mean
Let me get off the screen.
I just go into slavery in ancient Egypt and see what they got on.
What you type in? We want to read it because I don't trust you. Go ahead.
Type in slavery.
I don't trust your shit.
Type in slavery in ancient Egypt and see what you can find on slavery.
I know, I'm right here. Slavery. Hold on. Watch this. Watch how y'all get beat up. Slavery in ancient Egypt. Watch this. Ain't gonna be as easy as y'all thought it was gonna be. All right, here we go. Hold on. Whoa. I'm at your Wikipedia article right now. Now let's go. Where you at? Where you at, goddamn?
Okay, go to types of coerced labor. How about we do that one first?
Which one? Types of
what? Types of coerced labor. Then go right below it says chattel slavery. Then we'll read right.
Hold on. Wait. The practice of forcing another party to act in an involuntary manner by use of threats of force. All right, so where they was threatening niggas. Go ahead. Read.
No, I'm at types of coerced labor, chattel slavery. It says here that the chattel slaves were mostly captives of war and were brought over.
Stop right there for me. All I'm gonna tell you is, bro, if you come on my house, if we fighting a war, nigga, and I catch your motherfucking ass, nigga, you're done.
You just got knocked out though, Unc.
No, I didn't get knocked out.
Yes, you did.
All right, man. No, it's not that. I said it was a prison. No, keep reading.
That's the mechanism. Hold on, I heard you. No, I heard you. I heard you. You explained it. Now let me explain.
Can you finish reading it though? Can you finish reading it, then you can explain.
Huh?
Let him finish reading it, then you can explain.
No, hold on. We had a crucial point, like you say. We had a crucial point. Now, I want everybody to listen to this, all right? There are mechanisms, right, involved to turn a person into a slave. Unc claims that the mechanism is the institution. No. Getting captured in war is the mechanism that leads you to become an enslaved person or for you to reach that status as a slave. So, okay, what got them to be slaves was that they got captured after they lost a war. But they became slaves. So, in turn, Egypt had slaves. You got knocked out. You jumped in quicksand. Now I'm gonna go back on mute and watch you try to rearrange this shit and act like slave that they sit and say that those people had slaves. I'm going back on mute. So you handle it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So can you finish?
Let me finish reading.
No,
I'm just
can
going
you
to
finish
reading it, and then I'll let you go. And this is from
good. That's what I want you to do.
The source is the Oxford Encyclopedia of AGE.
No, keep reading the shadow slavery. Don't dive out of that. He did that. He did that on purpose.
I am about to read it. Calm down, bro.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I just gave you what the source is. I'm going to read it.
I don't need to
read that shit. What's your point about chattel slavery?
Chattel slave.
You on mute. You on mute.
Hold on. Let me read it, bro. Let me read it.
Is Chef still talking? I thought Chef was on mute.
Let me read it, baby. Let me read it, man. Let me read it. All right, look. The chattel slaves were mostly captives of war and were brought over to different cities and countries to be sold as slaves. All captives, including civilians not a part of the military forces, became a royal resource. The pharaoh would then resell the captives by moving them into colonies for labor, giving them the temples, giving them as rewards to deserving individuals, and giving them to his soldiers as loot. Some chattel slaves began as free people who were found guilty of committing illicit acts and were forced to give up their freedom. Other chattel slaves were born into the life from a slave mother.
And that reference is what? That's the Oxford, right?
That's the Oxford Encyclopedia.
Okay.
And that's just chattel slavery. Then they got bonded laborers, and they got the term shabti in Egypt, and then they got forced laborers, and it keep going.
So what are you saying?
So what I would like to say
back
is
on
the
soapbox.
I'm gonna finish my point. So what I'm saying is that the Europeans, like they always do, people who try to read the language fuck it up. So I would suggest you go to the blog Rap God, right? He writes a whole article on slavery and how there are different terms. It's not slavery. Just like when you say Necha, people misconstrue that and say, that's the God. Nope, that wasn't a frame of reference for that. It wasn't that. It is not.
Yes, it is.
It is not. It is not. It is not. It is not. Let's not get off that. Let's get back on this. So hold on. Let's get back on this. Let's get back on
labor, and it gave them to the soldiers as loot.
So are we forgetting the difference between somebody running up on you, kidnapping you, or fighting the fucking war? Y'all gonna leave the fight the fucking war out of it?
Mechanisms, Unc.
So wait. So you saying? Hold on. I just want to get this straight. I never hear nobody say, right, that in the Vietnam War, when they kept niggas captives, they called them niggas slaves. They worked the shit out them niggas. I've never heard them call them slaves. They was prisoners of war. They didn't call them slaves though. Now they slaves because they worked like a motherfucker, dog. They was prisoners of war. To me, a prisoner of war is different from you running up in my house, snatch me. To me, that's different. But y'all saying it's not different.
Wasn't just prisoners of wars though. It was other people, as he just read. They had free people who committed crimes. It wasn't just prisoners of war.
You know what? We need to define this shit.
No, you shouldn't have used Egypt. That was a bad analogy.
I want to use, and I'm telling you, it's a
Egypt
great analogy.
Slaves.
No, it's
in
not.
The Bible.
And I'm saying it's not. And I'm saying they ain't had no slaves.
You tripping?
Okay.
Yeah, that's why they got into the term shabti. This term shabti is to say one type of slavery in Egypt granted captives the promise of an afterlife. You shabtis, funerary figures buried with the deceased, and that's when you get into the whole, burying.
But check it out, Sosa. Famous phrase is a pseudo dies at his source, and he keep doing it.
Oh, you tripping on that one with the slavery? Like, come on, man. Like you make me have to go. I'm like, hold on, what? You make me have to go read Egypt. Like, hold on, no slaves.
Right.
Like you have my brain like
No slaves in Egypt.
Nigga, you know we just getting started though, right?
You must
That's
say
the plan.
read the
That's the plan right there.
It should be over.
Y'all know that's the first. Y'all know that's the first.
No,
that's
it's
the plan
over,
y'all
bro.
niggas.
Bruh, it's over.
It's over for y'all niggas, nigga. I'm
You
just getting
slick.
started, nigga. Y'all nigga strap up, nigga. We just getting don't slick out the conversation now, nigga.
No,
when you went for the first fake out,
No.
I hit you with the shoulder fake, nigga. Y'all went for it.
Hey, Unc, it gotta
Yeah,
be
let
a
me go ahead
point
and
where
teach.
you just lost, yo.
I
It
didn't
gotta be a
lose that.
point where you just wrong,
I didn't
yo.
lose that. I didn't lose that.
You 50 miles past being wrong, yo. Now it's turning into something else.
Oh man, so this is the game we're gonna play. We're gonna keep. I'm saying when you deal with Egypt, then deal with the fucking prisoners of war. All right, and when you talk about European and Arab slavery, that shit ain't had nothing to do with prisoners of war. So I don't know why y'all can't make that division in y'all fucking head. It's not my fault. It's not my fault if y'all don't understand that we shooting at each other, nigga, and you capture me, nigga. So you can make it the same thing, and I'm saying it's not. I don't. So we need to stop using that word because the English word confused niggas.
No,
The
you
reality
don't
is they was
understand
prisoners of
no
war.
other language.
They was
What
prisoners
other
of war.
languages
Y'all
we
gotta
gonna
yell.
use for you to
They was prisoners of
understand
war.
it?
Yeah, prisoners of war. I want to hear that.
You
I don't want to hear
said
slave. I want to hear
English.
prisoners of
What
war.
other language?
Oh.
So you gonna understand the meta words?
Prisoners of war, bro. That's what I want
A
to hear.
lot
I
of
don't want to
us,
hear that other shit.
a lot of us that came to the Americas and into the Caribbean were sold as prisoners of war. We were captured and sold to Europeans as prisoners of war. A lot of us here were prisoners of war. So
Why
why
you
is
still
prisoners of
here?
war excused?
Why you still here?
Man, shut your
No,
mouth.
see, let
Because
it go.
Unc didn't kick me out. When Unc kicks me out, I'll leave. When Unc or whoever
Why
started,
why are you
I'll
still
leave.
here? You
So
add nothing to the conversation.
He ain't doing that, Sean. Let him know he's making a point. Let him get it in.
see, I'm saying that's why he a pseudo.
He
That's
ain't
why
add nothing to the discussion.
that's
He
why
ain't
he a
add nothing to the, he ain't add
I
nothing to
just
the
did.
discussion.
I just did.
So let's since you want to bump your gums, you see every book over here. I can go downstairs and do the same thing. I've read every book over here before. Every book.
Don DeMarco.
All volumes of UNESCO. All this Arab stuff. All this slave trade stuff. All this West African stuff. Slave trade stuff. All this. You see this? All these books. Yeah, real estate development and the whole nine. All that. Come on
So
now.
you have books in yourself,
Anthropology.
and that means you read them. They're in
No.
yourself. so you've read
I've
them.
read all
Because
these
they're in yourself,
books.
you've read them.
Researching.
Y'all
All of
in my
these.
damn ear.
Hey,
This the
Sean,
book you
y'all
mad
not that
at.
back
You mad
to
at that book right
Such a good
there.
conversation. Like these brothers were having such a good conversation.
Sean, let's get back to
Researching.
another
So when
conversation.
I say something about the subject, I can add on to the discussion because I researched the subject.
But this
I
is not the
spent 3.5
discussion right now.
years on slavery alone. On slavery
That's not the
alone,
subject.
3.5 years researching slavery. Where
The
was you
subject is
at?
not how much you research.
Where was you at when I was researching slavery?
The subject is
Huh?
not
Where
how
was
much
you
you
at?
research.
In jail.
You said I was in my
I
feelings.
spent 3
So did you say I was
years
in my
learning
feelings?
everything that I can about slavery and the slave trade. Where was you at? Where was you at?
Did you say I was in my
Since you
feelings?
saying I talk like I'm from an
I was in my
authority, my
feelings.
nigga, I put in enough work. I put in enough work to know the subject matter. So where was you at?
You're very emotional right now. But these brothers
Exactly.
are
Your
having
ass
such a
wasn't
good,
nowhere
these brothers
around.
are having such a good conversation though.
I got books on my desk. I got books on my desk while I'm working. I got books on my desk all read. I can go in the other room and do the same thing. Don't play with me.
I'm not playing with you. I'm trying to go back to the other conversation
Yeah, all
these brothers were having. It was such a good conversation.
You ain't add nothing to the discussion because you are unlearned. You got a master's degree
But
and
that's
your
why
ass
we're
don't
just
even
doing
know
good
how to use
conversation.
research
They were doing
methodology.
very well. No, it was a good conversation. I wish we could go back to it. Like I wish we could
What is
continue.
you here for?
Look, we definitely not letting Unc out of this one.
Yeah, cause
I
I
know.
was
Let's
trying to slip
go.
out the back door real quick, nigga.
Yeah, Sean threw Unc a lifeline real quick.
Yeah, I heard that back door unlock. All right.
Go ahead.
You see, these niggas work together, y'all. Trust me.
I know.
These niggas hell. These niggas hell.
Sean definitely, you know what I mean? You know, shot in the other direction so we could go the other direction and get off Unc ass. Yeah. Hey, look, Unc quiet and shit. Unc probably got every book that he got in his library out right now.
You already know he reads right now like a mother. He reads like a mother right now.
He finna get you, Chef. You made him pull his book out.
I know he got all his Dr. Ben books lined up on his kitchen table right now.
They were captives.
He gone.
Well, what's wrong? What's wrong with equating the slaves?
That's
because they did have they did have to work.
Yeah, that's Unc issue. He the one who trying to make them not slaves.
Got no problem with nothing you saying, Sean. I agree with everything you just said.
Unc is a madman. Unc done jumped off the damn thing. That's a goddamn. He done died at his own source.
Like I'm out.
To get that Omo Valley ready.
Oh yeah, he definitely going to the Omo Valley.
Yup. He be back. He be back.
Oh God.
His phone rung. He be back.
His phone ain't ring.
He busting at every last one of us. He coming for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ancient world, man. Like, come on. That's why I can say, okay, slave economy. Okay, that's different. You know what I'm saying? Because
that's different.
You can have an economy built on other things. Okay, so slave, you can make profit doing slave, but it may not be your major bread.
Your main source.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So, but the act of slavery itself.
I got a question though, Sosa. When you get done.
Go ahead.
Bro, there's no slavery without slave. There's no slavery without slave economics, bro. If you own a
Hey,
slave,
go to the back of the class. Take your ass to the back of the class.
To the very back. You shut the file away, fuck up. All right. So Sosa.
Yeah.
Would you call this an economy? Two kings, they got some women, right? You know what I'm saying? King, they doing business or whatever, and their concubines is what they call them or whatever. And the king, and one of the kings is interested in a couple of the concubines. It's like, yo, I'm really feeling shorty right here, shorty over there, shorty in the back, shorty over there. Can I get them? And the other king said, yeah, you can get them if you're gonna come off your 4 horses over there in the rear. Because these, although they fine and sexy, they actually, work in the kitchen. So are you saying, would you equate that to slavery, to a slave economy?
No. If your main source for exchange was bodies, then that's a slave economy. Yeah, that's a slave because if you're trading,
but if it's just natural resources, then you're saying the natural resources is your economy.
Yeah. You may have other things. You may have salt, gold. You know what I'm saying? A different frankincense. Then that may be a bulk of how you make your money, right? You still may trade a slave or two and make some money, but that ain't how you goddamn pay your rent, so to speak. You feel me? No niggas. Yeah. You don't pay mortgage with that. That's just a little fuck off money. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, but that's
okay. No problem. So let me give you another scenario. So, all right, let's just be real. We know for a fact, right, that these mugs, they was trading things. We got evidence throughout history. We got evidence. Even if we go back to the Nile, we got evidence of war captives. We call them slaves. We got evidence of caste system that labels them slaves. But they're not chatteled. And so with that being said, we do see that most of the time that they would sell off war captives. They would sell off war captives for the sake of something in return, which would be natural resources, which would help them get money elsewhere, right?
All right.
So I really don't have I think Unc did jump out the window, but I really don't think that because the economy wasn't slave based, right? It was based on these resources, and we can go back and look. Like if we go look at dang it, why I can't think of the Stella. We can go back and look as far back as those little trading tags during Narmer's era, right?
Yeah.
Where they actually are dealing with this stuff. And we can see what was actually going on. We don't see bodies being thrown around there. So I don't know why Unc would have a problem with, I don't know why he would have a problem with the word slave. I mean, you know, there's different forms of slavery.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, because when it comes down to it, when you, as a prisoner of war, you've lost your will, you lost some freedoms. The freedoms is lost. You can eventually work your way back into the society, but you gotta go through the rigmarole. You know what I'm saying? To get to that point, if you get to that point, you can't just up and go. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, that's common in a lot of societies, though, that they would rework them back in. And also, you're gonna trade prisoners of war because that's risky business, bro. Like, you don't want to have too many prisoners of war. Like, you risk the chance of an insurrection. You got too many commonalities.
That's what happened to Egypt. That's what happened to Egypt. A damn insurrection from inside and penetration from outside. Overthrow your ass in a heartbeat.
Interesting.
What is that, yo?
Oh, can I ask a question?
What up, Smash? Smash on here?
Click that back.
Peace to the panel.
Yeah,
Peace to the
yeah,
panel.
Click
How
that
y'all
back,
doing?
Silver.
I'm gonna get it in after the other brother.
What's going on? It's like, hey, you that boy, boy. I swear, this nigga.
What up?
Go with us, man. Go ahead and get it. And hey, let American Dream ask his question. There, go ahead.
Nah,
Smash.
hell nah. He
Thank
can't
you
ask
so
shit.
much,
Smash,
man.
what up,
Let
Smash?
me get this, man. Let me get this.
Nah. We want to hear from Smash, yo. We've been listening to
I'm gonna
American
hand the
Dream.
turn thing, bro.
Oh, Unc went and got back up. Okay.
Yeah, you know how you do. He ran and
Yeah, here you go. He back. Hey, yo, I said, yeah.
Yeah,
Unc ran
can
and
I
got
ask my
back
question?
up.
Can I ask my question or what?
Go
Can I
ahead,
ask my
bro.
question?
Go ahead, brother.
Nah, fuck all that, nigga. I'm tired of y'all Wikipedia scholars, nigga. I'm going right to
You
the
pulled
Egyptian
up Wikipedia.
papyruses, nigga. Fuck all that.
You
Fuck that
pulled
shit.
up Wikipedia,
Nah,
Unc.
hell with that shit, nigga. We going into the
No,
later half of the first
Hey,
round, nigga.
Unc,
All
you
right,
pulled up
don't unk me.
Wikipedia though, bro.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
I don't remember. I was punch drunk. I don't remember.
You pulled up Wikipedia and died at your
I
own
know I
source.
did. I didn't die at my own source, yo. I qualified it with the origin and the history of it. It don't start in Africa, yo.
We ain't saying
A lot of shit
start in
started.
Africa.
I know you didn't, yo. But that was my first couple blows I wanted to throw.
Slaves began everywhere, man.
Nah, don't talk me. Yeah, whatever, nigga. Says you. I'm not listening to you. I'm
Says
sourcing it
science.
up right now.
You
All right, well, the science don't say that.
So I'm not able to ask that question.
Listen, y'all gonna say I'm trying to switch the conversation if I say that.
Where the first civilization sprung up at?
Nah, dude. No. So you trying to say Africa had a prison complex system too, though? Because they was the first civilizations there. We want to add that in too, right?
Prison complex don't come to later on. You get a damn.
All right, then, nigga. So slavery don't come from later on. I'm trying to give y'all some help here, but let me share my screen.
Older. Slavery is older than the prison complex.
Like right now,
But y'all, I mean, I've been listening to y'all. Y'all been messing hella shit up, and there's a lot of knowledgeable brothers on the line. So I'll be wondering how y'all get so far and then start messing stuff back up. Particularly, someone said and made a claim on this public network that they sold the captives. But if I ask that person to give us a source, they're gonna start bobbling, bibbling.
I read that. That's from the sources, the Oxford. Hold on, let me get it again. Let me get it.
See, that's what I mean. Well, I'm sorry. I apologize, my brother. Let me clarify. I mean a primary source, because we deal with what secondary.
Well, we have to go to the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt to see what their source. But that's what the source.
No, that's written by
Ian
Ian
we got a
Shaw.
primary right here.
Yeah, that's
see
most likely written
man?
by Ian Shaw, bro. Am I wrong? And that's not
No,
a
you
primary.
ain't wrong. Nope.
See, that's what a
White
white
people
dude
talking
said.
shit.
Sounds like if I told you rain was caused by precipitation, you would ask me for a source.
Yeah, I would go outside and see the primary, and I would see evaporation, and I would agree. How you doing?
Yeah, if I told you today was If I told you today was Tuesday, October
Okay.
19th, you'd be like,
No,
can I
that's
get
not
a
true. That's
source?
not sourceable material. You got to know how it
Okay.
works. Let me get
Okay.
some
Well, I'm
pineapple.
on
You want
the
to source
Oxford
someone as
the
captive?
Oxford
You don't. You
Encyclopedia of
won't believe
Ancient
that
Egypt.
Africans sold captives until you see a
Okay,
source.
but just
Really?
listen. It said it features 600 original articles written by leading scholars. That's
we
what
going to
that's
a
what.
primary though? But how about going to the
Oh
primary?
my
We're going to
God,
the
Okay, we'll go to the
Hiccup
primary.
Papyrus. Can
Okay,
y'all
we'll
see
go
the
to
screen?
that.
Can y'all see the screen? Can y'all see
All
the
right.
screen though? You see the screen, right?
yeah.
It says Heka was a farmer
Those
in
are
the Middle
all,
Kingdom. In the Middle Kingdom. He was a free man. This papyrus is significant in the study of slavery in Kemet. It says this is the documented account of a man rising from a Bak, a servant, to a notable position in the society of ancient Egypt. Significance. The epithets were Hamka, and in one instance as Bak and Par, it's a or worker of the funerary estate. J.J. Shirley, H.M. and Bak are said to mean slave, but Pika papyri is evidence those terms meant workers. So if you're not going to the primary terms, you gonna list somebody from Hart, whatever the hell you just said. They always mix
yeah.
up the terms because they not understand African culture, and it's crazy to me. But go ahead, Smash. Now, in fact,
So
that's
what
from your
Brother
blood. But
Ankh
go ahead.
just did was, right while we was talking, Brother Ankh just pulled up a primary work that contradicts what the secondary source is saying. So what I'm trying to explain is this. It's not like you don't have to know how to read Metanetta to refer to a primary. We're not trying to one up y'all. What we simply saying is if you want to make a claim that captives of Egypt were sold to other people, then you have to give me an Egyptian text, not a European text, but the Egyptian text that says so. And what Brother Ang just did was put up Hakanakis papyri to show you how we do this work. Because on that papyri, I took the term Bak, that they say means slave, and I established a stipend for his work. He owned land and he got a stipend for his work, which means that in that primary account, we could not say a Bak was a slave because we just found one who got a salary or a stipend and he owned the land. So that's just an example of how I ain't trying to be like, if you can't got no source. No, it's not just asking sources for things that you don't need to ask for sources for. But when you make a claim like the captives were sold, then we need a source on that.
Who said they were sold? Who? Who said that the slaves were sold?
That was Sean who said that because I wasn't even in the chat. That's what made me come into the chat.
Oh, okay. We ain't never say that they sold them. We said that they were captured and they were put into slavery. Well, now
Sean said that.
Oh, okay.
So no, that was Sosa said that. He was reading from the Wikipedia.
No, that was earlier. I'm talking about before I came into the chat. He was talking about how the captives, when you got captives, they would sell the captives, and that's what made me click the link. Just to straighten that out, not like it's a really big point of contention, but I wanted to see if he had a primary source. Meaning, where on the Egyptian walls, let's keep it a buck, white people say hella stuff. Where on the Egyptian walls can we establish a slave market or even the sale of a human being?
We won't be able to establish a slave market. I'm not when I'm giving that example as far as like concubines, like that transpired.
What the hell?
Nah, this dude talking.
Well, I'm not in disagreement about slavery. It occurred everywhere. The only thing that I argue against is that it was a central institution to Egyptian society, which it wasn't. But if you know, like, we got cameras on us everywhere, so we can't do shit. But just in Stockton 3 years ago, they found a white man who had a girl chained up in her basement for like 5 years. And so I'm only saying that to say, if we got all this technology and we still literally can't stop it, what made you think if somebody came up with that idea on the outskirts of society in ancient times that they wouldn't be able to pull it off? So, Even Joseph's brothers sold him to Egyptians. Egyptians didn't say they had no place to do that. They didn't have commodities to trade in the Bible, so Joseph's brothers snatched him up and sold him. That ain't the fault of Egypt. And what that's saying is that's people on the outskirts of society bringing whatever their products are to Egypt. So we would have to find a stock of people, meaning where did all these Nubians get sold to? So if Egypt was selling slaves, then they had Nubian slaves. So we should be able to find hella black people that's in Canaan because they got sold off as slaves.
Nah, we ain't gonna find that.
Exactly.
I think they missing the point.
Find a slave
institution. We saying an institution. Law. That's why I say, yo, give me the papyrus where they give you rules and regulation that is supported by the state government. Y'all act like y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. Y'all bugging, nigga. United States, France, Belgium. These niggas had laws, rules and regulations to that shit. But now when you fuck with Egypt, y'all niggas don't require the same amount. Like I'm saying, give me the same amount of evidence that the institution, that the whole 9 yards is fairly expensive. That the governmental institutions is supporting slavery. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. But y'all
we wasn't talking about Egypt. You threw Egypt in there
but I
and brought a source.
I want to start with the oldest. I want to start one of the old civilizations
Well,
first.
you're making an argument that we're not having.
So y'all running now? Y'all off that? You can shut it up. I just want to get y'all off that point.
Everybody on here but you said Egypt had slaves. So I don't even know what you arguing no more.
I'm saying this Egypt, the governmental system structure was not built for slavery. And I'm saying there's no documents that are legal binding documents to say, these are our rules and regulations. That's what I'm saying. I know you hear what I'm saying.
Bro, man, ain't nobody put
I
forth
know you
that
hear what I'm
argument.
saying.
Listen, this is what Unc do. I keep telling y'all, he creates straw man arguments, and then he attack his own arguments, and he act like he beating everybody up. Nobody was talking about Egypt. You threw it in there. This whole framework that you're talking about.
Your man said that. Your man, American Crazy Dream said that. He said it first. He used Sean's name in it, bro. That's why I brought it up, yo. I ain't that motherfucking old. I clearly remember what American Dream said. I clearly heard him say Sean was a pseudo because he said it wasn't. He said that. And
he said what?
He said that,
what
bro.
What did he say?
Ask him.
I didn't say that.
He said,
right, come on.
What you say? What you say?
I didn't say
No.
that.
What you say, American Dream? When you called him a pseudo, you was explaining. You said he said something about Egypt and slaves. He didn't say that?
Oh my God.
I didn't say nothing about Egypt.
You had Egypt.
You said West Africa, right? No, you said West Africa, right?
I didn't say nothing about that when I was explaining him.
He was just saying slavery in general.
Right.
He generalized it. You was being specific. You took what he generalized and made it specific.
So how I changed the conversation when I gave y'all the history of slavery?
I didn't say that you changed the conversation,
Oh, that's what Chef keep trying to say. Now he's backing out.
Who backing
out? So Egypt have a governmental system based around the
Sheffrin is telling you that he wasn't even paying attention to American Dream. That's what Sheffrin is telling you. He didn't give a fuck what American Dream said.
Basically.
Wow.
If y'all didn't catch that, that's crazy.
I'm gonna throw something in here right here because we had this conversation hella much. I just want to add something. I think if we're looking for the similarities in the slavery, we're gonna end up at the same point every time. Because there was a lot of similarities. But if we look at the differences, is when we start to draw, okay, this couldn't have been that. I'm telling you, if we keep looking at the similarities, like they did this and this did this, but what was different about servitude in Egypt that you can't find nowhere else on the earth?
I just finished the last one. That was a little okay.
Man, look.
So basically, I was right.
Unc did this.
That's why I said, what do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, man, Unc did this.
Try to get a head up.
I don't know what.
You got him. You talking?
Huh?
You talking? Yo, that's Sean. You talking? We can hear you talk.
He's still working. I don't know what you just did a Unc special on us.
I did not, yo. I'm trying to say, whenever we keep saying slavery, people listening, their mind can only go to what they understand. They only understand European slavery. Then the next tier of people will understand the Arab slavery. And then they will apply those things, no matter what the fuck it was, to Africa.
with no context, no nothing. So I went to the history of slavery, and the first thing they talked about was the codes of conduct in Hammurabi, the laws. So then I established that, dude, civilizations have laws on slavery. The United States had laws. Britain had laws. They all had laws. When it comes to Egypt, you find no laws. And I know you understand what I'm saying, bro. I'm not crazy around this motherfucker, yo. I'm clearly establishing something here. That if Egypt had the type of slavery that the Europeans had, and they was just as literate as the Europeans, then where are the laws and rules and regulations? They had rules, regulations against homosexuality. They had rules and regulations against fucking with somebody's wife. They don't kill your brother and sister. They had those rules. They had documentation for buying land, right? They had that. They had insurance policies. They had love letters. Why don't they have a government with laws and rules and regulations? They had medical papyrus. The reason they don't have the fucking shit because they didn't have that type of shit. And I know what I'm talking about, bro.
He's telling the truth.
It seem like, yo, you just kind of, I ain't trying. Smash explained that shit right.
Nobody
he said, yo,
not
so
saying
of course
that
you got
Uncle's
some
not
niggas on the
telling the
outskirts.
truth. He's
I'm done, man. Go ahead.
just not even on topic.
I'm done, bro.
He's
All right, I'm
doing a
done.
hell of a job explaining Egypt and what was going on there, but he ain't even on topic. So it's crazy at this point.
Y'all wasn't talking about slavery, yo?
We wasn't talking about Egypt.
Was y'all talking about Africa, nigga?
Yeah, we was talking about.
All right, then is Egypt in Africa?
Man, that shit.
Oh, all right.
We talking something 3,000 years ago, and we having a conversation about the goddamn trans-Saharan and transatlantic slave trade that happened in the AD period. From 1000 AD, we was talking about roughly to the 1900s. That's what we was talking about. And you dived in a whole day later and put Egypt in it. Because
so now you just gonna act
crazy
like
as fuck.
Hey, Chef, guess what I'm establishing, Chef?
You're establishing that Africa.
I'm establishing ancient civilizations in fucking Africa proper, right? That their general motherfucking economy wasn't based off of slavery. And I start with the first one that was literate or considered to be literate. Now we can move our way up, yo. That way people get the whole fucking picture. So where we at? You want to go to the homie?
Hold on. Egypt don't speak for all of Africa. That's
that's
only one little place. So that's crazy as hell. That's crazy as hell to try to what you're doing since Egypt didn't do it. So is that what you're saying? Since Egypt didn't do it, and they was one of the earliest, right? And they created pyramids, then that means that everybody. So what are you saying?
No, I'm saying that type of social structure was a social structure that was brought in, the economy. And it starts with the sea people. Matter of fact, you can go to Mark Burnell's work, book 1, and he talks about, nigga, I'm trying to make a point, Chef. You trying to win. I'm definitely
trying to win because you always trying to win.
I ain't trying to win on this one.
Go ahead, Bill.
I ain't trying to win. No, I ain't fucking with you.
That's why you went to Egypt, because you wanted to win.
I went to Egypt because niggas was howling and screaming that shit.
No, we wasn't
Sosa housed the prison complex system. Niggas got made by the human shit. I don't believe it.
I don't know. Hey, American Dream, what was you saying, bro? He didn't fell out.
Black people participated in slavery.
They called Sean a pseudo.
He called Sean a pseudo because of what?
Because
he was talking about the slavery shit.
Yeah, and what he basically is saying, he been saying it to us. He been coming over to my panel saying it. What he's basically trying to say is that black people need to quit trying to put the blame off on the Arabs and the white people because Africans traded in slaves too. So they need to take their blame too.
I agree with that. Now look, hold on. We got over 100 people in here and we only got 59 likes. That's crazy. Y'all been listening to us talk our brains out for 3 hours and y'all won't even hit the goddamn like button. Hit the like button. And we got 2 people that hit the down, what's that? The dislike button.
One of them was American Nightmare.
Hold on, we got 2 people that hit the dislike button. And check this out. I got this new program, right, where I can see if you hit the dislike button, and I know exactly who you is. And when we catch you, we're gonna beat the shit out you. I'm gonna just let y'all know.
That was me. I hit it twice. That was me. I hit the dislike twice. I'm joking, man. I'm joking, man.
Look at you. So okay, so American Dream. Let's do this. What am I saying? I'm not saying that nobody that there wasn't the possibility of practicing slavery. Let me make myself clear to the listening audience. What I'm saying is that these tribes, right, these groups and these cultures, right, their economy was not based off of slavery. I'm waiting for that type of evidence, meaning it reduced itself to that when the Arabs get the game, right? Because they kind of took out the economy, and the only thing they really wanted was human trafficking. And like anybody, they got into that business. Prior to that, I'm saying they thing wasn't functioning off of that. They was functioning off of prisoners of war. And if you want to make a prisoner of war a damn slave, you do that. I'm not listening to that shit. There's a difference for me. Okay? So I'm just making my points there, bro. I am.
Indeed. And I get your point. I get your point. But what I'm saying, Ankh, is anyone that owns a slave, remember, slavery is free labor. Anyone that owns a slave does it for economic reasons. It's free labor. That's economics right there. So I'm having a rough time trying to understand why you're trying to separate slavery from economics. Anyone that has a slave, it's for free labor, and that's economics. There's no separation of it. I'm not
because you have to address
why y'all are making.
You have to address the type. You got to address the type of economic system that you're in. You're coming from a capitalist perspective. Ancient Egyptians weren't capitalist. Period.
Does that make it so? Does that make it justified?
Yes, because you didn't have to do. Because labor
this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Survivor wasn't
right. You're justifying the African slavery. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They did it for a good reason.
Definitely not. That's not what I did. I didn't just justify African slavery. I just told you that you were looking at slavery, and because you understand it under capitalist society, meaning free labor, because you got to work for labor in a capitalist society in order to be productive. It's not necessarily, you do have to work in a cooperative economic conglomerate or under cooperative economics, which I say ancient Egypt was, but you didn't have, it wasn't the same thing. Like the fruits of your free labor wasn't about to build you a personal enterprise. It was a collective.
So let me ask you a question. Which economic system would you like to be a slave in? I know you don't want to be a slave in the capitalist system.
That just
Bro, I get it. You don't want to be a slave in the capitalist system.
What I'm saying.
Bro,
I
get
you just
what you're
giving
saying.
a further illustration that you're not getting.
Okay.
You're not hearing
This is what I'm talking
saying.
about with
Just showing me
pseudos,
you're
man.
not
This is
hearing
what I'm talking
saying.
about with pseudos. This is exactly what I mean by pseudos.
You know
what do you mean by pseudo exactly? Yeah, you just don't know what pseudo means. You don't even know who put that out. You saying some shit. You use the slang we put out back on us.
A pseudo is a faker.
That's a real pseudo.
A pseudo is someone who fakes.
Real pseudo is a motherfucker who takes some slang that you put out and made popular and used it back on you. That's a pseudo.
A pseudo is a faker.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be saying pseudo if it wasn't for me.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
Yeah, I am
but
right.
You're being
so
a pseudo.
Calling me one.
But that doesn't mean you're not being a pseudo.
You don't even know nothing about pseudo. I'm explaining to you how the shit works. I'm telling you, you talking about free labor. I'm detailing everything you said. You said free labor. You want a slave because it's free labor. I said free labor is only a thing in a capitalist society. What don't you get about that?
Really?
Really?
So that's why I'm asking you. So you would like to be a slave in a communist society?
That question is stupid.
So I'm asking you, what do you?
That question don't got nothing to do with what we talking about. Do you hear what I'm saying? Free labor. Let's not talk about slavery. Let's not.
Does anyone else here think that's a stupid question?
Let's not talk about slavery. Let's talk about free labor. You just tried to describe it. How would free labor?
Do you think that's a stupid question?
How does free labor make a difference if you're not going to build a personal enterprise?
Slow down, brother. Slow down. Hold on. Ankh, was that a stupid question I asked?
Listen, that means you don't
understand it. That means you don't understand it. If you keep thinking that food and herbs can cause an immune response, then you don't understand the immune system. So if you don't understand the economy they was under, then you don't understand that. Then you're just not getting it, dog. You just jump.
So that's why I'm at. So I'm asking him, would he like to be a slave under that system? That's all I'm asking him.
I would tell you
He says,
this,
I don't understand it. That's why I'm knocking it. So I'm asking him, would he like to be a slave
question is
under it?
asinine. I hear what you're saying. You keep reiterating it, and I'm trying to give you an answer. The question is asinine is the first thing I said. But to give you an answer, if you had to choose a system of slavery to be under, it would be the ancient Egyptian one. Just like plenty people who was living in that time chose to. Speaking of, you will never find an instance of anyone on this earth requesting to place their whole family in servitude and saying that they would do it for their entire life and pay to do so, but in ancient Egyptian society and culture. But why you won't understand that? Because you keep thinking from a capitalistic society. You don't understand how different cultures, particularly African cultures, work. It didn't work like that. And let me reiterate. Find another slave culture or whatever you want to call it, where a person vowed to put his family into servitude and to pay to be in servitude. I got the documents.
I seen that. Hold on. I seen that now. That could speak to decadency in the society also. That you know.
Well, no, you got Chef, my brother. Just real quick. I was only answering his question though. You remember he was like, "What society you want to be a slave in?" So I wasn't like making that no big benefit.
Yeah, but
they actually did it in Europe.
Hold on. So you Smash, is you talking about the documents that they found that showed that a person had basically sold themselves to the temple?
That's another instance of the Magi women, but it's definitely the same type of occurrence. It was, I think the person's name is Dennery, but I will pull it up.
Yeah,
the instance, the occurrence is basically they was selling. They was like, "Yo, let me be your servant. I'll pay you this much money every month, and my whole family gonna be loyal. We gonna live on your land forever. Please let me be your servant." And my issue, that was just the answer to the question of what society you want to be a slave in, even though I thought the question was rather asinine.
Right, but you still didn't answer the question though, right? I want you to notice.
I thought I said Egyptian society.
Yeah, answer the question, bro.
No,
what are
that's
you
not
talking
what you
about?
said.
You
No,
off.
that's
You
not
off.
Here's what you said. Here's what you said. You said what I asked you was which one would you like to be a slave in? And what you said was if I had to be, right? If you had, like that's saying if you had no choice, right? But
That's not what I said. I can repeat exactly what I said. I have a photographic memory. I said the question is rather asinine, but if I was forced to answer that question, it would be ancient Egyptian society.
Okay, let's say you're not forced to, and I'm not forcing you to do anything, right? You have a choice.
Blood,
Would
you
you
just going
choose?
off trying to find a point you could win on. But let's talk about what we was originally talking about.
Go ahead.
Exactly. Slavery being different in ancient Egypt than it is any place else. The type of servitude, I'm sure I said nicely that we should look at the differences instead of the similarities, because then we will find instances where we'll say it had to be something going on different with this type of servitude.
Can I ask you a question? So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So was slavery in China different from slavery in Europe?
I don't really study slavery in China, and again,
can you imagine that they were different?
I probably couldn't, because that wouldn't be right.
Can you imagine that the slavery in America was different from the slavery in Europe?
Just get to your point, because just say that I do.
Slavery is different everywhere. Slavery is different everywhere.
Everywhere you go, you're going to see
so
slavery
point out the
differently. That
nuances.
doesn't justify it. That doesn't justify it.
You're not progressing along this thought path, because that is earlier in the thought path of what I just explained to you. I just showed you that if you point out the nuances in the slaveries you want to show that they're all different, then point out those nuances. I pointed out one. And I pointed out an extreme case that you probably won't be able to find no place else. But you need to point out the nuances between you saying they're all different. How so?
Okay, so let me ask you this question to answer your question. Do you think the
You just
slavery
asking
in
questions,
Africa,
ain't answering none, huh?
do you think the
asking
slavery
all
in
questions, ain't answering none.
Yeah, that's
I
just
answered
stupid,
hell
yo.
of your questions. I'm cool. You lost. You
do you
lost.
think slavery in
Next.
Africa was evil? Do you think slavery in Africa was evil? Last
Come on,
question.
man. You gotta answer some
Now we
questions, nigga.
change it. Now we change it. Let me
What's the
answer
question?
the
Go
question.
ahead. Go ahead. Ask the
You just
question.
did. You just came with a really loaded question, and you want to talk
Go ahead.
about
Ask the
being
question.
pseudo.
No, and I
You
want
went to the
ask
term
your
evil.
question.
First of all, I'm
Evil
answering that,
subjective.
and
Ask
you're
your
just
question.
talking over me.
Go ahead. Ask your question.
Hello.
What happened? Smash fell out.
No, somebody fell out. He must have came. There you go. He
Yo, did I fall out?
I see Smash. No, you still there. Oh, you must see the bad area.
I think Corey fell out.
I answered all your questions, bro. It's good.
So go ahead. Now you said you had a question for me that I didn't answer. Go ahead.
No, I done forgot it now because you didn't answer none of my questions. You just kept asking questions.
No, but this is the last question I have to ask you.
Hey,
It's the
but
most important one. I promise you, it's the last one. Do you think slavery in Africa was evil?
Bro, I
It's
just was breaking
subjective.
that question down, showing you how that's another not so good question. Let me show you why. Because first
Oh
of
my
all,
God. Oh my
can I
God.
talk?
I wish you would just answer it.
Can you hear me? I'm giving you well-educated answers. I can't just give you no little kid answer. Let me
You're
show
giving me
you
an
the flaws in
explanation
your
for why you're
logic.
not going to answer it.
Let me show you the flaws in your logic. Because first of all, we was talking about Egypt, right? Right. Just particularly in this instance, but you want to open up the spectrum and reply with, do I think slavery in Africa? And then you added your theological perspective word, evil. Evil ain't a real thing in this universe. That all depends on our perspective, correct?
What? What are you
Evil
talking?
ain't a
What are
real
you,
thing. So now you went holy on me. Yeah, on the Sulo killers, you talking about do I think it's evil? Based on what principle, what moral system? Christianity's evil or Buddhist evil or just, you feel me? So that question is just whack. Do I think it was evil?
So European slavery was not evil then?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Can you even hear?
Evil doesn't exist. You just said evil doesn't exist.
Evil don't exist. It's subjective. It's all relevant.
So European slavery was not evil then.
It's not evil to the Europeans because they don't want
Bro,
to.
I'm not tripping off what's evil. I just told you that shit ain't, that's theological. You're trying to make it theological now. Whether it was
Theological? What do you
evil
mean
or
by
not,
theological? What are you talking about?
I
Theological?
mean that
You
it,
mean
all right, let me break
dealing
it
with
down
God?
to you.
Dealing with
Yes,
God?
good and evil is based by your underlying theology. So just because you own the pseudo killers right now talking about that, let me know you don't even fit in. Because what it boiled all the way down to, what's good and evil to you? What's good on Mars? What's good on Mars? Tell me what's evil on Mars.
Yeah, just
Hold
because.
on.
Yeah, that's
Are you saying no one knows good or evil unless they
I said what I said. I
have
said
an
it's
understanding
all
of
based
God?
on your perspective, bro.
It's perspective.
What does good or evil have to do with God? I don't understand why people
Nah,
can't be
he's saying
good
it's
without.
just subjective, bro. It's just is subjective, fam. That's all it is, bro. It depends
You know how we
on.
say there's no right or wrong.
Okay, it's subjective. So I'm asking him from his perspective. I agree. It's subjective. From your perspective, from your subjective perspective, is African slavery evil?
I don't got evil in that. I don't do that. I don't even do that.
Is the European slavery evil?
All right, let me say, from an African, old ancient
Is the
African
European
perspective,
was the
we
European
explained
slavery evil?
from an old ancient African, I'm answering your question. From an old ancient African perspective, we explained taboo to those who didn't know it. Things like Bibles and metal nature and the laws of Ma'at was for those who didn't know it, not for those who was already on their square. So somebody who need evil and good and little kids shit like that is a person not like me. It's a person with some type of mental, shit going on where they need to learn how to navigate the earth. But if you just naturally do good things, for instance, you don't deal with so much. You think I walk around every day thinking about good and for evil? No, I'm just a good person, right? It just turned out that way. And so that type of theological perspective, I would, even right now, if slavery was about to pop off right now, I wouldn't be looking at it from good and evil's perspective.
So you don't think European slavery was evil?
I definitely don't. No, I don't. I think it was cruel. I don't think it was evil.
Do you think African slavery was cruel?
No, I don't. I just told you I don't do the thinking things was evil.
I didn't say evil. I said cruel. Do you think you said European slavery was cruel? Do you think African evil is cruel? African slavery is
there
cruel.
were elements of African slavery that was definitely cruel. But what we were talking about initially, me and you, was slavery in Egypt.
Some aspects that wasn't cruel. There was some aspects of African slavery that wasn't cruel.
Definitely in ancient Egyptian society.
What about European slavery? Was there some aspects of it that wasn't cruel?
See, I don't know much about European slavery, but if you want to say American slavery, then we could talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, what about American slavery? Do you think there
I
was
don't
some
know
part
many aspects of American slavery that weren't too cruel. I just don't. But what are you getting to? Because you've been asking questions for 20 minutes.
He already answered. So what's the underlying thing? Yes, 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 and yes. So
no. The underlying thing that I'm trying to say is that it's just always peculiar to me how people try to make excuses for African slavery. Like they want to say the slavery that happened in Africa wasn't so bad. So don't blame what happened to us. Don't blame us for what happened to us. We have to take responsibility for everything that happened to us. It's not someone else's fault. It's our fault. It's when we take responsibility for it that we're actually going to be able to fix it. And that's something we all teach our children. I'm sure that's something all of us teach our children. You have to take responsibility for stuff.
Can I say something?
But just real quick, and then brother, that's cool how you feel, but you tried to fit a jacket on me that wasn't even my coat, and it took you like 20 minutes of asking questions that weren't pertaining to the topic to finally arrive at, do I think African slavery was evil, when we was talking about the nuances between ancient Egyptian slavery and all other world slaveries. So that was really you trying to fit a coat on me that didn't even fit.
No, but I actually thought the reason we were doing these nuances is to make excuses for African slavery.
No,
or Egyptian slavery.
You should have just said that at that point in time. But go ahead, Aunt.
So what I'm wanting to say is that we don't make excuses for nobody. I've always said that Africans have choices. People argue us down. We did a whole video, the whole Amron Squad on how just we had choices. Period. To do whatever the fuck we was going to do. Whereas the other people that no, we ain't had no choice, man. That's a bunch of bullshit. That's part of being human is having choices and making choices. Now your choices might be limited. The part I don't like is this. You take a prisoner of war, you turn it into some type of European slavery when they wasn't even taking prisoners of war. These niggas, the early Europeans was snatching niggas. They was actually kidnapping niggas, which is really the illegal enterprise. Kidnapping has been illegal during biblical times. In the Old and New Testament is illegal. Kidnapping was illegal in Rome, Mesopotamia. The law was you can't kidnap a motherfucker. But on the other hand, the rule was you could enslave people. And that was rules and regulations. The problem is that Christians say, yeah, the Africans enslave their own people. That's a bunch of hard fucking wash. They didn't enslave their own fucking people. Whatever the hell they was doing, it was to other nations or other tribes and clans. Is that right or wrong? It's fucking subjective. If you don't like what another group is doing to you, you fucking stop. So ain't nobody over here making no fucking excuses. I'm simply saying, I'm tired of the fucking mixed up. Oh, the prisoner of war is fucking different. I never had a person say that the prisoners of war that was captured in the Vietnam War was fucking slaves for 20 years. I never heard that. Now when we have this conversation, all of a sudden, a prisoner of war is like a slave that we fucking talking about. So yes, there were African kings that participated. It wasn't a fucking lot though. It wasn't like every fucking European nation. Every sizable European nation. As a matter of fact, the shit, fuck that shit. The shit was the global fucking economy. So any European that had stock in the global economy participated in the fucking slave trade. Show me where the fucking African fucking economy, the global continental economy was based off of slavery. You fucking can't find that. Y'all niggas be knowing what we saying. Y'all just pick and choose, mix and match, just to say niggas had some slaves. So fucking what? It wasn't a global goddamn economy. So fucking what?
The global African,
Yo
the
just
global
said,
African
so what?
economy we talked about earlier, from 1500 to the 1800s. That's the time frame that we talked about earlier. From
Now without
1500,
Europeans,
we already got it. We understood the Europeans are there because they can't be global without the Europeans, because the Europeans are the only one that's damn global. They're the only one in the new world. So you can't be global without the Europeans. You can't be transatlantic without them niggas.
y'all some smart niggas. So let me ask the smart niggas the question.
No, we're being very basic.
I just
I got a question for the smart niggas. Where is the African king or queen that was in Europe planning the fucking slave trade in Africa?
Yo, his questions are
King James. I'm gonna go American Dream where I say King James is black.
No, I ain't going on that stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, you crazy. You crazy. So
That's where he gonna go.
What does that got to do with them? Like, okay, so that never happened. What would that mean?
Does that
Just
mean
because
that there wasn't African societies that structured their economies off of slavery because there was no African king in Europe planning the slave trade in its inception? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that me and you had a good conversation. We agreed that niggas participated in it, and it was possibly certain nation that you named that had to shake their arms before they got there. No one's fighting that. I'm simply saying, yo, we need to put this shit in fucking context. Yo.
It is in context.
Okay, but social will say just because niggas got prison complexes that Africa had that shit. And I'm saying, yo, I took this shit in my fucking
I never said that. I never said that.
It's a human institution, yo. You ain't say that, yo.
Slavery is the ancient practice.
Whole kitchen sink at us, yo.
I said the prison industrial complex is some new shit. Slavery's been around millennia, thousands of years before we get to damn prisons.
But if prison's been around thousands of years and Europeans, like, are we serious right now, niggas? They in prison, niggas.
Prison ain't been around thousands of years.
That's bullshit.
Okay,
That's
give me a 2,000-year-old prison. Just give me 2,000. Huh? I can't hear you.
All right, bro. What prison you think Jesus was in?
Jesus was in Carlisle. That's not a prison. He was held captive somewhere, but that's not a prison.
He was in jail.
Yeah.
He had some captives, but that's not a prison.
Right.
It's not a prison industrial complex.
He was in jail with heck of other people, other prisoners.
Yeah, you like captives. I mean, that shit existed. Yeah, you have little shit like that. We talk about the prison industrial complex. Like there wasn't a system of prisons like that going that far back. The practice was the same. When you captured somebody or you raided the people, you killed them and you took the women. You know what I'm saying? The prisons of war, like Unc said, they take back some captives so that they can work into society. They did. The other ones they traded away.
Prisons.
The other one they sent away. Now you have some holding places for your other people in your society, but you know what I'm saying? But the same thing. You got that's what a debt of servitude is. So you don't, because there are no prisons. If there were prisons, you just lock niggas up 20, 30 years. Then you got to feed the niggas. That's what I'm saying. Then you got to feed a whole population of prisoners.
It wasn't feeding them.
We just kill these niggas.
It wasn't feeding them.
Then they die. The fuck?
Exactly.
Y'all are crazy as hell.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all didn't flip the conversation.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't trying to flip it. I was just trying to say just because unions do a lot of shit, they're actually degrees to it, yo. And y'all know what we saying. So get that degree proper, yo. Like get that shit right, yo. Don't be just saying.
No, you gotta get it proper.
Is important. Yo,
Yeah,
don't
but
you know your
though,
based on yo?
the
That's not
global
fair, yo.
the global economy in Africa, those that participated from the 1800s, from 1500 to 1800, slavery, the trading of bodies was the economy. That's what it was.
I know, because the fucking got decentralized. Regular, it wasn't nothing else to make no money. You had no choice, yo.
Okay, so
What
we
the fuck
agree.
else?
Yeah. Okay, so we agree. I mean,
Okay.
we agree. We don't gotta argue. We agree. Yeah.
I know, but we got so let the fucking dumbass Christians know that. They think a nigga just was doing it. Nigga, you ain't had no choice. He fucked up the trade with the other tribes. Only thing nigga want to work at. That's
You already you had a choice. You know how you do it. That choice shit, man. You had a choice. You know how you do it. That choice.
Told me we had a choice
See
in
what I'm
being
saying?
slaves,
That's
but the
exactly what I'm
Africans, hold
talking
on.
about.
Yeah, boy, you just jumped in another goddamn quicksand. He told me that Africans, that black people here in America had a choice on being slaves, but the African that sold us didn't have a choice.
What the hell? Who said that?
Uncle Cat. Uncle Cat's iPhone. That's who said it. It came from that Uncle
That's
Cat's
hilarious.
TMS iPhone.
That is classic.
Unc must have been high that day.
Look, it says Uncle Cat's iPhone.
Oh, no, hold on. No, hold on, you got me. So the point hold on, don't do no line, nigga. So the point is, right, they could have chose not to do it, but niggas participate. Some of those kings participated in it. They had a choice whether or not. I admit that. I'm not taking that choice away. So let's clear that up now, nigga. It was a good choice.
My man. That's why you my motherfucking man. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Dude. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't be taking shit back.
I know that shit almost killed him.
That's stupid as hell.
No. Knock it off. Knock it off. Anyway, yo, I think, except you, American Dream, you call the nigga pseudo. So if niggas wasn't screaming to the top of their lungs, niggas you in the air, nigga. Like we put words in the motherfucking community and popularize that shit. Don't make me name you. Don't make me do it, American Dream.
Listen, man, if you're waiting on an apology from me, you ain't gonna get it. There's a lot of pseudos around here.
They're not on this
And
round,
you
yo.
one of them.
Yeah, you definitely one of them, yo.
This guy's impossible.
Yeah, come on, yeah.
He definitely about his business, though. I ain't gonna lie. He definitely about his business.
Vaccine, yo. Earlier, don't make us go back and pull that tape on them old show. I ain't get no vaccine. You did all that, bro. You all in
Yeah,
it
then he
yo.
got vaccinated. Yo, because his job told him he was gonna get fired. Yeah, I'd have just stood my square and got me another job, yo.
No, he said he make too much money.
Oh,
Money playing games.
you can make that much money at another job or more.
You don't know that.
I mean, hold on, that's the part I forgot earlier. Bro, we not mad that you making money. The part we don't fuck with is that you faked everybody out and act like you was thorough with your shit. So when it came to a little bit of money, nigga, you changed your stance. Like you said, nigga, crazy ass nigga. Too much money to make
Kyrie.
Yeah, you almost, nigga.
That's
almost. Too much money.
You almost put a
I'm
spell
a little
on that
confused.
mind.
Like it's hard to hear what you're saying, Unc. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if it's my end or yours, but it sounds like you're saying because I took the vaccine, I really wasn't against the mandate.
Yeah, nigga. Absolutely. believe. I don't believe you. You hear me
But I'm
crystal clear?
still against the
Don't
mandate
see.
right now.
Oh, I
No, I'm still
don't
against the
man.
mandate
You
right
speak with
now.
a man. I don't fucking believe you, nigga. I don't get
But
that.
I'm still
If
hold
you
on,
either
hold
fuck
on.
with me or you don't. Nope.
Hold on. So
It's
you're
fake.
saying you're saying people that are vaccinated cannot be against the mandate.
I'm saying this shit is fucking slap ass stupid.
No, I'm trying to understand your logic, man. You can't just throw out words that don't mean nothing. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You're saying if you get the vaccine, you're saying anyone that chooses to get the vaccine cannot be against people being mandated for the vaccine. Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Nope.
Correct.
Because I'm against being vaccinated. I'm against being mandated, but I took the vaccine.
Right, but it sounds like that's what Ankh
Oh
is saying.
no, that
Right?
ain't what he's saying. What he's saying is you weren't against the vaccine or against the mandate. You
I
were just
always said
trying.
I
You were
was against the
playing.
mandate.
Stop.
Bro.
I'm gonna explain
That's
to
not
you.
true. I was always against the mandate.
No,
That's
you weren't. Because if you were,
come on.
you wouldn't have got the. You were playing a role, and you
Hold
were
on. If I
waiting to
wasn't against
see.
the mandate, I wouldn't know what.
Listen.
If
That's
I
the
wasn't
problem.
against
You
the
don't want
mandate,
to
I would have
listen.
got vaccinated,
I
right?
didn't talk to you about this numerous times, so I already know your angle. You weren't against the vaccine or the mandate. You was waiting to see if they was going to mandate it, and then you waited to see if your job was going to mandate it. And once they mandated it, you was like, I got to break down and get it anyway, so let me get it. Simple. You were never against the mandate. You was waiting to see if they was going to push the mandate.
And that's true because you said so?
Because you said it.
When did I say that?
On my
When did I
show.
say that?
On my show.
Man,
You don't
man, shut your
remember.
mouth.
You see, you
Shut
talk
your
too
mouth. I
much
said
and you
nothing
don't
like
remember
that.
the things that you say
I said
sometimes.
nothing like that. Shut your mouth. I said nothing like that.
Okay.
Go
You
watch
said
the
it
show
numerous
again.
times.
Go watch the show again. That'll give us 20
On
views.
my show. I know what show it is too.
Why y'all always getting at me? I don't understand. I don't understand why y'all always getting at me. I'm not getting at y'all. Just because I call y'all pseudos, that's not getting at y'all. That's a fact.
Let me get y'all out of here real quick. Here you go. Here go another source. Check this out while y'all talk shit.
Hold on, more sources. I thought we came to agreement, and then now you talk about more sources. I swear to God, bro. I
He's
thought
not
we
gonna
already.
let it go. He's not.
I thought we was good, bro.
Bull, yo. He's a pit bull.
That
Ankh
nigga
is
slick.
bipolar. He's bipolar.
He act like it was a truth, and then come back like, yeah, I got something.
Yeah,
I swear
once
to
he
God.
lock on, yo, he ain't.
His bipolar is very fluid.
Yo, y'all see the screen? Yes, no,
yes, we can see your screen. Right.
What's that word right there? That word is what?
Which one?
It say prison, nigga.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sosa claims to think that prisoners ain't old. Okay, let's see.
You said
ancient is medieval.
I said the prison.
Hey, Sosa, can you read that for me, please?
It
Hey, can you
says
read that for me,
ancient
please?
and medieval. The use of prisons can be traced back to the rise of the state as a form of social organization. Corresponding with the advent of the state was the development of written language, which enabled the creation of formalized legal codes as official guidelines for society. The best known of these early legal codes is the Code of Hammurabi, written in Babylon around 1750 BC. The penalties for violations of the laws in Hammurabi's code were almost exclusively centered on the concept of the law of retaliation.
Oh, all right. You stop right there?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good right there. So there you go. There you go, Sosa.
Hold on. So hold on. So have you read you familiar with the law, the Code of Hammurabi?
He never read it.
Okay. So the code would be like, if you rape a woman, 25 shekels is what it costs you. If you were a citizen, it might be like 15 shekels. If you murdered a father's son, some shekels. Like it was a price for every crime.
What if you couldn't pay the price?
It
What if
says
you
it
couldn't
right
pay
there.
the
Hold
price?
on,
What
hold
happens?
on, hold on. It says it right there. It says it's the law of retaliation. So, you know what I mean? Either you get back at a person, like if somebody do something to you, this is what you can do, right, to them, or this is what will be done to them for doing that, or I guess pay up money. But
Yeah,
I think
yeah. Or if you don't have the money,
most of
then you
our
it's
law,
a
but I think most of our crimes have a monetary penalty on them too.
But if they
I don't
don't
know.
have the money, what happens?
Yeah, but see, you can pay the fine and not even have a sentence. If you don't have the money, then you get put into a form of you have to pay back your debt.
Right.
And then to certain time, if you're not willing to pay that, then you offer your damn head. See
Wait
what
a
I'm
minute,
saying?
yo. No, the article is in the prison joint, yo. So obviously they have prisons, yo. And obviously right now in North America, even though you go to prison, you still gotta pay fine. Last time I checked.
No, you still have to pay a fine. I'm saying, but doing a code of Hammurabi, you only reason you go to prison if you couldn't pay the fine. Like if I kill somebody right now for murder, if I kill somebody's daughter, I'm going to jail.
I know what they gotta do in the prison.
Back then, if I was a citizen, huh? Go ahead.
So you just add some nuanced explanation to it, which is still not. It doesn't alleviate the prison. That's my point. I get your. Thank you for adding.
I agree that there will. I agree. I agree with that, bro. I said there was no prison industrial complex like you're talking about. Like when you said a prison industrial complex, that's different. I said there were a whole. I said you said that they were captive. They would catch prisoners of war. They would hold them captive and integrate them back into society. I agree. They would do that. But there's not like is there, this is what I'm asking. This is what I'm asking. This is what I'm asking. Is there an institution where they have 2,000 slaves held in this particular place and they feed them every day and they do certain like
Man, that's why I just gave it to you right here. The prison, the first prison, yo. What did you not understand? Like, what part are you thinking of? What are you saying here? That the prisons, yo. The nigga locking them. Obviously, you fed Roman slaves. Roman prisoners. Nigga, they got that food slop. They actually had that. You know what I'm saying? Like they had prisons.
I agree with that, bro. I would say that there was no prison industrial complex, bro. I agree with that. They did have places where they held people. Like I said, the goal would be, okay, let's take the Romans, for example, right? What did they do with their prisoners in Rome? Right? What did they do with them? Gladiators.
They had prisons.
Yeah, but what would they do with the prisoners? Gladiators.
Depend. Some of them they killed,
Gladiators.
some of them they executed, some of them they crucified.
Exactly. So, but it wasn't a system to hold them there where they feed them every day. Like if you get locked up right now, you go to jail.
They did have a system where they held them.
I'm talking about when you spend 20 years there and they feed you, bro. They
did. People died in those Roman prisons.
Yeah. How long did? All right. Forget about it because we'll argue mute point. I'll just concede that argument. We move on.
All right. Now, when I say prison complex, what you
Huh?
What is meant by the prison complex?
I know what he means. He mean like something that is
like
controlled and orchestrated by the government, and like from the state and top down, and
There was that existed in Africa.
Well, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm only putting up text. Here you go. Here's another one. Here you go. This ain't got nothing to do with you, Sosa. This American dream. He talks shit without no source. All right.
No, I think you actually brought up the Dahomey.
No, hold on for a minute. You see the screen, right? The dollar, here you go. It says prison population rate, prisoners per 100,000. Now that dark purple shit, that's America. Look at that almost dark purple. That's all in Europe, my nigga. Look at Africa, yo. So once again, I'm proving my point. Africa does not have a great system of a prison motherfucker.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but that's a direct result of the prison industrial complex. that I'm talking about that we have in America. We had the most prisoners per capita because of it's a business.
You're too, bro. I'm just trying to show.
Yeah, of course you.
It's a residual of a culture. It's a residual culture, yo. That's all I'm trying to tell you. God damn. Now slavery is in Africa, heavy, tune of $1 billion, right? But I'm saying I get your point, so I'm simply saying, look at the amount of people.
Let me read to you what the prison industrial complex. Prison industrial complex is a term coined after the military industrial complex in the 1950s, attributing the rapid expansion of the U.S. inmate population of the political influence of the private prison companies and businesses that supplies goods and services to government prisons agencies for profit. That's what the prison industrial complex is. That didn't exist in ancient time. There were prisons, yes, but there's no prison industrial complex. Where like a nigga is selling, where like a nigga is, businesses are providing a prison with toilet paper and soap, and they making a profit off of prisons.
I think they did, yo. I think they did have him doing some work.
No, they did some work, but it's not set up for profit. Like Rome is not getting toilet paper from Egypt to supply their prison. Egypt is making money.
I understand what he's saying.
Private companies and business. It's you know what I'm saying. It's
I would absolutely agree. There wasn't they weren't doing it for profit, but the motive was different. But that doesn't mean that they didn't have an interest in getting prisoners of war, and that this wasn't an annual, because they had this thing where they were sacrificing slaves, and there were actual religious ceremonies, and these were annual.
Certain cultures, yeah, certain cultures.
Right, but what I'm saying is these were annual ceremonies, so they had an interest of actually needing to get slaves to.
Who specifically? Like when you say
specifically wanted to get these slaves?
I don't know about that in each. Like I can't, like I don't want to muddy it.
Let me just get it out. These African tribes, for example, an African tribe would have an interest in getting.
Like name one though, so we can
say again.
Like name one so we can kind of follow you now, because
the Dahomey, for example, the Dahomey people, Dahomey.
I know. Yeah. Go ahead.
They had annual sacrifices of their slaves. Like one of them was like where they sacrificed 500 slaves at one time, and this was an annual ceremony.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Let me just finish. So they had an interest in gathering slaves. It wasn't for profit. It was for those ceremonies, because these and it it actually may have been for profit, because those ceremonies were huge things where a lot of people came and gathered, and I can imagine there was a lot of money spending in commerce.
I can imagine. Go get that source.
I ain't saying you wrong.
That up, please, sir.
We got to get Sean for that one. But like, I'm
you
not
want a source about the Dahomey? So you don't know that the Dahomey? Okay.
We want a source about what you was just saying, bro.
They sacrificed, but to say that they were gathering slaves just for this very reason to sacrifice them. I don't know where he got that from.
See, that's why we got here.
500.
It's common sense. Listen.
We don't want your common sense, bro. Just bring the source.
It's common sense. Common sense is not welcome here.
If you have
but you're saying that they had a ritual in which they would have to gather 500.
Common sense is not welcome here.
It seemed more like a fear tactic because they were doing this in the presence of the Europeans.
Yo, this is what I mean by pseudo, man. Y'all don't let people finish talking. Like, be quiet. Let me say what I'm saying.
Nigga, you cut people off the whole time.
What I'm saying.
No, just grab the source. We don't want to hear that shit, man. Just grab the source.
Yeah, but he gave us. Hold on. Oh, good. He gave us something to look at. If he's wrong, we can beat him up on it. But if he got
I ain't looking at that shit. He when you make a claim, the burden of proof is on you to provide evidence to substantiate
Can I
that
get
claim.
out my
Right? Why we
point?
got to
I'm
pull
not
up his
I'm
source
I'm
for
not
him?
doing his work
What we
for
got to
him.
do his work
Oh,
for?
so let me ask y'all this. Let me
Can I
ask y'all
just say
this.
what I'm saying?
Have
Can
y'all
I just say
heard
what I'm
this
saying?
before? Because I know y'all study West
Yeah,
Africa.
that's what
Yeah, I said they sacrificed
Okay.
slaves, they killed off slaves, or
What's the name of the
Can I just
people that
say
sacrifice?
what
We
were
can
I'm
pull
So
it
he
up.
saying?
not
Can I
he
just
not
finish
pulling
my?
it
Can I just?
completely out of his ass. All right.
nah,
So
that part no. But to
okay.
say that they gathered,
Which
this is the
ones? Which
reason
ones
that they
though?
gathered slaves.
Yeah.
Bro,
So
We
what's the
have we
name?
have
What's
we
the
got
name
annual,
of it? What's the name of the? What's the?
annual
we got
ceremony.
cases of sacrifice.
Jesus
We
Christ,
got it
y'all
all
are
over
dumb as hell,
Africa.
man.
Hold on,
We
everybody
can be
can't talk at the
specific
same
though.
time.
We
Go ahead,
just ain't
Sean.
gonna say
Go ahead,
we can
Sean.
be specific about who did what, when, and where. We can be specific. You know what I'm saying? Because at one point in time, these different tribes, depending on which direction we want to go, and I don't want to give any answers out because I want to see what he can pull. I want to see what he can show and prove.
Yeah, because I don't be
So,
caring who can find. I'd be like, let me know what the
you
ritual is. I'm
know,
gonna look
there
myself
were
so I can see
people
what.
that actually did things, but I
It's like y'all
want
are
him to
afraid of
show
what
and
I'm gonna
prove.
say. Are y'all afraid of what I'm gonna say or
I want to
something?
see
Why
his
can't you
command. I
finish
want to
what I'm
see his
saying?
command of the information.
Okay, but let me get it out first, and then I'm gonna show you the source.
I want.
Okay.
Nah, nigga. Because what I'm
Oh,
gonna tell you
jeez.
is your kids came into Africa and seen bodies piled up. They was graveyards, right? And they claimed that niggas was doing this. I'm saying there was a whole lot of that shit going around. Yo. So that's why we say, yo, just give us a source and go talk about it. You've been doing this shit all fucking day. You've been mixing up mandate with forced vaccine. You still don't know that definition. You still acting like a nigga made.
Hold on, let's not get off track because I want to know about this.
You know what I'm saying? Like, can I just get my thought out?
What's the name of the ritual though? So I want to look it up, bro.
Right,
Okay,
right. We trying to be like you. And
so
no,
what I'm
common sense
saying,
is warranted. Hold on. No, common sense is not warranted on this motherfucker. Common sense is the enemy to fucking science. Goddamn.
common sense is not warranted. Yeah, let's write this down from Ankh. Common sense is not warranted here. Let's write this down from Ankh.
No, it's not. Do you know what common sense
Yeah,
is?
we all agree.
I'm almost there.
Like
And
you
you
know,
customs at the homie. I'm
like
almost
you know what it is.
Yeah, common sense is practical knowledge, right? Not specialized, my nigga. We talking about specialized subject matter. So your common sense don't fucking work here, dude. You need specifics, man. I know what I'm saying.
What about logic?
You don't
What
mean
about
it
logic? What about logic?
What about logic, nigga?
Is logic allowed here?
What the application of knowledge and the
Yes, the
application
application of
of
logic.
understanding.
Logic.
That's what we're doing now. So we're applying
No,
logic
no,
to the
because
thing.
no,
Stop,
you're telling me I can't use
sir.
logic.
Stop, sir. Stop. Because I've been sitting back listening to you, and I don't know how they're letting you get away with all this nonsense. Because I would have been kicked.
They keep cutting me off. I'm not getting away with nothing. They
Look,
keep
you're
cutting me
getting
off.
away with a
It's
bunch of
crazy.
nonsense. None of your points make sense, and you jumping from all around the world. You don't ever show sources, and this is what you do.
Sean
But
just asked you to pinpoint. Can you
and that's
pinpoint?
all we're asking you to do. That's all they're asking you to do is show a source. But you want to keep talking to prove your point. We heard what you said. We agreed with what you said about this, about the sacrifice of the homies and things like that. Now, can you show your source
That's the
about?
only source I need,
No,
bro.
stop.
That's
Can
I'm
you
all
just
the
see
looking
source
at.
I should
the
need.
problem?
Let's just get back to the information because I'm looking it up because I want to see because
I
I
want
see
to
what
see
he's.
we want to see what you were talking
Hold
about.
on, Sabio. I see what he's
Please.
saying, bro. Like I don't care about who know. I don't care about who right. I just want to know what's right, bro. Like I don't give a damn if he can't
Exactly.
find. I'm gonna look for it myself because now he not piqued my interest in it. So now I got to find out. I at least want to have to know. But I'm looking at it. Right, we could start in the wiki. We can go from someplace else, right? Since the home was a significant military power involving the slave trade, slaves and human sacrifice became crucial aspects of the ceremony.
Bro, you're doing a lot right now. You're doing a lot right now.
Just hold on,
All I'm saying is if they had an annual sacrifice.
ain't
bro.
coming. The
You should be
sound
better
ain't
than
coming
that. Stop
on
disrespecting the foster
YouTube.
system.
Then
The foster
I
system
see the
supports a lot of
video.
good
I
people.
see the
Stop
video.
disrespecting
Disrespecting
that
you.
system.
I'm not
Hold
disrespecting
on,
the
man.
system. I'm
Don't even
disrespecting you,
engage in
American
that,
man.
bro.
No, you
Stop
disrespecting the
engaging the
system,
bitch ass
bro.
nigga.
Cut it
I'm
out.
disrespecting you.
No.
So, oh, there you go. There we go.
Don't get in your feelings now.
I doubt it's me and my feelings. I doubt
Oh,
it.
you always in your feelings when I talk.
What the source at? What the source?
I
He ain't
told you,
got one. He
man.
just told you. He
You
just told
heard
you.
him. You heard
He
him,
just
bro.
acting
And
like
to the
he gonna
left.
act like a little kid. He gonna say what he just said last time.
He resorting to feminine tactics. He don't got one.
So how the hell he calling motherfuckers pseudo and he ain't got no goddamn source?
Yeah,
That's
you
what
want to
pseudos
source
do.
when someone gives you some logic and common sense, you want to source for that.
We
You
don't
gotta
want no
see-
fucking logic. Nah, we don't want your
I don't want
logic.
to hear.
No,
I don't want to hear you say
no.
nothing.
We don't give a fuck what you want to hear. Nope.
Nah.
Nah. We don't want to hear your logic, dog. We
Where
don't
did you
want to hear
read that
that.
in Wikipedia?
Just pull up the
Tell me
source.
where in Wikipedia you read that.
So my logic that I was trying to give him last night didn't work, but you think your logic is gonna work, right?
No,
They
your
beat me
logic
to
is you
death.
don't believe anything unless you see it on Wikipedia. Even logic.
No, because my sources don't come from Wikipedia. I don't use Wikipedia.
All of your sources come from Wikipedia.
No, none of my sources come from Wikipedia.
All of them. Man,
None of
stop
my
it.
sources. The
It's
sources
better than not
that
having
the
none.
person you're
That
speaking
was
to
showed on
now.
this screen
Hold on,
tonight
Sutek.
from Wikipedia.
Hold on, Sutek. Because I'm speaking to him now. I don't use Wiki. I can show you right now that I have no sources from Wikipedia.
When
Because
Ankh
from
put up
hold
them
up,
wiki
shut
sources,
up,
you didn't
shut
tell them
up,
not to.
shut up.
Ankh put them up. You didn't
Shut
tell
up. Can you hush?
Sabia, y'all, can we start the bickering, bro, so we can get a build in, man?
All
Like,
right,
I
and
don't care about
and that's what I'm trying to do. But what I'm doing is I'm letting you know because when I was taught academically that Wikipedia is not a great source. So because I was taught that through the college institution that I went to, I don't use Wikipedia.
Okay,
Sir.
that's awesome. Well, let's get back to what we were talking about because I'm trying to figure out if that, like, because Sutek, y'all arguing that wasn't the case. It was a yearly. Like, how long did it last? So let's get some clarity. How long did that? Because the sacrifice,
man.
the human sacrifice. Hold on, the human
They just
sacrifice.
made another claim.
Hold on, the human sacrifice started under King Nagaja, right? How long did it last?
No, we ain't answering that. We ain't answering that. American Dream.
Man, I'm trying to find out information on that. Y'all got like a
Your
personal
man's made the
opinion.
claim though, so ask him. Ask him. to pull up the source.
Gotta support his own claim.
You're asking me because I'm familiar with it, but I'm not the one making these claims. So you gotta ask the boy, man.
I'm gonna say like I don't see how it just makes sense. Like with the Mayans, they needed a particular when they needed a certain amount of body for sacrifice. Eventually, the need for sacrifice was paramount, so they made it a practice to make sure they have enough people to sacrifice for those ceremonies.
So if it's that way, then you should be able to find a source on it.
I mean, the fact that it's ceremonial means that
it's a part of their shit.
Yeah, like they can't have a ceremony.
Okay.
They can't have a ceremony without the people to sacrifice.
But who said that? But the problem is that he's saying that annually, all year round, they would gather slaves for the purpose of this one ceremony.
That's what
I'm saying. I disagree. They sacrifice slaves outside of that ceremony as well.
Yep.
So what sense would that make? So what sense does that make?
You're trying to give him you're trying to let him out.
Sutek, that's even worse.
No, it's not even worse. If you're gathering slaves for this annual sacrifice, then why would you be sacrificing slaves on the side?
Because you had other things to sacrifice.
If you're scrounging up.
What kind of stupid question is that?
That doesn't
Hold
matter.
on, Sosa. So why are you so steadfast in letting this motherfucker off the hook? We still need a source, bro. We can't even get a source.
I be wanting to just
You're
know the
asking to
right
the left.
information. I can, all right. You know
No,
what?
there's no. There's no
Well,
learning
you
moment
can
here. The learning moment is out the window, yo. He
you
called
can speculate the
people
right
pseudo.
information.
He called people pseudo. He said all kind of things. So he has to demonstrate, and when he's called to demonstrate, he fails to deliver.
Hey, BBO, nigga,
Asking
bring your
demonstrate.
bitch ass up here then, nigga. Fuck
Hey,
is you
check
talking
the
about?
sources
Come on,
up
man.
your
Come
button.
on.
He said it's up his button,
Chill out. Hell,
up
bang on
your
it,
button to,
BBW.
to the left.
We
Nigga in the
asked
chat
him
with
to
that light skin
demonstrate.
shit.
I ride with him, BBO, man. Let him live, man. He
Man,
just.
fuck that moist ass nigga, man.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
He has yet.
Come on,
Hold on. So listen, if I'm asking y'all for a source, and y'all motherfuckers go get sources, Sheffer reading goddamn whole books now. So if I'm asking y'all for a source, how the hell am I can't get a source from this dude, but he can say all the shit he want to say.
Yeah, y'all beat me up on sources last night.
Everybody else got to pull up a source. This nigga ain't got to pull up nothing.
Hold on. Y'all was on my neck for sources
So we
last
want to
night.
know if he's accurate in his assertion regarding whoever he claims sacrificed whoever, whenever, however. Where is the source? Whether we familiar with it or not is irrelevant.
I get it. Logic and common sense is not allowed around here. I got
No,
you.
not your logic and common sense, because your logic and common sense is not logical or sensical.
We want sources.
I got you.
Sources over common
Your
sense.
logic and common sense is not logical.
This is where you come in, Chef. This is where you come in, Chef, because he's saying logic and common sense.
Like somebody got
Shepard, you have to be the smart guy and say, hell no, we ain't accepting that shit. We asked Sean for sources all the goddamn time. Come on now.
I know you don't accept logic. I understand. You don't accept logic.
Hey
And I believe
brother, let me say this real quick. Hold on. Let me make something. Watch this. Do you see how long we've been in this conversation, right? And about slavery and all that, yo, and we can come up with a few African countries, yo. Think about how long we've been saying this. Like when we start talking about Europe and the Arabs, yo, we can give you a litany of shit. We over here fighting. You fighting to get off the homie. I could just say Belgium, France, Russia, Rome. I could just keep going for hours. But we fighting about one group of individuals that sacrifice people, which all people sacrifice motherfuckers. Even the Christians sacrifice Jesus Christ. They just scared to do the real shit. That ain't no, that's what human beings do. They sacrifice shit for some reason. You know what I'm saying? In the early days, they would sacrifice people. That's why they tradition to kill them motherfuckers. That's some human shit right there. But you see how hard it is, yo? We fucking with 1, 2 African nations, yo. Yo, go give me 30 of them, yo. Go give me 15 of them, yo. Permanent. You ain't gonna be able to do it, dog. So guess what that tell me, yo? That although we did do it, we wasn't doing it at that rate. And that's always been my motherfucking argument. There's a difference there, bro. That's my point.
We was doing it at an extraordinary rate, though.
You say what?
We was doing it at an extraordinary rate. Look how many people got moved across that Atlantic Ocean, and over that course of 300, 400 years. And then you have to look at
that would be inaccurate because the earlier onset wasn't that many.
Let them get it out, Sean. Let them get it out.
Let me get it out before I lose my train of thought. I know y'all gonna correct me, chop it up, whatever. We can go from, he said we only naming a few. That's because we're now being tasked to come up with specific ethnic groups that did it, right? But we find slavery, right? Africans participating in slavery in the Congo, in Nigeria, in Ghana. You know, what's that? Chad? To what's that? North, southeast Libya, what's that? So I mean, like you can name, but it's so many different tribes, right? It would be we would be doing ourselves a disservice by naming whole countries, because it was ethnic groups in those countries that participated in it and did it. You know what I mean? But and there's hundreds of different tribes and ethnic groups in those countries that we had named. So it's crazy if we try to blame the whole modern day country that have those names on it now for what particular ethnic groups or tribes did back then. But you can name a lot of them though. It ain't like they definitely participated in a large number, because look at how many slaves came to the Western Hemisphere. But go ahead, Sean, correct me.
No. I was just saying in the earlier onset, it wasn't many bodies being transported. It kind of spiked as the years progressed and the economy changed, because you got to remember, stuff travels so slowly. So by the time it was getting into other spreading out throughout the coast, and then the need for more became more transparent and more boats were being made across those seas, the height of the slave trade, you know, we're looking at the 16th and 17th century. And then we see more of a slower progression around the 18th and 19th century, right? So, you know, the 15th century bodies was being moved. Going into the 16th century, bodies were being moved. But then that heightened period in that 16th to 17th period, that was vital because more people then began to participate. But to Unc's point, because of all these different tribes and all of that, and to your point, us narrowing it down to be more tribal specific, man, that's extra homework that we probably will never get. So you just have countries that's just coming out and saying, you know what, we apologize for our role. You know what I'm saying? Even though some of these people in this country didn't even participate, they actually fled the country, left and came back afterwards. And you had so let me give you an example. So I mentioned earlier the Tallahassee, when the little boy was sold off into slavery and so on and so forth. Well, the people ran to the hills in Tallahassee to hide in a rock cave from slave raids. And the slave raiders wouldn't even go in there because they felt like those caves were cursed with demons. Yeah, so think about the psyche that they were playing with these people, because, you know, I think they used the word fetish, right? They had all those skulls and things of that nature that looked a little odd to them, in the way that they sacrifice animals and all that all around there in those hills. But they fled and they ran, but they never would find them there. They never would go down in those rock caves. But those rock caves became a safe haven for those people who were outmatched. They didn't have the weaponry or the people to defend themselves against the slave raiders. But they sought refuge in those rock caves. They ain't the only use case. There's other people like that. We go to Nigeria. Now that was just Ghana. If we go to Nigeria, we see similar instances of that. But the Igbo and the Edo and all of those people, we knew that they really had beef with Europe. You know, the Edo especially had beef with the Yorubans. So they was enslaving them like it wasn't nothing and selling them off the cusp. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that
but listen,
I agree with both of y'all. I agree with both of y'all. I agree with you know, it's really like, if we look at it overall, it's a handful of people. But then if we narrow it down and try to be more specific, we're going to find more complications. But, you know, the countries that's coming out for the entire country and speaking on it, that just gives a resolve, because, you know, even though it wasn't the entire country, yes, people that lived inside of this country participated.
But we can also, right, and let's just say, like, when we get into when the slaves were freed, right, and you get into convict leasing, right, you had, when Americans were they would trump up charges to incarcerate people like that, the Martin and Eddie Murphy Life movie, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So right, so we do see in Africa, right, or it was said that in Africa that since when bodies became the norm, that same dynamic started to happen in Africa. Well, now charges that would not be led into indentured servitude would be. You know what I'm saying? And we start seeing people for whether it be spiteful or revenge would weaponize that to alleviate, enemies or rivals.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that transpiring. Once you caught up in your greed, you caught up in your greed. Once you caught up in the hustle, nigga, you ain't gonna.
It's a wrap.
If you selling keys of dope, keys of coke, you ain't gonna say you ain't gonna sell no dope. I mean, you gonna get the money, yo.
Like that does happen. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It does happen.
Greed. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And historical record has shown greed. Like most of these people were moved by greed. That's why you get the illegal slave trade era. Greed. They had no other ways, bro. They couldn't go work a regular job. You know what I mean? Like the king couldn't,
shot.
Yeah, the king couldn't succumb to trying to trade some stuff. Cola nuts wasn't popping like that. Cocoa wasn't popping like that no more. Like they didn't have the means to be the man of that particular resource no more because the economy shaped. Now that's why. But the slave trade, to be honest, if you go and look at the economy now in West Africa, it's shot to hell because they can't compete globally.
They could trade with them amongst themselves or something they don't do. Yeah. Like Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? Jamaica, they won't support the fucking fishermen. They get this shit off the big ships instead of just supporting the local farmers and fishermen. I'm saying I'm not making excuses. I'm simply making a point that there has been pressure from the outside world, okay, to destabilize the continent based off resources. The more you keep your hand in the fucking cookie jar, yo, you keep the cookies disrupted, yo. So I'd rather you just leave the actors alone and let them fight their war, whatever the fuck they gonna do, right? Let the champions come out and great city states again, yo. But as long as they play this, why do you think United States and China always hedging? So now China is fucking with the Taliban. Why? Because they trying to control the narrative, yo. Control the narrative, yo. Trade. So trade and commerce. Like we're not gonna act like that's not what it is, yo. Like they decentralized trade, yo. Like that's the only business in town, yo. I got 100,000 people to feed, yo. I got families, nigga. Then fuck it. I don't like them niggas anyway. How about that? I don't like them anyway, yo. Where y'all sending them at? All right, bet. I don't like them anyway. I never liked them. Can't stand their motherfucking ass. They killed my uncle's uncle.
All right, hey, so check this out. Let me turn up the pressure.
Go ahead, turn it up.
Let me turn up the pressure.
All right, go ahead.
Since we keep blaming the European.
No, I'm not blaming you. No.
Hold on for even.
I don't mean to.
All right, well, listen. All right, check this out. Do we have any? Is there any record of Africans having a slave trade amongst themselves, trading slaves between, let's say, Ghana and Nigeria, right?
Nah, we ain't got
so
that.
You saying there's no record of that?
Mm-mm.
Before, hold on. Let me get it out. There's no. I'm asking the question. So y'all saying there's no record of Africans having an internal slave trade before the Europeans came on the scene? I want to hear.
Or Arabs.
No, fuck the Arabs. Leave the Arabs. I'm leaving all other people out of it. I'm asking a specific question.
So what time period? What time period? What time period?
It's very likely.
What time period?
What time period? I would say the 1300s, the 1300s.
You just said no Arabs, and then you give us the 1300s.
No, I'm saying Nigeria, right? And God like participate in a slave trade amongst themselves, and an internal slave trade between two African
before Arabs.
nations. Listen. What do the Arab got? Oh man,
they got a whole lot to do with it.
Now let him rock. Let him get it. Go ahead.
So he already answered. He's saying anything that the Africans was doing with slavery had to be because of Arab involvement. Like Africans didn't have their own enterprise, right? To trade people and make this money and use the free labor. The Arab had to come up with that concept.
No.
Before a nigga could decide that shit would be beneficial.
There was no slave economy before Arabs.
Yeah. Just show us where the economy is for that, yo. You would make more money doing something else. Go ahead, though, Chef.
He answered it. Do all y'all agree with that?
Yeah, I'm trying to set up the economy that would make sense for you niggas to trade each other slaves. What would they get the money
from?
Like,
labor, farmers, like they needed stuff like that. You talking about the rice belt? All right,
go ahead.
That type of stuff was, huh? No,
I definitely disagree with that. I definitely disagree.
I'm asking y'all. Said y'all that didn't happen.
I don't think that happened.
Okay.
No, I disagree with Sean. I think it's very. I disagree with Sean. I think it's very likely that happened.
I know. So we just want to. Can we read it though, yo? We ain't fucking with you, cause you took a vaccine on the mandate. We don't fuck with you. You ain't got no ground. I don't know. From this point going forward, yo, I'm from Missouri, nigga. Show me. I don't believe.
I'm from
you done with me for that. Yeah, I'm from
calling me a nigga, man. I'm not a nigga, man. Cut it out.
I don't mean that.
Have some respect, man. Have some respect, man. Have some respect for your audience.
I apologize, man. I apologize. But you wear that red, white, and blue around your face, though, goddamn it.
Oh, say, can you see?
All right, so Chef. All right, so among the Mandi societies in Mali, Senegal, and Gambia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast, and Ghana, people are divided by occupation and ethnic ties. The highest hierarchy in the Mandi caste system is the Huron, who were nobles or freeborn. There are traditionally farmers, fishermen, warriors, and animal breeders. The lowest caste are the Jano, a slave caste made up of people whose ancestors were enslaved by other Africans during wars. An important feature of this system are castes based on trade, such as blacksmiths and griots. The Soninke people, West African ethnic group, found in eastern Senegal and its capital Dakar, northwestern Mali, and southern Mauritania, predominantly Muslims. The Soninke were one of the earliest ethnic groups from sub-Saharan West Africa to convert to Islam about the 10th century. The contemporary population of the Soninke is estimated around 2 million, blah, blah, blah. The Soninke strata have included a free category called the Horo, or the Horan, a caste system category called Nama Axla, or Naya Examalo, and slaves called Como. In the Jara subgroup of the Soninke people, the nobility called Tukalumi was another strata. The slaves were the largest strata, one that at the bottom among the Soninke, like other West African ethnic groups, and constituted up to half of the population. The slaves among the Soninke people were hierarchically arranged into 3 strata. The village slaves were a privileged servile group who lived apart from the village and took orders from the village chief. The domestic slaves lived with their family and could not be sold. The lowest level among slaves were the trade slaves who could be bought and sold with time. Each of these stratas became endogamous, I might be saying it wrong, states, and that states come from Daniel Littlefield, a professor of history. The Temne people are a West African ethnic group. They are predominantly found in northwestern and central parts of Sierra Leone, as well as in the national capital of Freetown. Some Temne are also found in Guinea. Now, they're predominantly mixed with Muslim and polytheists, and some other clans feature castes. To get straight down to their point, the Temne from the nearby Mandinka people, the Fula people, and the Susu people, the caste hierarchy and social stratification has been more well established in the northern Islamic parts of the Temne territories. The endogamous slave castes were held in Temne clans as agriculture workers and domestic servants, and they formed the lowest subservient layer of the social strata.
Enslaved women served as domestic workers, wives, and concubines. All right, now slaves have historically been a separate endogamous group in the Wolof society. Slavery was either inherited by birth in the Wolof society or were kidnapped, purchased as children from desperate parents during difficult times such as famine or slavery was imposed by village elders as punishment for offenses. By the early 18th century, all sorts of charges and petty crimes resulted in the accused being punished to the slave strata. Slaves acquired by kidnapping, purchase, or captives of war were called Jam Sayor in the Wolof society. So that's just pieces of how the caste system worked and how they looked at slave from their perspective.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So,
and that's dealing with the Timne, the Mandi, the Fula, the Sanike, the Wolof. Who I leave out? Now I hit everybody. Well, I ain't go too far because I ain't go down low. But that's just giving everybody a general idea of what actually was transpiring and how their worldview is. So to say that there was some type of slave trade or slave economy prior to Europeans and outside influences, we're not going to see that. We'll see war captives. We'll see slaves come through like that, or people be reduced to slavery.
Okay. All right. So
y'all get quiet or something, yo? Fuck.
Oh no, we was listening to you read, yo.
Oh no, I was done.
Yeah, we was listening to you.
Everybody got quiet. What up, Concrete?
Corey rocking that baby to sleep.
Yeah. Uncle fell off. Uncle went to go get a source.
Yeah, he definitely. He about to, he went down the Nile. He went down the Nile. American Dream. So what's up, bro? You ready to finish these goes up or what?
He found that source yet?
American Dream. Let's finish these two goes up, yo, man. We see no killers tonight.
Xavier hit him with that turkey shit.
Yeah. Hey, Xavier, hit him with that turkey shit.
That's that shit right there. That shit last time I was dying. Yo, Xavier, hit him with that turkey shit, yo.
Hey, y'all leave Xavier alone.
But yo, this was a mean ass bill. I ain't gonna lie. We didn't get 100 likes. You know what I mean? I'm mad about it.
Yeah, little mama still being feisty in the chat.
Yeah, we stuck on 94 likes. That's crazy. But we done went over, man. We done went over the virus. We done went up and down the Nile looking for slaves. We done ended up in Mesopotamia and Sumer.
I'm around cold and shit. These niggas.
Right? We done discussed Garfield plagiarizing. We touched on a little bit of everything. We had Smash come in and give us a primary source on a Metronetta. You know what I mean? That me and Professor Walter Williams said haven't been deciphered. Me and Walter Williams, we gonna stick to our guns. I'm rolling with the elders, yo. If Jabari and them can roll with empathy, crazy ass,
you can roll with Walter Williams.
I can roll with motherfucking my main man that said y'all ain't decipher that shit.
You gotta pick him or Van Sertima. You can't have both.
Damn, I like Van Sertima though, so that's tough. That's damn. I would have to roll with Van Sertima.
You just gonna abandon Walter Williams after he done beat up Christianity in the book.
Yeah, he did I like that book though. I like that book. I was dealing with this Christian chick back in the day, and I read that book. I gave that to her.
Oh shit.
Yeah, fucked her head up. Fucked her head up. That, you know what I mean? So I mean, I like that old nigga. I like that old nigga. So if he say that shit ain't been deciphered, it ain't been deciphered. And Fadishi said karate came from Egypt. So
shit.
If niggas ain't going.
Hey, but hold on, Chef. Look, let me show you what Walter Williams boomerang daggered himself.
Go ahead.
That nigga greets you and says, "Ma'at Hotep."
Wow.
Mm-hmm. If you go listen to any of his videos, he always says Ma'at Hotep.
He might got Alzheimer's, yo. He might got Alzheimer's.
You echoing.
We didn't hit 101 likes. We in the building. Appreciate y'all.
So you be having to say that shit too, Chef. You got to say that shit. Like, niggas are just coming, don't even hit the like button. You got to be like, you know, that's why subscribers be like, listen, man, hit that like button.
Right.
Like, I ain't even hit it.
Wipe your feet at the door. We call that wiping your feet at the door. When you come into somebody's house, you should at least wipe your feet at the door. If you ain't gonna take your shoes off, right? So that's just because you don't want to track shit all in somebody's house, right? So you know what I mean? Wipe your feet at the door, hit the like button. Y'all come in here, man. Act like y'all got some home training.
Hey, how the stream come back on, yo? Cause that shit went back off. Who brought the stream
No,
back?
my computer upstairs. Something happened. The app shut down. But luckily, I had switched the host over to what I'm on now. So it didn't it didn't go off. So I just had to come back up here and put it back on the screen. So it came back for everybody.
Yo, because it's still 60-something people in here, and I'm like, hold up, them motherfuckers was dropping off. We had 108 people.
Yeah, it's 78 now, but they got us up to 104 likes. We still got two.
That's love right there.
Yeah, we still got 2 dislikes, and I told y'all I got an application that can show me who disliked it, and we got y'all addresses. We gonna beat y'all up.
Hey, I'm gonna fight y'all with that Oxford Encyclopedia on Ancient Egypt. Like, y'all ain't just finna just throw that in the trash. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I wasn't throwing that in the trash. It's a good source, bro. I feel you on that. I know you was talking about me. I wasn't throwing that in the trash.
My sister called, so I had to get the phone. So you know, I couldn't really get back when y'all was into what time I came back. Y'all on something else, so I didn't want to go back.
So did y'all on that out?
Yeah, because you got a problem with chattel slavery, the comment they made about chattel slavery in ancient Egypt.
Because chattel slavery basically means buying and selling slaves, right?
Yeah, like being property,
personal property.
Yeah, being property and being able to buy them and sell them
as cattle. Yeah.
So y'all saying that we don't have no record of that?
Do we got a record of slave breeding?
Well, technically, yeah, because you know, like they had because some ships, like I said, like people were born into slavery from slave mothers. You know what I mean? Like slave. That's what I think me and Chef had a conversation before. Slave breeding is a slippery slope according to what you consider slave. You know what I mean? What you consider slave breeding. See what I'm saying? Like if you coerce somebody to get married, that's slave breeding.
What about breeding farms?
Nah, that mean no, ain't gonna be no breeding farm.
Yeah,
at least I'm not aware of any breeding farm.
I ain't never heard about that into Virginia.
Yeah.
That's. And was that true?
I can tell you
it's an anomaly. Like I don't even subscribe to the breeding farms. Like not like Kentucky Fried Chicken where niggas are just pumping out. You know what I mean?
Okay, so Sosa. So look up Bellmead slave breeding.
Bellmead slave.
Bell, B-E-L-L-E. Mead, M-E-A-D-E.
Bellmead.
Slave breeding. Or look up Andrew Jackson slave breeding pen. It should show you an old shack, and that's where they would take women. This is in Tennessee, so I'm only speaking for Tennessee.
You said I've seen it said the slaves of Bellmead Plantation. That's what's giving me Bellmead Plantation.
That's what it gave you?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it. Because Andrew, I know for a fact Andrew Jackson had a pen in his back.
Had a pen?
I went to go visit that joker.
You said like a pen? Like a pen?
Well, they not really necessarily a pen. But it looked like a little cabin.
Yeah.
And it had like 2 doors.
Yeah. Cause see, the reason slave breeding will be so complex because one, child mortality rate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. The chance of a child living to be past 7 years old, 10 was like very, very low. You know what I'm saying? So you had a lot of births. 2, before the child can be of an actual age where you can put them to work, they gotta do 9 months of pregnancy, go through the infancy stage. You know what I mean? So it's very complicated. So slave breeding, they consider like they did coerce people to marry, right? Like they would go get a slave from another plantation and kind of coerce the young girl from another plantation to marry, right? And that's when you get the little jump in the broom ceremony, right? They would put them through the, you know what I mean? So, they do have that, and they consider,
right.
you know what I mean, slave breeding.
Yeah, you'll make a good stock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to say shit like that.
Yes, I was trying to find out, because, a lot of people do the jump the broom thing, and I was trying to find out, I think that's an American concept, but I'm trying to see if that was in Africa too, prior to. But I think jumping the broom is an American thing for marriage. Like that's how they would do the marriage thing.
Can you go to Africanisms in America? You might be able to find something that may substantiate the position that you're taking on that thought.
I got that book right here.
Because it may be something in West Africa regarding the broom sweeping. Where Kofi at when you need him? I think he might have did something on this.
Shit in the house. Like going, let me see.
Jumping the broom. Yeah. Look into it. You're talking about by Joseph
Holloway.
Yeah,
because they use the broom. They use the broom in West Africa, but it's for like something else that I know of.
Yeah, because when I try to find that practice in Africa, like it didn't show up like wedding. You know what I mean? And then at the time I was on something else, so I kind of just left it alone. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. I got to look at this source, but I got to look at this source. I don't know about this. What is jumping the broom? With the debate origins in both African and Roma traditions, jumping the broom is beautiful and rich. They're trying to go back to Africa with this jumping the broom shit too. But I don't know, this ain't giving me nowhere to go. So that's why I said I don't like the source. But I know they use the broom like to judge people. Like if somebody stole some shit, they had these handmade brooms that they'll rub through the people's bodies, and if it goes straight through them, people were not guilty. But if it's stuck on a person, that's usually the person who stole it. Like they got a video on that shit.
Oh yeah. That's gold.
And they beat dude up too.
Dang.
He was found guilty, yo.
Yeah, it looked like it's a debate.
It's just some superstition.
A debate over the broom jumping, right?
Yeah, whether it came from West Africa or
Roma, wherever
Louisiana
Roma is.
slavery. Yeah, it said it's a debate, but it says no actual evidence, no direct evidence for the West African theory.
That sounds about right. Cause I remember I got stuck and I was like, the hell with that shit. I'm not finna get caught up over this damn broom. And I just moved on. You know what I'm saying? But for the longest time, I thought that was a West African tradition that we brought. Nahisi said jumping the broom is British. So, yeah. Yeah, and Nahisi saying it's a British thing.
Shoot, I would agree. I'm not finding it enough. I mean, usually when we find something in West Africa, it's always going to be supported by certain ceremonies. And when we go back and we look at the ceremonies, I ain't heard a mention of a broom in the ceremony one time. Like rites of passage, marriage ceremonies, we don't see that stuff in the marriage ceremonies. What we do see is them tipping the woman, though. You know what I'm saying? Like they throwing money at her and stuff like that. We see that.
Yeah, because you know, like in them old African movies, slave movies and stuff, they show a little couple. We gonna jump the broom.
We seen that in Roots.
That might have been occultism.
I ain't seen Roots in so long.
And he looked like he getting chased by the police.
Oh. Yeah, it might be true, yeah.
Hey, y'all crazy, nigga. I don't run for the police. I give up, nigga. Shit, I bail myself out. Where the fuck is American Dream at, yo? Where you at?
Oh, man. Damn, you bring that dude back. No, man, he dead, man.
Still ain't showed the source.
Think about something, man. I had to think about something, man. American Dream, where you at, man?
What up,
So listen,
man.
Man, what you tried to do, boss, you tried to make it seem like that I said black people were stupid. That's not what I said. I said that there are situations where intelligent, sophisticated people rely on the experts, whether those experts be brought forth by credible news sources or whether those experts come directly from the experts or not. Nobody in their fucking family should be trying to tell black people, or white people for that matter, what not to do in the middle of a damn pandemic, yo. No crazy organization based off of anti-vax material who I personally met, my nigga. I met these niggas, y'all have. They slap ass crazy, yo, telling black people to, hey, yo, my answer to the pandemic is let them catch the shit. Dude, how fucking stupid is that? I'm just saying, yo, it's a certain level of education that makes you an expert, yo. Simple as that, bro. Simple as that. And so, no niggas can't reach that without taking their ass to college or university, yo. That's where you reach the doctorate status, bro. Is in a university, yo. Now, I'm not saying that a person can't take the course, get the classes, learn it, do all that, but I'm saying, nigga, it's more to it than that. It's like actual lab work, yo. Like you actually have to go to the lab. How many niggas on this show can operate $1 million electron microscope without fucking it up? How many niggas know how to walk on the floor that costs $1 million without fucking it up? What type of shoes do you wear? What's in the environment? Is it a clean environment? How do y'all know? Right. Dude, it's more than just that. So I'm saying, no, nigga, no. This is a situation for the experts, bro. And I don't like it when people try to topple the experts and they're not even scientific literate and yet then call niggas suit up. So I never understood your pushback on vaccines when you yourself was fucking vaccinated, my nigga. I will never come to grips with that, bro. That's my point. I want to get that in.
Word, but again, I don't want to take away from the conversation these brothers were having because I was like enjoying that conversation, but I never was against the vaccine, just against the mandate. But you know,
No, you
but
weren't.
yeah, again, I
Damn
would.
lie. Damn lie. That's why you just got the shit and you couldn't make the concert, nigga. Should have been got that shit. Because you was against it. Whatever reason would take a nigga that long just been fucking with us, yo. Think about it, bro. Why you take so long, bro? Why you on your first shot? You been fucking with the God killer, nigga. You been fucking with Cyrus Rashawn. You been fucking with the pseudo killers. Yeah, nigga, you been pushing back hard, yo. I'm not gonna let you get away with that, bro. That's bullshit. To the point where they had to fuck with your money. Come on, yo, you been against this shit.
Soon as you need it, soon as they said, yo, you was gonna get fired.
I'm saying I never took a flu. I don't take the flu shot either. I'm not
Okay,
against
I
it.
don't take the
I
flu
just
shot.
don't take it.
I haven't
I
had
don't
one
take the flu
shot
shot
in
every
my
year, but
life.
if they mandated it for my job, I would take it. I don't take the flu shot every year, but if they mandated it, I would take it. It doesn't mean I'm
If
against
they
the flu shot,
mandated the
bro.
flu shot, I wouldn't take the flu shot.
I'm saying that's you.
Man, let
You're
that, don't jump in.
unemployed.
Let that explain what took him so long if he wasn't against it, yo. What took you so long, bro?
Like I said, I don't take the flu shot. I'm not just into just taking vaccines for everything. That's all.
Oh, so the truth
And
is
I
starting
didn't
to come
like
out.
the idea of them, mandating. I just didn't like that idea. And I felt like, yo, you're not just gonna mandate it and tell me to do something that I don't feel like I want to do. I
They
just
did
didn't
it
like that idea.
anyway.
Oh, come on, yo, don't jump in this shit,
I
man. Because the
listen,
man,
man. I may be against the idea, but I'm not. It's not gonna cost me my job.
no, I'm saying the mandate shit
Because
just
I'm not
popped
against the
off.
vaccine. I'm not against the vaccine. I'm not against the vaccine, man.
I'm
People
gonna
should
say it
take the
again,
vaccine.
yo.
Y'all take y'all vaccine, man.
I'm gonna
But
say
these
it
brothers
again,
was
yo.
having a good talk, man.
Nah,
Coming out of
yeah,
left field again.
we go where we left field around this motherfucker. Because it just dawned on me, yo. I can't let nobody get away with nothing. And I am telling you the mandate shit just popped off last week. And I'm saying you only got a half a shot, nigga. I'm saying is that you wasn't planning on
Stop calling
getting
me a
the
nigga, Unc. I don't like that, man. Stop calling me a nigga, man. Leave that to them other people.
I apologize, man. But you act like
Apology
one of them.
accepted.
All right. So my point is, though, you only got one shot. You one down. If you wasn't against the shit, you would have been had your two shots. And you'd have went to your concert and had a lovely time. There's a reason why they let them brothers and sisters in there that's been vaccinated, bro. It's not the flu. Not even to be confused with the flu. So just because you don't take the flu shot ain't got shit to do with the coronavirus. You've been listening to enough of our shows, and the problem is you've been fighting so damn hard, you never took time to listen. That's what Moses, Mike, Kenya, y'all bona fide pseudos. Y'all won't sit down and pay attention and listen. Just like you, American Dream. I'm not letting you all build, bro. If you just stop fighting us and listened up, yo, you could have been part of a productive conversation. But no. And then you got a flat ass nerve to call people pseudos.
Is that what's getting to you, Unc?
Yeah, yo, because nigga,
I'm still not apologizing. I don't
want you.
There's a lot of pseudos around here.
So when I call you another nigga, don't get mad. I love you though, but I'm gonna call you a nigga. Just like you call me a pseudo,
I'm gonna
don't
get mad. I'm gonna ask you not to. I'm just gonna ask you not to.
Can you define what a pseudo is? Can you define the term?
A faker, someone who fakes, who likes to fake as if he's something that he's not. A faker.
You should be looking at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah, because I don't think you have a master's degree.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't even believe. Nigga. How about that? We don't believe.
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
Show it.
Can we see
Put it
that?
on the screen.
That shit better not say
Hold
science.
on. Do y'all really think this is more interesting than what y'all were
Yeah,
discussing
it
before?
On the
is.
screen.
I'm
Do you really
interested.
think that's more interesting?
I'm locked in.
Put your
I'm
master's
locked
degree
in
on the
like a
screen.
motherfucker. Let us see.
Oh man.
The American Nightmare.
Let me see. Let's see. Do you got any misspelled letters on your shit?
Yeah.
You're right. But did y'all check? It's the same place as the source. Up your ass to the left. You find the degree and
I
all the
don't know none of
sources
that.
for.
I
He
don't
ain't
know
got it.
none of that.
You
He
know, none
ain't
of
got
that.
it.
He
If
ain't
he
got
ain't
it.
got it, it's fine. All you got to do is say
Got
you
his
ain't got
shit
it.
from University of Phoenix Online, y'all.
Maybe.
I take that at this point. Where is that? You don't got it, right? That's the point, yo. See, can't let you off the hook, yo. You too brave, yo, with that shit. Calling niggas pseudo that's been promoting anti-pseudo signs, and now we pseudos. I don't want nobody to hear that and really think that. Nigga, if we wrong, we just wrong. Simple as that. We're not promoting wrong information, bro. We're not lying about. We're not
No, y'all
making
do.
shit up.
No. Y'all say a lot of wrong information around here.
All right. So
Demonstrate
give
it.
me,
Show us
Point
where we
out.
wrong at.
yeah, demonstrate that on the vaccine conversation.
More than what I've been doing tonight. I mean, every time you know,
You haven't done
I
anything
think I've
tonight.
done that a few times tonight.
You haven't done
Which is,
anything tonight.
I think I did that before
We got
tonight,
zero
which is why
sources
when I
from you.
came in,
You
Sean,
haven't
like
done
most
anything
times,
tonight. You
But
haven't
you
done
know
anything
Browse.
tonight. You
okay,
haven't done
man, but I don't
anything
understand
tonight
why.
but show your
How do y'all find this
your
more? How do y'all find beating up on me more interesting than the conversation y'all were
you
having?
haven't done
This is
anything
disappoint.
tonight but
This is what
show
I
your
mean by
emotional
fakers.
side.
This is what I mean
You've
by y'all are fakers. Y'all faking as if y'all are really
you've
into intellectual
shown
stuff and
your
scholarship, but y'all would rather
emotional
like just like
side.
gang up on people.
No one's ganging up on
I'm
you.
showing my emotional
You put
side. Y'all are
yourself
here
out there
asking me.
to
Y'all are
be
here
kicked in
asking me
the
to put up
head
my
because
degree
you made
online. Are y'all crazy?
outlandish claims.
Okay, man.
You came in here calling
Ain't
people
that
pseudo.
a kick in the head?
Oh man, I don't believe y'all let
claim
just
someone
kill the vibe like
listen.
that. Y'all let
If I'm gonna
just
call you
disrupt
pseudo, I'm going to
y'all nice
demonstrate it.
conversation.
We having a nice conversation. Where your degree at?
Can you read the chat, American Pseudo? They are like, please show something. You have
Yeah, they want to see, bro. We want to see
They
these
want to see what?
masters. We want to see
They
that
want to see
masters
what?
in science.
Hey, you
Oh
talking to death
snap!
on
The
that, yo.
chat? Wait, the chat wants to see it?
Yeah, the chat.
Well,
Where you
'cause, you
came
know,
from?
if the
The
chat
the
wants to
same
see
place
it,
that
that
you
means
came
I
from.
really have to show it. Because you know, if the chat, that's the chat. So hold on.
Yeah, we
Please
all
don't.
want to see it. You ain't doing shit. You been on here just talking it up,
Okay, man.
talking your life away. You ain't doing shit. Let us see.
Right.
'Cause I don't believe this shit either. Especially with the type of logic you got.
What is an immunologist? I'm still
He
stuck
don't know.
there.
You don't know.
He don't know. And he said, remember?
Can you
and
spell
we
it
can
for me? Can you spell it for me? Spell it for me.
IMM.
Immunologist.
IMM. Go ahead.
UNOLOGIST.
Oh, an immunologist. An immunologist. Not
You still don't know what it
immunologist.
is, nigga. So what
No,
you
an
talking about?
immunologist exists. That's why I said an immunologist. And you was like, and you said it as if that thing real, but no, Sean, this is why I don't think you wrote a book. The word is immunology.
Immunology. What?
That's how he just spelled it. Isn't that
No,
what he
it's
just spelled?
This fool,
immunologist.
listen.
You know what he's
No.
saying, bro.
Hold on. Okay, so let's do this right. Since he wants to play, like that. All right, so let's do this. We can take
Y'all
a
really came
word.
off the good
We can
conversation
take a word. One word that can be pronounced one way in New York, one way down south, one way Midwest, one way in California. But everybody would know what the word is.
No, that's not what he knows.
Oh, where you're from, the N is silent. I got it.
Chef says
N is silent.
Doug. Like, we all know what that is now. So
No,
it's
that's
just
it.
him saying it in another dialect.
What you saying? Immunologist wrong? What are you saying? Immunologist? What you saying?
He being petty, man, talking about his pronunciation of the word.
No, but he think that he doesn't know the difference between immunology and an immunologist. He don't know the difference.
Oh yeah, he fucked that up.
And he's thinking that we fucked the word up by saying that.
Y'all can't even say the word, man. What the hell is wrong with y'all?
Nobody has to say it.
Sound like y'all got
Nobody
rocks
has
in
to
your
say it.
mouth.
No one has to pronounce the word the way that you want them to pronounce the actual word. We still know, because trust me, Kofi messes up words all the time, but I know exactly what the fuck Kofi's talking about.
I'm gonna say a real problem for you. Immunologist. I'm gonna say it in my proper
I know what
voice.
that is. That's somebody who studies your immune system. I know what it is. But
You know now.
I don't know
got
what
the
that is.
bullshit on.
Oh, y'all. Guess what he learned that at? He learned that today. And guess what he did? Guess what he said? He turned one of those people before he even knew what the word meant, y'all. Remember that? Yeah. We don't forget around here, yo.
I was always taught not to use a word I don't know the meaning of. I was always taught that, and that's one thing I do not do. I do not use words I don't know the meaning of.
Facts. Anyway, no one's calling black people stupid. We're simply saying that there are experts that went to school for 8 years on said subjects, man.
Some
Right?
longer.
Some longer.
Sean said they were ignorant.
Nah, man, they ignorant to the subject, yo. It's nothing wrong with being ignorant to the subject, yo.
Listen, man.
It's nothing wrong with being
Sean said they
ignorant,
were
yo.
ignorant.
Hold on. Can you define
What's
ignorant?
ignorant? What does that
Can you
mean?
define ignorant?
You can be pretty ignorant.
American Nightmare.
No.
We didn't
Can
ask for you to
define
put it. Do you know
ignorant?
what
Can you
define
just
means? God damn.
That means they ignore the facts.
No.
Oh
I
my
get-
God. I know this nigga ain't got no motherfucking master's degree, yo.
Malachi, yo, you and Malachi, you're going to
You ignore the facts?
Yo,
Wow.
funny as hell. Hey, look, y'all.
Gotta stop,
Hey,
bro.
look, y'all. We got 110 likes. I don't. That's crazy. We ain't never had
It either means
110 likes.
It either means they're
Hey,
it
Chef,
either
did you
means
hear that,
they
man?
don't know the facts or they're
Man,
stupid.
y'all
That's
better
what
leave my
ignorant means.
little
They're
cousin
ignorant
alone.
of they don't know the facts.
That
They're
Chef is
ignorant.
stupid.
Leave my little cousin alone. He good.
American Nightmare is crazy. He said,
Craig, you know the word, you know what ignorant means, yo?
you don't know what ignorant means? Are you serious?
So y'all calling this man stupid?
Nigga said to ignore the facts.
You know the root word of ignorant is ignore, right? You know
Nah,
the root
man,
word is ignore, right?
no.
What? Are you serious?
So hold on, but y'all still ain't get around his 500 slaves being killed.
Yo, hold on, Chef. Don't try to save him right now.
He gotta get around it. He gotta source up.
Y'all ignoring it.
He ignored. Yo,
I'm gonna go find the source for him.
Yeah, cause we ignorant.
Yeah, because we ignorant. We ignore the
Ignorant means
facts.
you don't know the facts. You don't know. You have no knowledge, or you're uneducated. You're
He said
uneducated.
I ain't say it again, Savior. Say it again,
We
Savior.
ignorant because we
Ignorant
ignore the
means
facts.
you don't have the facts. You don't know the facts. That's what ignorant means. You ignore.
No, it doesn't.
Hey, it don't mean that, man. Can somebody help this nigga? Man, I don't mean to call
What does
you.
it mean, Savior?
But yo, you gotta stop it, yo. Can
So what does it
somebody-
mean?
Sean,
my stomach hurt.
Sean,
Go ahead. Tell me what it means. Go ahead.
come on, Sean.
I'm
Yo,
not
you
helping.
can't
After
be
y'all done
serious right
laughing,
now.
tell me what it means.
Nah, I'm straight.
Ignore the facts. That's Malachi York, yo. Telling lies, television, telling lies, my vision. Ignore the facts.
Televised my
Ignorant.
vision. What? I forgot you was a New Nubian.
Yeah, that's when he became conscious. That's when he became conscious.
I forgot you was a Yorkie. I forgot you.
So what does it mean? What does it mean? Not to
You
ignore
was a
the facts. It means
Yorkie.
to not have the facts. What does it
No,
mean?
it don't mean that. It don't mean none of
So
that.
what does
Yo,
it
let's
mean? What
look
does
it up.
ignorant mean?
We're gonna
So what does it
look
mean?
it up. We're
Go
gonna
ahead,
look
look
it
it
up,
up.
bro.
Go ahead.
We're gonna look it up. We're gonna look it up. Right? I know what it means.
I don't
It
believe
means
our
simply not-
our conversation.
It means, listen, it simply means not to know. Has nothing to do with ignoring, bro. Choose separate words that sound alike, my nigga. Stop it.
Okay.
Stop. Like you
got it.
can't be serious. Now,
You
don't
got
believe
it.
you have a
Ignorant means they
consequence.
don't know the facts. I'm sorry. So you're not saying black people ignore the
Don't
facts.
know
You
the
say they
facts.
don't know the facts. That's better.
I'm saying they don't
They
know,
don't know
bro.
the facts. They're stupid. You're saying they're stupid. Why do you think people call each other ignorant every day, man? Like when I'm sure people have called you ignorant a lot and probably deservingly so. But why do you think they call you ignorant? Like it's not just because they think you don't have the facts. It's because they think you're acting stupid.
And you must have got that a lot. They took your lunch when you
Ignorance.
was a kid.
Hold on,
didn't
here we go. Ignorance.
And need a father for
Ignorance. It means ignorance is lack of knowledge or information. He acted in ignorance of basic procedures. You're acting in ignorance to immunology, bro. That's not
don't know
something
what it
bad.
is.
You just don't know what it is. You don't understand, bro.
And you didn't know ignorant.
Right. And you didn't know the
I
meaning
didn't
of
say
that
I,
word.
I
You
didn't
said
say I had a
ignore.
problem with I
No,
never said I had a
but you
problem with
sounded.
immunology. I said I didn't know what immunology was.
No, yo, you was being funny. Hold on. But I'm going to tell you what you wasn't being funny about. You actually thought that ignorance had something to do with ignore. You tripping right now. You just showed your whole hand.
Hold on, what
Bro.
did he say?
That's what his
Bro.
master's degree in.
Man,
Ignorance.
if y'all are gonna sit there right now and say when someone calls you
You flunked
ignorant,
out.
they ain't calling you stupid.
You
Y'all are
flunked out.
crazy.
They're telling
Ignorant
you that
bastards.
you don't know the subject.
Telling you you're
They
stupid. Well,
they're
listen.
basically
When I tell
saying
you
that,
you're ignorant, Sean, and you're very ignorant. When
yeah,
I tell you
thank you.
you're ignorant, I
Thank
tell
you.
you I'm telling you you're
Now he know
stupid.
the
See, he
definition. He
don't want
gonna use
nobody
it
to call
right.
him a nigga, but he can disrespect people
Ooh,
and call them
this dude
ignorant
is
or
funny.
stupid, et
Just
cetera,
tell
et
me it
This
hurts your
cetera.
dude
feelings.
funny.
Nah, he
Just
don't
tell
like
me
he
it hurts
don't
your
like
feelings
me.
like
He
I
don't
do.
like me. He don't
Yeah.
like me because I
But
know
your
more
Just
than
tell me
him.
it
feelings
hurts
the
your
one getting
feelings.
hurt, little
He
mama.
offended by my
Just tell me
intelligence.
it hurts your feelings,
Yes,
and
I ain't
sir.
never
He
met
apologize
ain't
like
never
I
met
do.
all of our
I ain't never
intelligence.
met a little girl that was you know what I'm saying, that was acting like this over me
So
being a little
sassy.
bit of intelligence.
Come on, man. Y'all stop this whole good conversation to come in and talk about me. Really, man. That's why I call y'all
Yeah,
You
CEOs,
nigga.
get
man. Y'all boys
you
are
getting too
fucking
Yeah, you
spicy.
retarded.
earned it. You earned it. You earned it, though.
Go
Here, I'm
back
gonna
to
show
the
you how much you
conversation
earned it.
y'all were having, though. Y'all were having a very good conversation
What
about
was the
slavery
Yeah,
and shit in
conversation
the
we're
Middle
about?
gonna,
East and women to
hey, can
rag
y'all
on
see the
American
hey,
dream. Here
can
y'all
y'all see the
come.
now? Can y'all see the screen right now? Let me show you something, bro. Common sense. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Dictionary.com. Common sense. Here you go.
Sound practical judgment.
That keep reading
Sound
it, yo.
practical judgment. That's
Keep
all you need,
reading.
Unc.
No, man.
Sound
Of
practical
specialized
judgment
knowledge, training
that
for
is
the like,
independent,
normal native
of
intelligence.
specialized knowledge, training, or the like. But the first word is sound. That means it's valid. Do you know what sound means, Unc?
We ain't taking your
Do you know
definitions
what
no more.
sound
I'm gonna let
means?
you
Do you think
finish.
that means you can hear it? You ignorant
So this what I'm
bastard.
gonna do.
What?
So listen,
He said what? Oh my
nah.
God.
You know
Everybody
what
be quiet.
sound
Look.
means, Unc?
Okay,
No,
I
not
know,
in
yo.
that definition, sir. Not in that.
Sound
Not in the way they're
means
using the word
good.
sound.
Sound means
So
Sound
here you
means
go.
solid.
Okay. All right, here
sound
you go.
practical
Sound
judgment.
means
Sound
sound
means
means
listen.
solid in
valid.
that definition.
Hey, yo, listen. Since you cut it off, I'm gonna read the whole thing for you, help you out. Common sense, sound, practical judgment that is independent. What does the word independent mean, brother?
What does the
Separate
word
from.
sound mean, brother? What does the word sound mean?
No.
Unc,
Okay.
what does sound mean?
The word
You can
sound
hear
means
it.
like it's clear, like it's on point, it's sound. Okay.
No, it's good.
Right?
It's valid.
It's good.
It's valid.
Right. Okay. It's
It's a
valid.
good
Right.
yeah.
All right.
So
Well,
it
listen.
doesn't
So what do we do?
So what's the problem? So what's your problem with
listen.
common sense?
Because you won't let me finish, and you being an asshole right now. You being a
I'm
nigga.
being the asshole. I'm
being
being
a
the
nigga.
asshole.
Right.
Okay.
I'm trying to define all the words for you. Right. I'm not trying to belittle you. I'm gonna show you where you fucked it up at. So sound, like you said, practical sound. Then it's got practical, right? Simple, simplistic, practical, right? Judgment, to judge something. But you gotta read the next portion of the sentence.
Practical mean? What does practical mean?
Practical meaning is not real complicated. It's simple. It's simplistic. It's practical, basic, practical.
So it's useful. It's useful.
It's useful.
It's
Okay,
useful.
Okay, now judgment. What's the word
So it's
judgment
sound
mean?
and it's practical judgment.
Okay, judgment. Okay, now what does that mean so far?
That means the shit makes sense.
Right, I know. Listen, I'm with you. Now you gotta continue reading the sentence. In America, we read the whole fucking sentence. We don't stop. That is independent. That's a key word right there. So your sound practical judgment, and they're saying that sound practical judgment that is independent, bro, separate process of specialized knowledge, training, or the like. No, then it goes back to common sense. No native intelligence. So your sound practical judgment of no native intelligence, bro. See, nigga, I do this shit for real, yo. My very life depended on it growing up, nigga. That's why I got your motherfucking ass. So common sense is sound practical judgment that is independent of specialized knowledge. When we're talking about biology and immunology and motherfucking biology, we're talking about what? We're talking about specialized information, my nigga. So common sense doesn't work. That's my whole fucking point. You don't up me now, nigga. Learn something, bro, because you tripping.
Oh, good grief.
All right.
Can I respond to that?
Before
before you go, hold on. And before
Can
you
I
go,
respond to
American
that?
Dream. Oh
Can I
no,
respond to
before
that?
you
Can I
respond to that, because hold
I
on,
just want to respond before I forget my
I don't
thought,
want you
man.
to hold on. Can you hold up? Because I don't hold up 1 second. Because I want you to listen to some of the things that you said. All right. One of the first things you said when you read the word sound was it means you can hear. No, not in that sense. I want you to
I was
understand that you
telling
have to
you
read.
I was telling him that
I
that's
heard
not
you
what it
change it.
means
I
in
heard
that
you
sense.
change it after
I
I
was
gave you
telling him that's
the
not what
definition.
it means.
Can he get it
What
out,
is
bro?
wrong with you, man?
Can I get it out, bro? Because I'm finna tell you what I'm actually
Stop
gonna tell
saying
you
things
what
I
you
didn't
suffer
say,
from, and
dog.
that's the
Stop
problem.
saying things I didn't say. Don't make
Yes,
your
you
point
did.
by saying things I
Everybody
didn't
heard
say. I
you
didn't say
say.
that.
Everybody
I
heard you
was
say
being
mean.
sarcastic.
Everybody
You
heard you say
fucking.
sound means you can hear.
I was
You
being
hear it.
fucking sarcastic. What is
No, you
wrong with
weren't.
you?
You was being serious as a fat person eating
Yo,
a
you
pizza. But
silly.
anyway,
I said to
I'm gonna
Unc,
let you. Whatever.
I said to Unc, what do you think sound means there, Unc? Do you think it means you can hear? I was being
No,
sarcastic,
you
you
wasn't. No,
nerd.
that's what you
What's
said. You
wrong
said
with
it
you?
means you can hear.
Hold on.
And I'm not
So
finna
now
put.
we
And
have
I'm
the
not
word
arguing over that. I just wanted to go.
Hold
I
on.
just
So
wanted to
now
go a
we have
little
the
further.
word look, we have the word ignorance. It's on the screen. Ignorance. Lack of knowledge or information. He acted in ignorance of basic procedures. Now, what is an ignorant person? Let's click it on. Having little or no knowledge, not educated, not knowing, unaware. They're ignorant of the facts, not ignoring facts, but ignorant. So your mistake was mixed up the word ignorance with ignoring. It's two different things.
Click on the link. Click on the link, Unc. There
I clicked on the link.
No. Go to the Merriam-Webster link where they're only showing you the first definition. See the number 1? There's a number 2 and 3. Right.
All right, read it. Go ahead.
It still don't say what you say.
Still don't say what you said to ignore the facts.
Both races. Damn, come on, Sabian. Do you want to talk? Yo, can I read this? Resulting from showing lack of knowledge. He was ignorant. He was an ignorant mistake. It was an ignorant mistake. Now keep going. You can be going. I mean, what is you trying to say right here? What you want to keep doing? Unaware, informed, resulting from showing lack of knowledge. Come on, man. Intelligence ain't got nothing to do with ignoring facts, yo. You the fucking pseudo, bro. So I'm done, yo. I just want to let you know, yo.
Okay, great point. It means lacking facts, not ignoring facts. Great point. And when I tell you you're ignorant, I really mean you're lacking facts. I don't mean you're stupid. Good point,
This nigga got a master.
This dude here. So can I share my screen real quick?
I kick that Turkish shit, yo.
Yo, let me share my screen real quick. I want to show y'all something. Because a lot of people don't know what's going on here, but I do. I talked about it. Do y'all see that? The Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people wrongly overestimate their knowledge or ability in a specific area. This tends to occur because a lack of self-awareness prevents them from accurately assessing their own skills. The concept of the Dunning-Kruger effect is based on a 1999 paper by Cornell University psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger. The pair tested participants on their logic, grammar, and sense of humor and found that those who performed in the bottom quartile rated their skills far above average. For example, those in the 12th percentile self-rated their expertise to be on average in the 62nd percentile. The research attributed the trend to a problem of metacognition, the ability to analyze one's own thoughts or performance. Those with limited knowledge in a domain suffer a dual burden. Not only do they reach mistaken conclusions and make regrettable errors, but their incompetence robs them of the ability to realize it, they wrote. What causes the Dunning-Kruger effect? Confidence is so highly prized that many people would rather pretend to be smart or skilled than risk looking inadequate and losing faith. Even smart people can be affected by the Dunning-Kruger effect because having intelligence isn't the same thing as learning and developing a specific skill. Many individuals mistakenly believe that their experience and skills in one particular area are transferable to another. Why do people fail to recognize their own incompetence?
Man, you in and out. You in and out, yo.
Hey, but we got it though. We don't cover the Dunning Kruger effect though. I think we got it.
We covered that. But I tell you what we didn't cover. Lacking facts and ignoring facts, once again, it's two different things. And you trying to couple them together, bro. Just for the record, I'm not letting you off the motherfucking hook, nigga. Lacking facts and ignoring facts, it's two separate things. Just give up and say, yo, you learned something tonight. Simple as that.
Thank you, Unc. I learned something tonight. Can we move on now?
Yeah, we can move on. Don't call me a motherfucker, pseudo. Or nobody,
let them boys
motherfucker,
finish their
pseudo.
conversation.
Right, because I'm going to get
finish
you
their
on all
conversation.
points. Right, I'm
Come on, man. You got a whole station called pseudo killers. You call everybody pseudo. Nobody can call you a pseudo.
My propensity, right, to explain what I'm talking about. I will define words and all that. I'm not a fucking pseudo.
You got me, Unc. I don't know what ignorant means. You got me. But I tell you, you ignorant as shit.
Yeah, to some things, you're right.
Yeah, man, alive.
There are plenty of things I'm ignorant to. I will admit that. But now, listen.
I know. So, Unc, when you call somebody ignorant, it's not a diss, right?
No, but people take it like that because they're ignorant and don't know the definition.
Exactly. Right. When you say it, you don't mean it as a diss. Right, Unc.
No, because I'm not, because we talking about
Man, stop lying, man. You don't got to lie to prove a point. When you call people ignorant, you're trying to diss them.
No, I'm not, man.
Somebody ignorant and they're not trying to diss them.
I'm not, because it's only dissing in a crazy backwards community setting some fucking way. With some ignorant, crazy white people who just don't know definitions of words, or some crazy black people who don't understand this definition of words. We're talking about complex subject matters, which we normally do. Nuance on different subjects, we normally do. And I call you ignorant in the midst of the conversation. I'm simply saying you don't know the information, bro. You don't understand is what I'm saying. Like you didn't know what common sense was. You fucked that up. Until I said it, you didn't. You really thought common sense. You just didn't know. You
know what, Unc, I don't even know why you rambling, dog. Can we go back to the conversation?
All right, yeah, we're going back. Yep. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to ramble off, nigga. As long as you know what it is.
Word. Thank you, Unc. You taught me what ignorant means and you taught me about common sense. I appreciate you, Unc.
Yep. Right. So don't keep using. We don't do the common sense right? No, we don't.
Yeah, no doubt. So I won't call you ignorant and mean ignoring the fact. When I call you ignorant, I'll mean you're lacking the facts. You know what I mean? And I won't use the wrong meaning of common sense. When I say I respect common sense, yeah, I'm going to stick to that. I agree with the definition of common sense. Sound, practical judgment. I agree with that. And what I'm telling you, Unc, if I work in a hospital, right? Hold on, Unc, let me just finish. Unc, let me finish. If I work in a hospital, right, there are certain things like to know how to use like one of the machines in the hospital, that doesn't take common sense. That takes specialized training. Right. So that's what the definition is telling you. There's a difference between something you learn from specialized training, like driving a car, and there's certain things you learn where you don't need no specialized training, like common sense. You don't need no specialized training. It's sound, practical judgment without this specialized training, because the shit is just so simple, man. You just got to listen and you'll get the shit. But apparently you don't value that. And I get it. You don't value that. You only value specialized training, shit you go to school and learn to do. You don't think human beings intuitively have this thing, common sense, where they just have a sound practical judgment that comes from within them. You think anything humans know, they have to be taught in some specialized training school. I got you on.
Nope.
I got your point.
Don't do it,
can we
Fabian.
please
Don't
move
do
on
it,
to the other
Fabian.
conversation?
No, I'm not, because you dragged me back into it by saying what you just said. And I'm simply saying that subject matters like physics, like evolution, all these things can't be learned through common fucking sense. Immunology.
I never said it could,
It's not. So, but hold on. And the context of the conversation that we were having, brother, wasn't based off of common sense. When you try to interject your common sense, that's the point we're making here. So
nothing to go back to the other
scientific
conversation of like 30 minutes ago.
Scientific literacy ain't nothing to do with common sense. And that's why they all fuck it up across the board. The whole damn community think they can dive in there with their common sense and they fuck it up. Come on, bro.
I got you.
That's my
I know
point.
they can't use their common sense. They have to come to you
No,
to
you was
teach
trying to
them.
be. Yo, you can't use your common sense on matters of science, yo.
I know they have to come to you for you to teach them. Like that's kind of like a
You
scam
so
as well.
really, so that's the point, though. You just saying you just refuse to understand. That's what
You're
you're really
saying
saying, right?
people cannot learn stuff on their own. People don't have common sense to
Is that what I'm
survive
saying,
on
yo?
their
Or
own.
what?
That is what
So
you're
like
saying.
I
You're saying
said,
people
you
don't have
don't
common sense
understand
to
the
survive
word.
on their own. They got to go to a
So
school.
basically,
Ankh teaches that, so Ankh can teach them how to be logical.
yeah, yo, you know what, yo? You just fucking stupid. Now look that word up, and I'm done.
Wait, are you calling me ignorant? Do you mean when
No,
you
I'm
say
calling
stupid,
you
you mean ignorant?
Stupid.
I'm calling you stupid.
Oh,
I'm calling
oh, not ignorant. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna call you
Got
stupid
it.
now.
Dictionary.
Yeah, let me
I got it.
put the word on the screen. Let's
Bet
see
you,
if you fit that
I
bill.
knew you were gonna share stupid. I knew you were gonna do something stupid and share the definition of stupid. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out why he's still here, yo. If everybody attacking you, why
It was as
the
if I
hell
wasn't
would you
even
be
here
on
when
a
y'all
He
was
panel
having
likes
your
among a
this,
bunch
conversation.
of
I
bro.
wasn't
He
ignorant
even
people?
here. I
likes
was
this.
just in the
This is what he
background listening.
thrive
Unc
for.
pulled me back into this shit. You know
You
what?
could
You
have
right,
hung
man.
up, bro.
I'm
You could
out
have
of here,
got off
man.
the stream
No,
and went somewhere else and did something else positive with your life, yo. Like you could have passed your time else in the
see
chat.
how sad y'all got that y'all thought I was leaving? You see how sad y'all got? Y'all thought I was leaving?
Who the hell got sad?
Yo, Unc, I respect
I
you,
don't
man.
go
Thanks for
places
inviting
I
me.
ain't want in
Sadio,
America.
Chef, thanks for having me. I'm out of here,
He's
man.
still
Y'all be
mad
safe.
about that versus. They said he was mad he didn't get to throw his panties on stage.
Yeah,
Having an assurance of great lack of intelligence or common sense. I was stupid enough to think she was perfect. A stupid person, often used as a term of address.
He was stupid thinking that he was gonna get into a concert partially vaccinated in New York. In New York, you have to be fully vaccinated to enter an arena. They've been saying that. So why the hell would you buy tickets to a versus knowing you're not fully vaccinated?
He had a lack of knowledge about the situation.
He was stupid on the subject. He was very ignorant on that subject matter. That's for damn sure. Because they will not let you in an arena without being fully vaccinated in New York. And that's been going on for quite some time, yo.
Milwaukee beat the brakes off.
So he just donated to the verse. I understand.
Yeah, because he's stupid.
He acted like we ain't been talking about this for the last 2 years.
Yo, we've been talking about everything for the last 10 years. Fucking vaccines, slavery. We went to slavery for an hour, 2 hours. Went to vaccines for an hour, 2. Now we switched back real quick to defining words. And that's what people need to do. You need to start carrying a dictionary around with them. Your phone has dictionary on it. Y'all use it all the time, yo. Come on, yo. I'm sitting here arguing with the person that think the word ignorance means to ignore the facts. I done lost my fucking mind, yo. No, I'm crazy. I done became stupid. Shit.
Banana.
Van's still here, yo. They're saying a whole lot, yo. Straight up. Vance ain't scared nowhere, yo. He ain't went to sleep or nothing.
Hey,
I'm about 50 seconds away.
Van say, I cut you off for cutting off American Dream. I cut him off for 2 hours straight. I sure did. I admit it.
You don't play fair, You don't play fair.
Hey, the truth,
Try,
though,
yo, I'm gonna get better
we shouldn't
at it,
even
yo,
listen
man.
to him, yo. We shouldn't even listen to him. But
I mean,
yeah, once he said he got the vaccine, I was like, oh man, this is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Got the vaccine. He mad about that for real. You got a lot of vaccinated people mad, yo. Who
I
thought they
want to know. I wanted to know about that, the homies ceremony.
Didn't they already get to the end of it already? I thought y'all got to the end of that, yo. What was it?
Nah, he ain't give us no source.
He ain't bring no source out.
Suchek
He
is
basically
saying
saying he trying to say that they did it on a regular basis. That's what he meant.
they did it yearly.
Yearly. He said they was doing it yearly.
Nah,
And he's saying the fact that they did it was what he's saying. He's saying that they actually did it with the slaves. That's what he's saying. Y'all saying
To appease the gods, what do you think they did when they needed rain or when they needed something to come into fruition?
Sacrificing.
Right.
Yeah.
It was only later in life that they began to come out of that thought process.
Gotcha. Yeah, I got that.
And there was even some African kings that would even sacrifice themselves for everybody else. It was just they were just destined to, some people were destined to be sacrificed. They just looked at things different. But people's worldview changed. It's similar to what we talked about when you're dealing with the Yoruba and more specifically with Ibiju, the twins. They used to kill off one of the twins, thinking that two babies were born, one was hunting the other one. And then they would say that the oldest one was the second one born, and that the first one born was a mistake.
Jeez.
So, what changed? You know what I mean? Worldview changed.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point. So y'all basically saying, they was sacrificing them because that was part of their tradition. They just, why not get the slaves? They wasn't just getting the slaves to sacrifice them, but that was part of the religion, just sacrifice them. That's funny.
Some of those hunter-gatherers still do that. You know that, right?
Huh? Yeah.
Some of the hunter-gatherer tribes still do that because, like you're responsible for a child if you have a child as a woman. So if you had two kids, you can't carry one kid and carry your things and stuff over your head. But normally it's responsibility of the mother to kill one of the twins. Kill one, keep one.
Wow. They still not they off that, ain't they? They get off that?
There's still hunter-gatherer tribes that do that.
Oh man, they must be in Europe, not in Africa.
In Africa, bro. Like I don't know why y'all say Africa. That shit drives me the fuck crazy.
Hey, Sosa.
You sure that's Africa?
That had to be wrong. You sure that's
shit. Must be over there in Belgium somewhere. I'm gonna tell you that.
It must have been the Muslims. Or if they do find some fucked up shit in Africa, it must have been the Muslims.
It was definitely them fucking Muslims.
Had to be that Islam.
Hell yeah, it was Islam.
Them goddamn Berbers, them goddamn Arabs.
It wasn't the black Africans, it was them Berbers and the Muslims.
Hell yeah, it was them goddamn Berbers. All
Couldn't
day.
have been that. Hey, Chef,
Shit said right in the Quran.
It got to be in that Quran somewhere. We can find it.
I know that.
All day.
African.
Yo, wow.
Here it go. Here it is. The African buck crazy.
With Sheffrin face right beside it, yo.
Look, the African buck naked with fucking paint on. Whooping and hollering.
Yeah, because they just thought that one tribe in Africa, they made it illegal because they were taking they were doing female infanticide. They were throwing them babies in the river over there.
Nah, that's because them Europeans that came over there, yo.
It was in the Bible.
Y'all supposed to know better than that, man. What's wrong with y'all, man?
Can't blame the African for nothing. Wasn't his fault.
Shit, nigga. One they damn fault, man. Y'all tripping. Hey, Chef, you said something profound, though. You said, we actually got the ones that got caught up in the slave trade. We should be avidly mad at the ones that sold us, yo. Like, that hit me hard. I was like, damn, I am mad at it.
Yeah, we rooting for the wrong side.
I'd be mad. I ain't gonna lie, because we remnants of tribes that we probably even know existed. We've been lost to history. Certain tribes.
I said, let me go to sleep before I wake up and be mad. I said, I'm going to sleep.
We supposed to be beefing with the white man and the African.
That's a fact.
We
Yeah,
both
you
be
got me
looking.
with that one, yo.
They
got
still,
me,
a
yo.
lot
I
of
was
them,
like,
a lot of
damn.
them still benefiting from that shit today.
How you figure?
So I'm definitely still mad.
How they still benefiting?
Got me, sure.
They still in power. They still in they still royalty. Yeah, all that shit.
Yeah, a lot of those families
Oh.
acquired wealth in that time period.
Yeah, the same way motherfuckers still benefiting from that shit over here. Insurance companies, all type of
Man.
shit.
Man, we going over there, yo. Fuck that shit. Nigga, give me my money back, nigga.
Somebody about to get hit in the mouth.
I was mad, but I mean, I understand where it came from. You know what I'm saying? The influence. the Arab influence, the Islamic influence.
That don't change it for me, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah, I don't fuck with that shit. I'm just bullshit. But I ain't gonna fault the common folk for that though.
Them goddamn Arabs, yo. I'm blaming them motherfucking Arabs and Christians.
Oh man.
And the motherfucking
Let it go,
Berbers.
Sean.
And them Berbers. I ain't letting that shit
Goddamn
live,
Turks.
bro.
Yeah,
I ain't letting it. That's who I'm blaming too.
Yeah,
my thing be like,
I'm blaming all of them. How about that?
I know they got.
I'm about to blame Sosa in a minute.
But it's
No
like, I know
more
they got-
American
listen,
Psycho.
But listen, I know they got tricked or whatever, right? But my thing is like, yo, you the king, nigga. Your responsibility is not to be tricked in the seed, nigga. I ain't cutting you no slack. I ain't cutting you no slack, bro.
Yo, we saying that them Africans was fucking stupid, yo.
I know. Y'all make the number.
No, you're saying they was ignorant.
They did.
Ignorant.
They was ignorant, yo.
See how that worked?
This how
Ignorant.
y'all
Not
be,
stupid.
this how y'all be, Sean. They didn't really know no better. They treated everybody nicely. They didn't know people were
They
gonna
did.
be
They was some pussy
awful.
ass niggas, yo. Some of them was some pussy ass niggas.
Do y'all know
Africans
how smart them Africans is, yo?
Africans
Is
some
we
pussy ass
sitting here,
niggas.
hold on. We sitting here saying that them motherfuckers was stupid. Do you know how smart these Africans is? You ever been in a classroom with these motherfuckers?
That ain't street smart.
That ain't got nothing to do with street smarts, yo.
You call it Shaka Zulu? You call it Shaka Zulu or pussy ass?
They ain't
nigga.
village
Shaka
smart.
Zulu.
Yeah.
I ain't call it Shaka that. Nah, you putting words in my mouth, yo. I ain't say that. You put words in my mouth. I'm saying some of them, some of them, seriously, we don't want to agree. I mean, I understand y'all might not like it, but some of them was some punks. They ran to the bush, yo. They were running to get away from stuff.
That's terrible, yo.
No, I don't have no
Come on,
problem
Sean.
when you outgunned. Yeah,
I agree.
but
Some of them were some hoes.
calling them
Get the Congo over there.
stupid, being a coward. Well, the Arabs called us
That
cowards
wasn't a coward.
anyway. That was one of the terms that they used, you know, for us, that we were cowards. We didn't stand and fight. We was easily.
No, not everybody.
Some of them false.
Even when they had the Gatling gun, they were still fighting. This dude
Y'all heard
was
of
on
that?
comedic pose.
The Mamluks went down fighting.
They was Europeans.
No,
They were
Egyptians.
Europeans. You fucking up.
But still,
No, the
did prove a
Mamluks
point,
was
but they did go down.
They were Egyptians. They were Egyptian slaves, but they did go down.
Yeah, but they were from Europe.
You're right.
Right. Europeans tried to enslave them.
Yeah,
They tried to enslave the Mamluks from Europe.
Yeah, the
and
Turks
they killed
brought
they
them
rebelled
in,
and killed
right.
all of them.
They brought them from the Balkan region.
Yeah, they never.
That's when that's in 1517.
Yeah, but see, there we go again, though. So it's depending on the type of tribe they ran across, yo. They ran across a warring tribe,
That is
yo.
true.
Like the Masi, them niggas got ran up out of there, yo. They had niggas with rocks, yo. They ready to chase them up out of there with rocks, yo. Them niggas was serious with them rocks and them spears, yo. That first gun wasn't working. That shit go pow while you was reloading, your head was busted.
That first gun, you got gunpowder. You got to take the gunpowder out, dump the gunpowder in the little thing, cock the thing back. Yeah, it's like
ass on high about them first guns.
Have y'all not read the Yoruba Wars, yo?
No.
Let's talk about it.
The Yoruba Wars was one of the most unique wars. These fools lined up like you seen in the goddamn
300.
Yeah. But no. They had guns. They had guns at the time.
Yeah, George
So
Washington, them niggas, yo, Civil War shit. Go
yes,
ahead.
the Civil War. Yep, they lined up just like the Civil War.
Like the redcoats.
Like the redcoats. And a
And
group
the
would
white
kneel
blue
down.
coats.
A group would kneel down and fire. And then a group behind them would reload the guns and come before them and then fire. Until they get close enough to where they were close combat and fight. It was the craziest shit I ever read.
They got picked apart, didn't they?
And this
Did
was
they get picked apart?
This was primary. Hell yeah, they got picked apart.
They got picked apart.
But look, they got manipulated. They got manipulated by the damn British. The British played both sides, supplied both sides with the guns, and then sat on the sidelines of this crazy ass shit like a football game and watched these fools shoot with wrong aim, missing all kind of stuff.
All types of shit. Sean is so right.
Hey man, we don't read that history, man. Enough of that
Sheffrin.
history. There's not
Sheffrin.
Yo.
Don't tell Chef. You're gonna do the whole special on it. Don't tell Chef. Why the
No.
gun right?
Why they can't
Sit, Sheffrin. You sitting in the stands of a football game, yo. You see 11 on 11, yo.
Standing right in front
You
of
saying they
you.
don't know how to throw the football? They can't catch the football. Can't kick it. Can't do nothing.
Yeah, that's
Don't know how to
dumb
put
right
their
there.
shoulder
Yeah,
pads on right or their helmets, yo.
Yeah, they
Niggas got
was
their
dumb.
helmets on backwards out there. Shoulder pads on their waist.
Helmets on backwards.
Yeah, hey, listen, man. It was disheartening. It was.
That's
I was so-
American dream for you.
I was
That's your
so
boy American
frustrated.
dream.
I was so frustrated reading this. I was so frustrated reading about the Yoruba Wars.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read that.
No more,
But
I'm not
let you know that they
Yeah,
wasn't
I read
I'm not
part
gonna
of
be
it.
able
to read that. I'm
But
not
that
gonna
was
be
let
able
you
to
know
read
they
that.
wasn't
I read part of it.
though.
When you look at the Gullah Wars down there, now the Gullah Wars, they kept 2/3 of the U.S. Army at bay. You know what I'm saying? Because they would do the same thing. Them niggas like, yo, we finna do guerrilla warfare in the niggas. And when they came with
Guerrilla
the army
warfare was the
like,
best.
Yeah, that
army
was the
like,
best.
yo, the army was like, we're just gonna look, man, peace treaty, bro. They just trick them like, no, like we ain't finna keep fighting these niggas, they killing us. You know what I'm saying? He's like, so they just came with the peace treaty, and then they had the little, and that's what brought about the Trail of Tears or whatnot. You know what I mean? But they couldn't get them out of their military. I mean, it was getting beat.
Yeah, and there was a lot of swamp
Bro,
land that
I'm
they
telling
ain't
you,
wanna
these
traverse
people was
through.
getting picked off.
Mhm.
These people was picking each other off, and the British was sitting there watching. And then the British would come in and be like, all right, y'all quit. Like on some everybody chill out shit. Like, and then they would be seen as saviors, yo. They would be seen as saviors. This was crazy watching them manipulate these people. And it worked. It worked to their benefit because what happened? When they carved up Africa, they got their chunk, they got their piece, and they ran with what they got. And here we are. We got a bunch of effed up people psychologically and lost their way, and still ain't even really dominating certain things. But that shows us the effects of slavery, though.
So that's where he got that from. He read that shit word for word. He was saying the exact same definition.
What's that?
Pseudo is a prefix. It's a prefix, right?
Mhm.
It's something or someone fake trying to pass as real. It's a real thing. A fraud, an imposter. Pseudo can be a person who is a faker, but it's usually a prefix. For example, a pseudo intellectual is trying to convince you he has a great educated mind, even though he doesn't. So we be dealing with pseudo intellectuals around this motherfucker. I call them pseudo sophisticates, right? They sophisticated in their approach. Try to make you think that they educated. Nobody around here do that. You either is or you ain't around here. And if you ain't, you're gonna get called on. If you act like you are, you're gonna get called on around here. Nobody gets away with nothing around here. The show is dedicated to that. Everybody can get it. Africans can get it. Mexicans can get it. Europeans sure can get it. 8 to 80, blind, crippled, or crazy.
EBK all day.
Yeah, EBK. Anybody can get it. Yeah, yo, all right. There you go, American Dream. That's the definition, yo. Sean is not being a fraud.
We still saying that?
You're the fraud.
He was trying to figure it out.
He here.
Yeah,
He
that's not
still
what you was
he
doing.
back.
You never was doing that.
He came back.
Huh?
How the fuck is he
No, he
back, yo?
wasn't. He wasn't trying to.
Yeah, I
Chef,
American
Chef
Dream,
had put the link back in
Chef
there.
keep letting him back in.
No, somebody
what Chef
asked
did.
for the who asked for the goddamn link?
Yeah, it was him. It was
American
him.
Nightmare.
It was him. You
Nah,
weren't
he
paying
asked for the
attention.
link.
It was American Nightmare who asked
All
for
right,
the
no. Hold on. Now demonstrate it. We read your definition. Now demonstrate it.
Oh, Sutek said nobody dropped the link. Oh, my bad. I thought you said drop the link. I'm sorry. I was...
The chef gonna have
he's
Chief X
back.
up in
He's
his
back.
motherfucker
Now
next to
demonstrate it.
TV.
Now demonstrate it. Where's your evidence? We read your definition. Now where's your evidence?
Evidence of what?
Exactly.
American Dream was
Evidence of
a
what?
slavery joint. He wasn't
My
even trying
evidence
to
that you're a
stop it.
pseudo? My
Where's your
evidence
evidence?
that you're a pseudo?
Yeah, where's your evidence?
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Demonstrate
Because,
it.
well,
No,
I'll say
don't
this.
don't talk. Share your screen.
No.
Put it on the
Let me
screen
answer. No.
and
Let me
demonstrate.
answer the question. No. Let me answer the question.
What was
I'll
what was the question? Do you understand the question?
asking me to demonstrate why you're a pseudo.
Yeah, so I didn't ask you a question. I told you to do something.
You don't tell me to do nothing, dog. You think I'm
I
your
just
slave?
asked you to demonstrate it. I said we heard you.
No,
We
no,
read
ask
your
me a
definition.
question. Ask me a
Now
question
demonstrate
and I'll
it. I
answer
didn't
it.
ask you a
Ask me a
question.
No, I know.
I
You
didn't
can't tell me what
ask
to
you a
do. I'm a
question.
grown man. No, you're not gonna tell me what to do. I'm a grown man.
I didn't ask you a question. I asked
Then
you
why are you
to
talking to me?
demonstrate.
I'm not
No,
here. I'm
I
not
listen to what I said. I
demonstrating nothing to
asked you to demonstrate.
My attitude is better than yours.
Demonstrate
I
what?
didn't tell you what to do. I
Demonstrate what?
asked you to demonstrate.
Demonstrate what?
That he's a pseudo.
He is pseudo.
Your claim
Demonstrate
that
that he's a pseudo. That he's
Yeah,
a
he
faker.
kept saying he was a pseudo. What about him was you saying he thinking he was a pseudo? That he was
Well,
faking about? What was he faking?
somebody, I think it was you, I think it was you that read a portion of his book. And when you were reading it, like it occurred to me, it hit me the same way, the same feeling I got about Garfield's book. I said, I listened to Garfield speak. And I was like, this isn't
do you have
Garfield's
the book?
writing. No, I said
No,
Ankh was reading from it.
hold
I
on.
said
No,
Ankh
hold
was
on.
reading from it.
Hold on. Because he just
Can I
messed
finish
up.
my
So let him
statement?
finish.
Can I
Unc said
finish?
let him finish.
Yeah, let him finish.
Yeah,
He
so
funny as shit. Nigga said feeling came over.
So when he was reading it, I was like, no, I hear how Sean speak. And I was like, Sean didn't write that. Sean is writing this book the same way that Garfield wrote his. That's the impression I got. And the reason,
All right.
and that's why I think he's
Hold
a
on,
pseudo.
American
I think
Dream.
he's
Hold on,
faking it.
American Dream.
Now,
Hold on.
no, let me finish. I'm not finished. I'm
the
not
Holy
finished. I'm not done
Ghost.
demonstrating. I'm not done demonstrating.
y'all
Let me
just
demonstrate
calm
some more.
down. Let him
Like
get it out.
whenever I ask, let me demonstrate some more. Whenever I ask Sean a question that he can't answer, he just gets mad and wants to kick me out of the chat. Right? That's also why I think he's a faker, because he's faking as if he knows stuff. But when you ask him a question he can't answer, he gets mad and tries to kick you out. So that's why I call him a faker.
So I
He's a
answer
fake
everybody else's
intellectual.
questions but yours. That should say something about you.
The problem is you coming
I
from a
mean,
place of
well, that's why
antagonism.
I think you're a pseudo. Like I'm just
Now,
demonstrating
all
why I
right.
think you're a
So
pseudo.
guess what?
Other
Guess
people
what,
may not
American
think you're a
Dream?
pseudo
So
because
guess what,
you don't
American
do that
Dream?
to them, but you do it to
Guess
me.
what,
So that's why
American
I think
Dream?
you're a pseudo.
Guess what, American Dream?
And we all know you're a pseudo.
No, hold on, Sabio. Guess what, American Dream?
You want to demonstrate that, Sabio?
Hold
We've
on.
been doing it all day.
Hold on, Sabio. Hold on.
Fabio,
Sabio. Hold on.
no, man, no.
American Dream.
We spent the whole
American
show
Dream.
telling Sabio, hold on, Sabio.
American Dream. Can you hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes or no?
I can hear you, sir.
All right. So, are you aware that when we did the show on the book, that Unc read Unc's forward, and Sean read Sean's introduction? So there was no sources in my introduction. So when I wrote what I wrote, it was all me. So when you said you heard Unc reading something, that couldn't have been Sean. That was Unc's forward that Unc read.
wrote the forward to your book as well. That's funny because Unc wrote the forward to Garfield's book.
So
Uncle
Unc
wrote
seems
this
to be
before
Unc,
Garfield ever had
Unc
a
seems
book.
to like writing forwards to plagiarized books.
See,
Let me
this
ask
is
you this,
why he didn't want to answer
Are
your
you aware
question
of
because you
plagiarism?
coming from a place of antagonism. You don't
God
have his
damn,
book, but
man.
yet you're saying it's plagiarized.
Hold on.
Why would you?
Hold on.
Why
Let
would
me
you do
handle
that,
that.
bro?
Let me handle that. Let me handle that. Let me
Unc,
handle that.
Unc,
So
Unc, are
American
you aware
Dream.
that you wrote the forward to a plagiarized book?
I do.
No, but I want to ask you a question. Did you enjoy the forward?
Enjoy the what?
The forward.
The forward?
Yes. Did you enjoy the forward? It wasn't plagiarized because I
Not
made sure I
peculiar.
put
I
it through a
mean,
program, my nigga. How about that?
I did kind of question that too. I was kind of saying that doesn't sound like Unc either. You know what I mean? It sounded kind of like, but you know, it wasn't bad. I mean, it
So
wasn't.
okay. So let me help American Dream.
Hold
Listen.
on, Unc. Hey, Unc, please, just give me 1 second. Just
right,
1 second, because
I'm sorry, Unc. I really don't even remember the forward. That's why I can't really speak on it much. I can't remember it much. I'm sorry. No.
Well, let me say this, American Dream. Where you from? It sounds like you have an accent.
I'm from Jamaica, man.
Oh, you from
Depart
Jamaica?
by the beach, boy.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
And you from Florida, which makes sense of why he's so fucking crazy.
So check it out. check it out. American Dream. You know, you had people in Jamaica who have a real hard accent, right?
Yeah, sometimes Jamaicans speak, and I don't even understand them, bro.
Exactly. So, but if you ever see them write, they don't write the way that they speak. Because they're
No, they do. No,
I'm saying when they go to school,
the ones that aren't educated actually write exactly the way they speak.
Oh my God, fuck it. All right, go ahead,
I'm simply saying, man, I'm not using yo. Yeah, I'm saying, check this out, yo. I'm not writing that, bro. That's what he's saying. I'm not doing that when I'm writing.
Yeah, because I've been in school with Jamaicans and they don't write the way that they talk. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Just
that
gave
sounds
up.
crazy, yo. Like they're hard, whatever they call it. They don't write like that. When they write a paper, they write that shit in standard English. They don't write the way that they talk. They write better than how they talk. Most people do. Like that. That's
funny. The weird thing is when I write the way I talk. That's just weird to me.
You want the writer?
It's weird to me how people are writing and don't write the way they talk. Like
I don't write the way I talk.
Weird.
Yo, wait a minute, bro. Wait. Hold on. Let me say
get
this.
back to the point of the book. He said
that may be why I'm calling y'all fakers.
Sean.
That may be why I'm calling y'all fakers. Y'all don't even write the way you talk.
No,
but check this out, bro. First of all, listen. Come on, man. First of all, I'm
vernacular though. Like, come on.
Right, I can.
Go ahead, my bad.
I'm saying I can talk crazy as a motherfucker around here, yo. But when I'm sitting in a college class, my nigga, I know how to talk right. The way they think I should be talking any motherfucking way. I can waddle with bums and down with queens. I can call you a bitch ass motherfucker. Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, nigga, fuck you, nigga. I can do all that and then say basically what I'm trying to say here is that your ignorance level is very, very high. I can do both, yo.
He's not gonna write. Yeah,
I got you, Unc. When you're at school amongst your white friends, you talk proper, and when you
no,
get
it's not.
No,
oh my goodness gracious! This dude is
okay. I like that. No, I like that. I like that. I like that. But since I wrote a book for my black friends,
this around black people because you lower yourself. Look. The
hold
same
on,
way
brother.
You raise
hold
your
on.
level
I wrote my book. Hold on.
College,
I wrote.
You lower
listen,
your level when you
bro,
come amongst
let
black
me make this.
people.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you get it in. I'm gonna let you get it in. Since I wrote the forward, since I wrote the forward for my black friends, bro, because you wrong. Because I wrote forwards for my black friends, and I didn't give them the yarn. I mean, I gave them the intelligence
for your
information.
Black friends who were also faking how they talk. You talk to write a forward for people that were faking how they talk.
No, nobody put you so now. Yeah, yo, you just mad because you ain't got no degree and act like you got one, my nigga.
Yeah.
See, that's what you doing. You the fake. Yeah, you the one howling out degrees. I'm not the vaccine and then get it. You the
Where did he tell us the degree was? He told us to find it
Shepard tried to help the dude out.
Shepard tried to help him out.
And he said, fuck
he
that.
tried to help him out.
All right, dog, you got it.
Yo said Jamaica
gave up.
the way that they write. Right, the way that they talk, that was
That
crazy.
nigga say, when you around your white friends, you talk a certain way. Nigga, I don't even got white friends. You bugged out.
Man, you
You
kidding. As many
tripping.
white people as Garfield brings on his show, you must have white friends.
What the
Notice the names that he keep using.
Associate, yo. Somebody associate and cordial
American
is
Dream
different.
stay on Garfield.
Unk. He keep Garfield name in his mouth.
Garfield here to defend
why is
himself.
he
I
on
told you,
Garfield
that
like
man
that, yo?
scammed me. He scammed me. I can keep his name in my
He
mouth.
scammed
He's
up
not.
the
He's
book.
not here to defend himself about his. You know what I'm saying?
Look at this shit. I don't
Hey,
give a
you
fuck.
brought
When I
up
went on his show, when I
no.
went on his show to talk to him about it, he kicked me out, so I can talk about him anywhere.
How did he scam you if he gave you a book, yo? You got a product.
I love
Man,
it.
Whether
he gave
you
me a
are,
product
whether
that he
you
said
are
he
pleased with the
wrote.
product or not, you got something in return. You
He
didn't get
gave
beat.
me a
Go
product.
look up what
Shut
scamming
your
is,
mouth
yo.
and
Read the
listen.
definition
He
of
gave me a
scamming.
product.
Did
He
you
said, the
okay?
reason
You
that's why I
purchased
know
goods
you
and
scamming too.
services. You were
That's why I
unhappy
know
with
you
the
scamming
services
too.
that you got. So
That's why I
now
know
you're
you're
just being
scamming too.
disrespectful at this point. So if you're going to
That's
be
how I know you
disrespectful at this
scamming
point,
too.
right? Because you're emotional, because you're not dealing with this intellectually. Because there's a lot of things that you've done in this conversation that were unintelligent and very ignorant. And we've tried to bring you along the way, but you still keep on doing the same thing, making the same stupid mistakes over and over in this conversation. You said, whatever Unc read just didn't sound nothing like Sean. And you then persisted to blame
Then I was
Unc.
right, you fucking idiot. If Ankh wrote it, then I was right. It didn't sound like you. The hell is wrong with you?
No,
So go
what
ahead
is
right now and read
wrong
from any
with
page in your
you?
book, and I bet it
What is
doesn't sound
wrong
like
with
you.
you? What is
I
wrong
said it
with
didn't sound like you, and you came
Unc
back to tell me
doesn't write
Ankh
how
wrote
he
it. Then
talks
that
with
means it
us
doesn't
on
Right,
sound
the
yo.
like
Come
you.
on,
panel.
man. Yeah,
Have
kick
you
me out the club,
have you
yo.
ever read the chronology of human evolution? Have you ever read the chronology of human evolution?
That
No.
boy never
Have
read
you
a
ever
book other
read
than Cat in the Hat.
Fields of Democracy? Have
He
you
read
ever
Cat in the
ever
Hat and
read
stopped
Fields of
at that.
I haven't
Democracy?
read anything.
No. You know why you didn't? Hold on, Sabio. The reason that you haven't read Fields of Democracy is because you don't support the works. However, Unc wrote a forward in that book as well.
It just shows me
So
you
you
go by the
don't
same
know.
playbook, dog.
You've
You
never
go by
read
you going
anything
by
that
Garfield's
we've
playbook.
never read
You're
anything that
following in
we've written
Garfield's
because you would
footsteps,
be
going by
accustomed to the
Garfield's
fact of knowing,
playbook.
like, hold on, yo, I like this. This might be right. You don't even care what is the person that wrote it.
Yo, Sean.
You're worried about how something sounds to you and not information. See, it's for the wrong reasons. And you want me to answer your questions when you're in it for the wrong reason. You're an
Yo, Sean.
antagonist, bro. There's nothing genuine about you.
Yo, Sean,
Why don't
he
you
just
talk the
said
way you
something.
write, Sean?
Yo, Sean,
Why don't
He
you
just,
talk the way you
yo,
write?
hold on, American Dream. Hold up.
We
He
spent
just
the whole
said,
show saying Sabian, hold on.
you're right. And when I want to say something, I get interrupted. But check this out. He
Go ahead,
just,
Sabio. Go ahead, Sabio. Go ahead, Sabio.
Hold on, Sabian. Let me say this. Hold on.
He just,
Yeah, go ahead,
he
kick that turkey shit, yo.
He just said something. I don't think people paying attention to. He said that you're following Garfield's playbook. But wasn't you writing books before Garfield, Sean?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Everybody have, yo. I wrote the chronology of human evolution. My kids would have cussed me out if I
That's
was saying,
Garfield's
yo.
first book, right?
Yeah.
It's
that's
Garfield's first book.
I'm
that's
sorry.
his first book,
You
yo.
I stand
I
corrected.
wrote
Garfield is
that for
following
my
Sean's
kids, yo.
playbook.
No,
I stand corrected.
American Dream.
Garfield's
I want you to
plagiarism
know.
is following Sean's playbook. Thank you.
American Dream. This where you mixing it up at American Dream. You think because I write, I don't write the way I speak. Like I wrote the chronology of human evolution for my kids, bro. And if I was saying, yo, yeah, I'm saying them like that, why you writing like that? Because my daughter.
If you don't write the way you talk, you're faking for somebody.
Where you get that at? That's crazy to me, yo. That don't make no sense, yo.
So which one is you? So which one is the real you?
Let's write a book and be like,
when you
stupid
write a
ass
book, the way
nigga,
you're
fuck you,
talking,
motherfucker. We're gonna write a book
because
like
listen,
that.
when I read a book, I think of it as someone is talking to me. right?
Right.
So I'm trying to
Right,
figure.
bro.
So which person are you? When you write, are you that person writing?
He
Is that
said
how you
change the
really
show to
talk?
Hold On
Are you the
Savior.
person that's like,
Yeah, you're
hey,
gonna
yo,
change
yo,
the show to
yo,
Hold
yo,
On Savior.
cut it, man. Is that who you are? Which one are you, which person is the real
shit.
Right.
Oh, shit. I don't know. I don't know where we go. I don't know.
Which one is the real
You got me beat, yo. You got me liquid that, man. I don't know.
Hey, bro.
That's
Seems
why
like
I'm
when I
saying you
write, I
guys
can't
are
use the
faking. You're
word.
faking somewhere. Something is there's a fakery going on.
American Dream.
Hey,
Either
Chef,
you're
I don't even
faking
know how
when
to
you're
spell
writing.
Yada yo. How do you
Either you're
how do you
faking when you're writing or you're
American
faking
Dream.
when
You
you're
married to
talking.
a
YADAMEAN.
American Dream. Are
Hey,
you
look,
married to
Yada
a
mean.
sister?
Yada mean. I don't know
You're
how to spell that
faking
one.
when you're
Yada
writing,
mean, yo.
or
You
you're
married to a
faking
sister,
when you're talking.
YADAMEAN. Nah, he married to a white girl.
Hold on for a minute, Stephen. Hold on. So you actually think people that write books walk around and talk like they wrote their book? Like Spielberg, the niggas that write books and shit, you think they be sound like that at home? Yes. And as we came to the doorway,
Listen what
we
I'm telling
seen
you,
the
right?
ghosts come. Do you really think they
Listen what
talk
I'm
like
telling
that at
you.
home?
Listen
No, you
what I'm
made that
telling
up,
you.
bro. No, you made that up.
Listen what I'm telling you. Let me answer your question, right? You see, if anyone goes on to Garfield's show and
Man,
asks
I ain't
him
trying to hear
something
another
about,
goddamn
you
thing.
see what I'm saying? No, you're not trying to hear it
I
because
don't
you're
listen to
Garfield's
flying
crony.
fucks. I ain't trying to listen to no motherfucking
You're not trying to hear
sorry
it.
ass Negro sit on
You're
a
not trying to
panel
hear
and
it.
all you want to do is hold another man's nuts in his mouth. I ain't trying to hear this shit.
Yeah, dude,
You
that's
on a panel,
scary.
you on a panel
he's
full of
sucking
Dude,
his
grown
that's
ass
nuts.
men
scary.
and you just
He's
got
sucking
quiet like you
Garfield
gonna
nuts
say
right
one name
now.
Garfield.
Hey, let's not do that
The
now.
fuck out of here, yo.
Keep
Let's not do
gargling his nuts.
Yeah.
Let's not do
Go
that.
call
Garfield.
Garfield. You got his number. You got a problem with Garfield. You got his telephone number. Call him.
I'm still
Why
confused
I got
on the
Garfield's
scam
telephone number
part.
for what?
You trying to be a
Go
hoe
ahead, Chef.
out here on a panel.
He
You want
Go
to
ahead,
talk.
Chef.
You want to
he
keep on
feel
bringing
like
up his
Garfield
name.
gave him a book
What'd you
that
say?
was
Garfield is
What'd you say,
Garfield
Chef?
that. No, you
What'd you
sucker.
say, Chef?
I'm confused on the scammed part. Like
I don't get it.
he keeps saying he scammed them. Like that's funny to me. I mean,
Right.
because you
So
actually
he's
got
saying he wrote a book that he did not write.
Man, shut up. Ain't nobody trying to
He's
listen to you.
collecting money to write
so
to
who
say for
Shut
stuff
your
he
ass
didn't
up.
write.
Sheffrin talking.
So who wrote it then?
Who wrote the
Wherever he
book,
got the
yo?
articles from, Chef. The people who wrote
He's
the
saying he's
articles
claiming that Garfield
that's in
copied
the
and
book.
pasted and changed a couple words. That's what he's saying. That's what he's
Oh,
saying.
okay.
He's saying
I ain't
what?
never read the
Doesn't
book.
matter, Chef. Why isn't this registering, Chef?
I never read the book. Because I'm not into
You didn't
the
read
Bible.
Garfield's book?
No, but
You didn't read
I'm a
Garfield's
purchase
book?
it. I'm a purchase it. I just don't be into the Bible like that.
Right.
Chef, he went and took articles from places, copied and
Okay.
pasted them,
I'ma
changed a
say it
few
one more
words
time.
here
I
and
don't give a
there,
fuck
and
what he
said
did.
he
He
wrote
sourced
it.
it. So
You see
he
how
ain't
Sean is
scam you out
talking
of
over
nothing.
me? Sean did the same
Don't care.
thing.
We
The way
tired of hearing
Sean
you
is
cry
talking
about
over me,
Garfield.
it's like he
Go
did the
on Dagger
same
Squad
thing.
and talk that
That's why
shit.
Sean is
You on the
pseudo as
pseudo
well.
killers. Take your pussy ass on over there to the Dagger Squad with
Oh,
that shit.
man.
See if you can be a man and fucking call Garfield and talk
Smoke
about it.
time.
Yeah, hey, y'all taking that independent African, what African American? What is it?
Yeah, that don't
American
mean we
Nightmare.
roll over.
That's
That,
y'all see
that don't mean we roll
y'all
over.
acting a fool.
now
because
y'all
on the
see
continent.
why I
On the
call him an
continent, y'all
American.
niggas act a goddamn fool over here in our
Kofi
neighborhood.
need to
But
come
then
read
we
the
roll.
bylaws again.
Yeah,
We over
y'all,
there,
this the
y'all
hood.
house.
This
Now
the
y'all see
hood.
why I
This the
call him
hood.
American
This the
Nightmare.
hood, goddammit.
Look,
We doing what the Romans do.
Yeah,
Now
this
y'all
is
the
ride,
hood.
y'all
the hood.
It's
smoke
the hood
weed
with
and drink
sound.
40s and all type of shit over here. But we
But
come
now
like
y'all
our
Yeah,
crib,
yeah.
we gotta take our shoes off when we coming all type of shit going on.
Yeah,
The
wipe y'all
independent
feet.
African, the goddamn academy over there.
Hey,
Hit
American,
that like button
hey,
and wipe y'all
American
feet when y'all
Dream,
come in
hey,
here.
American Dream, will bring it out of you. Hey, no.
Nah,
Hold
that's
on,
why I
though.
call him
In all
American
fairness,
Nightmare, y'all.
Hey,
That's why I
hey,
call him
Chef. Hey,
American
Chef.
Nightmare.
all
Yo,
Hey,
fairness,
Chef.
hey,
Hey, Chef,
Sosa,
when
in
you go
all
over there,
fairness,
the
in
Kobe
all
Pass Our
fairness,
research
Sosa,
team better have that motherfucking towel, nigga.
that's right.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
but in all fairness, though, in all
Hey,
fairness,
you'll
I
get
let him
cussed
take
out
his
over there
shots
too.
during the book book release. Hey, I let him take his shots during the book release. I didn't attack him. I ain't say none of that. I didn't come for him during the book release.
What did
I
he
was
say? What did he say
polite.
during the
I
book
was
release, yo?
calm.
What did he say? What did he say?
No, yo, he came with the same soft shit.
Really?
He came with the soft shit. You know what I'm
Always
saying?
do
Like
that,
Sean's
bro.
not a. What is Sean? What do you
That
got a
Sodom
degree
nigga
in,
got
Sean?
about 10
What
books, yo.
is his degree in and all that shit?
He got a degree in beating
Like,
you up. I'm gonna give him a master's degree for beating you up, yo. He definitely got that degree. Man, Sean done got
tripping, yo.
about 10 books, yo. You tripping, yo. That nigga, you tripping.
Sean,
I read they
Sean went
books.
to school. Sean went to school for kinesiology or some crap like that. Dropped out.
You don't even know
and
what it
then
is, yo.
afterwards wrote a
You
book
don't even know
about
what it is.
viruses. I know
You
it
don't
doesn't
even
have
know what
anything
it
to do
is.
with viruses.
Look
He
up
went
what
to school
kinesiology
for
is, not kinesiology. It's
and some other
kinesiology.
crap.
Look up what
Dropped out.
kinesiology
He
I
deals
know
with,
what
bro.
kinesiology is.
Yeah, you
Look
a
up
hater,
what
yo.
college dropout.
kinesiology is.
This dude is a
Afterwards, he's
hater.
an author.
Yeah, you
Go
a
He's
look
a
up
hater.
what
hater. He's a
kinesiology
hater.
is.
Hater.
He went to
Yeah, you a
college for
hater, American Dream.
I think a
kinesiology,
nigga gotta have a
dropped
degree
out,
in something
and
to
wrote a
write
book
about
about
it.
He
viruses.
got a
Crazy.
hard on, yo.
And
This nigga got a
he
hard
ain't
on
wrote shit.
He went to
for
school
grown men. Hey,
for
I don't think he got no
kinesiology,
woman. He ain't got no
dropped
woman.
out because he
Bruh,
couldn't
that's
handle
why I
it.
Brother
said
He got
the
a
Reed.
nigga.
white.
That's
He
why I
got a
said the
white
nigga
Why
pussy
girl.
was
Sean
wet
drop
He
out
ain't
of
early.
got a
college?
white girl. He ain't got that. He ain't got that.
Why did
She ain't
Sean drop
white.
out of
He ain't got no
college?
white girl.
Sean dropped out of college because he couldn't hang with that college course. And then he
Yeah,
dropped
And
out
that
of
man
college
said
because
he
he
got
couldn't deal with
about
it.
10 hours left, yo. You tripping.
He went to get
yep,
10 hours left my ass. Who the hell? You
yep,
believe that shit, Unc? You believe somebody had 10
yep,
hours left and
Yeah, I
dropped
yep,
believe.
out?
Yeah,
yep,
yep.
Man,
Sean ain't got no
then
sense. Yep, I do
Sean
believe
is
that.
definitely
yep,
stupid as hell.
yep,
That sounds just
Sean
like
is dumb
Sean.
as hell. Then all you
yep,
proving is Sean is a dummy. He
yep.
doesn't know the
Sure
value
am.
of a degree.
Hell yeah, I'm
You
a
big
dummy.
dummy. You
I'm a
But
big
he
dumb as
got
pseudo
a
hell.
he
dummy.
got he a dummy with books. Now what
You
your
big
dumb ass
pseudo
got?
dummy.
I'm
Got
Now
dumb
about
as
what
30,
hell.
your
he got
dumb
about
ass
30
Because
got?
he
articles.
broke.
Now what
He
your
wrote
dumb
about
ass
You
30
got
got?
articles.
books and you
What
broke.
your dumb
I'm a
ass
dummy.
got?
Come on,
I'm a
You
Savior.
got
dummy.
Come
books
on,
and you
Savior.
broke.
Come
I'm
on,
a
He
Sabio.
He
dummy.
got
say
books and you
Savior
Sabio.
broke.
broke.
Hold up,
I'm not
Sabio.
broke. I'm not
You
He
broke.
say
broke
you
as
broke.
hell.
Sabio,
No,
hold
I'm
up.
not.
I'm
He
not
say you
Sabio.
talking
in
to
the
Savior. I'm
garage,
talking
yo.
about Sean.
Sabio,
Sean, I'm
hey,
talking
tell
about
him you
Yo,
Sean.
Savior,
$50
keep that
richer than
turkey
him.
shit. He's tripping,
How
bro.
he
He got
got
Tell him
some
you
books
all
and
Sean
you
ain't
natural
broke.
$50
broke?
richer
turkey
than
shit.
him.
Yeah,
He spent
Sean ain't
money
broke.
on a concert.
Sean
He
ain't
couldn't
broke.
even attend.
Right. Yeah.
Sean ain't broke.
I'm not broke either.
Yeah, Sean ain't broke. Now, Savior, he said you live in a garage, yo, with a car, yo.
Yo, he live in his mama basement.
Sean is broke. He's a
With
college
a car
dropout.
in it.
Sean ain't broke, yo.
Yeah,
Sean is
see?
not broke, yo. Sean be
Sean had
Dude
bragging
went
and
to
got
shit.
school.
Sean ain't
multiple.
broke.
Sean had went to
Never
school for
mind.
Look,
kinesiology and dropped
Sean
out
don't
and wrote a
even
book about
respond.
kinesiology. I'd
Listen,
be like, okay.
Sean
But he
don't
went to
even
school for
respond to
kinesiology,
that
dropped
shit,
out to
yo.
write books
So it
about
don't.
viruses.
They don't respond.
Fuck
They
out
don't
of here.
respond, Sean.
He
Sean
don't
ain't say nothing,
I ain't
respond.
Sean.
responding to that. I'm
That
laughing.
don't make sense.
He's right. I'm broke.
That's like somebody
Damn,
calling
I'm
me
broke,
broke.
yo.
I'm not responding to that shit. You on the
Everybody knows
internet.
Sean the plumber.
Yeah, you don't know what I got. Sean worked for the goddamn city. And y'all don't even
Sean worse than Chef, yo. Them niggas stay buying electronics, be the first people with it. I don't understand shit myself.
Sean has to work for the
First
city.
tennis
He's not making
shoes.
no money off of his books.
Yo,
How many books he writing?
I
He's still
don't
working for the
even
city.
work for the
What is he
city.
working
I'm
for
a
the city
janitor,
doing?
yo.
Selling his
I'm a
books?
janitor, yo. I
Right.
clean toilets and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
I clean toilets, yo. That's what I do. I
He,
clean
I'm a janitor.
toilets.
he a fool.
I'm a janitor and proud of it.
I
That
clean
sleep.
toilets, yo.
Yeah, he
I'm
get
a janitor too, and I'm a
I'm definitely
landscaper.
a janitor, nigga. I'm gonna let y'all slap niggas know right now.
Nah. I work for Metro. You own your janitorial business. I work for Metro.
Hey, nigga,
I'm
the
an
most money I
hourly.
ever made in my life, yo, was cleaning
All I
toilets,
do
yo.
is
Y'all
scrub. I
tripping.
scrub toilets, yo. You
And
own
I'm a
your
That
business.
shit was
landscaper.
$30,000 a month, yo. Y'all tripping, yo. Y'all better
I go
look that shit
nah,
up.
I don't get
Not
that,
playing.
yo. I get $10 an hour, yo. I get
$30
$10
a
an
month.
hour.
Listen, man, I'm not here. I'm not gonna stay around to be arguing with y'all. I would say peace, but I'd rather say fuck y'all.
That's a good one, American Dream. You got that one off. You got that one off. That's a New York movie. That's a good one. You good on that.
Hey, you gotta dip
That
out
was a
for
good
you.
one.
You ain't got to hear response back. Just dip on a nigga.
Yeah, different nigga, yo. I would say peace. Yo, look, I would say peace. But fuck y'all niggas. Y'all
Oh
niggas
my
ain't like y'all talking. Y'all supposed to be thorough.
Weak ass.
Y'all
Hey,
niggas
man.
supposed to be thorough. Y'all should be thorough.
Hey, man, are we
Right like you
killing,
talk, Unc.
or are we pseudos killing? Which one are we, bro? We pseudo killers or are we pseudo just killing?
That was so stupid. He thought he got something off.
You got it all. That was a good one though. Nigga, you don't write like you talk. You not real. What's the real Unc? Nigga, shut up, nigga.
I swear we got the wildest audience, man. Y'all will sit around and listen to anything.
I know these niggas crazy.
Yo, they was out there wilding.
Yo, this audience will sit and listen to anything. Like y'all are that 25-hour stream really proved that niggas was
Yeah, y'all was tripping that day. That shit was crazy.
Y'all are the fucking
know, we
best.
can't
Hit
get it
that
out.
like button. Y'all crazy as shit.
Yeah, we had 200 people watching that shit. That was crazy.
Like
Yo.
120 likes. That's crazy. Yeah, like 120.
Hit that
crazy.
like button, yo. Y'all
Damn.
crazy, man. Y'all sit and listen to 30 minutes of niggas arguing and telling Sabio to chill out.
I know. Chill out, Savior. Hold on.
Hold on, chill, Sabio.
Hold on. Can we please work this out with Savior? What's going on? What the? Why is it we always say
Sabio do not like, he don't like American Dream. He
Nah,
don't.
I know it's not that. We ain't saying that. See how it go, man. Hold on, Savior. Hold up. Let me.
This is a wild community. I swear.
Hey, Savior. Why
I've
do
had
you always tell me to
experiences
hold up, yo? Is it your
with them-
timing, yo? Your timing
Yeah.
is bad, Savior. Your timing is horrible. Yeah, it's like you just jump in at the wrong time every time. You're like horrible. And then when you do get the floor, your mic starts going, hey.
No,
We be like, hold on,
his
dog.
mic been good tonight. I ain't gonna lie. His shit must be
Where
charged
was
up.
you at?
His phone must be
I got
charged
some
up.
dinner, yo.
The problem is Sabio, like you ever seen, remember like that Harlem Nights
He
when a
sound
nigga
like
get
he
out,
laying
shoot that
on
gun.
the floor or something.
Oh yeah.
When nigga get out, shoot that gun, and Sabio come with that pow pow. You're like,
Yeah.
shoot that Sabio.
I told you, put that little shit away.
We done shot a nigga 100 times. Sabio come back, pow pow. Like, nigga, stop shooting that shit.
They say we got the pow. Pow.
I'm stupid. But nah, with American Dream, I've had experiences with the dude already, so I already know how he moves. Dude ain't gonna. Yes, I do.
Hey, Chef. Hold on, Savior. Hold on, say Chef. But hit the thing, yo. Why don't twirl the squat?
7-9 Adam, this is Central BCC. Multiple SWAT units responding code 3 to CP at 127th and Adelaide. Barricade situation.
That's the misinformation police out there.
That's right.
Barricade
SWAT
in his
team.
mind. This nigga say that ignorance was ignoring, and he said it with confidence.
With confidence, ignoring the fact.
See how you just did that, Savior? That's what you do. Yo. I'm in the middle of a schmeal, yo, and you dove in with the pow. See what I'm saying?
Every
Go
time.
ahead, Savior. Say, I know every time. But go ahead, Savior. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you rock out. What you want to say to the people, yo? Because we always get you. Hold on, Savior.
Hit him with
I
that
thought
turkey
it was
shit.
me.
Hit him with that turkey shit
Go ahead.
real quick.
Yeah, that's what he want to do. That turkey shit.
What about the turkey shit and the Christianity and the Catholics not Christians? I heard you thought the Catholics wasn't Christians.
Yeah.
Is that what you said, Sabian? Did you say that?
I said there was a split, and I thought that they're not because the Catholics think that Jesus is a prophet.
No,
not
they
the
don't.
Son of God. Yeah, they think they look at him as a prophet.
You're
or
still
something.
getting the Christians, the goddamn Catholics mixed up with the Muslims.
With Islam and shit, you tripping with that.
Yeah, yo, you tripping, yo.
Jesus
Nah, that's Islam.
Catholicism.
I know Islam.
You is wow, yo. You messed it up. Yo, without the Catholics, you don't got the Bible, yo. Did you know that, yo?
Yeah, I know.
Constantine, yo, the Roman Catholic Church. If you take away them, yo, you done took away the whole. We can't even read the Bible no more, yo. If you take them out of that,
The Roman Catholic, the Holy
Constantine,
Roman.
yo,
They
Constantine.
keep that
He's a
statue
Roman
of Mary.
emperor.
They keep that statue of Mary, the picture with them like everywhere they go.
Yeah, yo, they ain't no Christianity, yo. They got the yo. Oh my goodness, yo.
I could be
Lord,
wrong.
leave them Catholics alone. We won't have. I'm telling you, yo, leave them alone. We don't have no Bible.
They the big Christians, yo.
Yeah, they're the big boy.
Yeah, they the big boy Christians, yo. You deal with the
Yeah,
little
the
boy
big boys,
Christians.
they got the money.
Yeah,
That's the mother church.
I could have been wrong, like I said.
yeah, that's big
These
boy
niggas
Christian.
the only one with money. Matter of fact, they traded in slaves. Because when the Roman Empire fell,
Oh, I know
they
they did.
bread.
I know that.
Right, yo, the Catholics were serious, yo.
It still is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they still is. What nigga? You know what I like about? If I was gonna be a Christian, I'd be a Catholic. You know why? Because you just go to church for an hour and leave. I love that. 1 hour in and out.
Most of our charities come from the Catholics. So I mean, that's just think about it. The Red Cross, what charity bigger than that? You know what I mean? So I mean, any disaster happen, you see the Red Cross. Yeah, I mean that's Catholic. That's the Catholics.
Oh,
they don't want to motherfucking they don't want to sing. You feel me?
I don't know where I got that from. Maybe that was a weird Catholic church I went to.
Yeah, I don't know what you was on. Yeah,
Yeah, that was a weird ass Catholic church because they showed them pray to Jesus.
Now your phone's starting to go in and out. That's crazy. But we had a hell of a show. I enjoyed
Yeah, we did.
You know what I mean? I
That was
enjoyed
fun.
Masi and the Kofi Pasa for y'all coming over, spending the day with us. Everybody get their last words and y'all can get on up out of here. Start with you, Savio. You go first, Savio.
Yo, if I'm wrong, I don't mind being wrong. Like I said, I was wrong about the Catholics. Yo, hey, I fucked up. Hey, I fuck up. I know better now. So that's why I stopped going to Catholic church, because the shit didn't look at Jesus. So I knew something was wrong. Apparently. So anyway, stay away from niggas like American Dream who think that ignorance means to ignore the facts. I mean, read and learn shit. It's 2021. Get away from believing. Because when you believe, you don't know. You just accept shit as true. That I'm out.
I'm gonna give a shout out to Kofi Pasa Research Team, the Mossy Clan Warriors, man. And my man Sean, man, it's his turn right now, man. That book is a wonderful gift to the community, yo. No matter how much niggas hate, yo, I appreciate that, brother. The standard is high, man. I'm learning a lot as I read the goddamn book. The information is in one place. It's right there for you. It's not, you ain't got to locate, you look there, right? If you like me, I enjoy going to the sources. It's well sourced out, right? I appreciate that work that brother put in. And I've never heard him say he was a virologist, and I never heard him say he was an expert. But I do know that nigga took that motherfucking virology class. All right? Right. Y'all should try that. Vincent Racanello. Excellent class. You don't even got to get the textbooks. Right online for you. Free. Right? But we know about this because of Sean. Right? Simple as that. So I appreciate them brothers and what they doing, man. When they hanging out in the hood, yo, they act crazy. It's all good. We over here in the hood and having fun, yo. The scientific lives, yo.
Sean.
Go ahead, Sosa.
One of y'all.
I appreciate I'll just hop in real quick. I appreciate everybody, the pseudo killers, first of all, for allowing me to come on the platform, chill, kick my shit. Appreciate all the chat for coming through. Please make sure you go the same tree, different branch. If you haven't got What SARS-CoV-2 Taught Me, make sure you pick that up. Make sure you also pick up Volume 4, Spear Masters. It's out right now. And any other of the projects or the works that we got going on. Again, man, appreciate y'all. Hope we'll be doing this shit again soon, man. I enjoyed it.
That's what's up. Sean, kick your shit. Tell them where to get that publication from.
Please don't go back to please don't go back to Egypt. I appreciate the West African conversation.
Right, we on
go
it.
Yeah, man. SameTreeDifferentBrands.com. Links in the chat. Go pick that publication up. What SARS-CoV-2 Taught Me. Years of research in the making, man. A bunch of classes taken and all kind of stuff. Investments made to actually make sure that
you know, we got the sound scholarship, and we're basically demonstrating the behaviors correctly. But it's all about you, the people. That was the inspiration behind the book, to make sure that we had the correct information and that we weren't being misled, or we weren't being led by misinformation and disinformation, which seems to dominate social media. So not only does it walk you through my journey and gives you pointers and things of that, but it's actually going to give you a little piece of some history. It's going to give you a little piece of some, basically everything, really. You know what I mean? Just to bring it to light. So I've been getting the same type of feedback from people. I did try to make it where people can comprehend. So it's comprehensive. And I know y'all enjoy it. So appreciate the support, the love, appreciate the conversation. You know what I'm saying? The more we do this shit, the more it come out. But we all just trying to get better at what we do. And we all got our eyes on our people. So we just trying to bring the real information back and do it for our people where they can use something tangible, you know, something that we can apply to our everyday lives that's fruitful. So hopefully it's appreciated by everybody the way that some people appreciate it and the way that I thought it would be perceived. Appreciate it. That's me.
That's what's up. Sosa, did you give a piece out?
Listen, man, I want to thank God for waking me up this morning, man, and allowing me to be with y'all brothers, man. May Allah and Yahweh bless y'all.
Won't he do it?
We do it again.
Alhamdulillah.
All right. Yeah, that's what's up. So, appreciate everybody for coming through. Everybody that's still here, if you didn't hit the like button on your way out the door, hit that like button, you know what I mean, before you grab your coat and get on up out of here. But tomorrow, I think around 12 o'clock, I'm going to go live again. So y'all get ready. You know what I mean? After I get finished my morning run, first I got to get up, I'm going to walk the dog. Then I'm going to cut first couple clients, right? And then around 12, I should be ready to hit the button for about 2 hours until I go pick up my daughter. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate y'all for coming through. And again, on y'all way out, right? On y'all way out the door, hit that like button, show us some respect. And we out of here.
So you stupid. Peace.
Peace.